Major General Sir Evelyn Wood stayed on as Sirdar, commander of the Egyptian army. Sir Samuel Baker's younger brother Valentine, disgraced after molesting a female passenger in a first-class railway carriage en route to Waterloo, arrived to retrain the Egyptian police. The ex-dual controller, Major Evelyn Baring, returned to inherit Sir Edward Mallet's villa and tennis court. Although Baring had the rank of consul, Gladstone's arrangement for Egypt turned him into a virtual viceroy, the supreme link between the London government, the Abdeen Palace, and the Sirdar. Meanwhile, the Turkish aristocrats crept back into their ministries. Sharif Pasha, Riaz Pasha, and Omar Lutfi Pasha, who received Urabi's seat at the War Ministry as a reward for fanning the Alexandria riot. To calm the concert, Lord Granville sent a circular to the chancelleries of Europe, the first of 66 such protestations. Although for the present a British force remains in Egypt for the preservation of public tranquillity, Her Majesty's government are desirous of withdrawing it as soon as the state of the country and the organization of proper means for the maintenance of the Khedive's authority will permit it. Surveying the wreckage, Lord Dufferin had no illusions about the immensity of the task facing Britain. For some time to come, European assistance in the various departments of Egyptian administration will be absolutely necessary. Turning to the proper means, Lord Dufferin's constitution was a masterpiece of enlightened despotism. Justice would be fairer, the police would be retrained, the courts reorganized, the army kept out of politics. But power would not be shared. He reduced the Chamber of Notables to 46 members, with advisory powers only, just as Khedive Ismail had planned. The Chamber communicated the national will to a legislative council, which passed it on to a council of ministers, who told the Khedive, who asked Evelyn Baring, who checked if Egypt could afford it. Opinion flowed upward, but all power remained at the top. Lord Dufferin advised Tawfik to declare an amnesty for all junior officers and other ranks that had taken part in the revolution, and to establish a commission of inquiry. Tawfik had no choice but to accept this puppetry, but he and Riaz Pasha wanted revenge. They intended to execute Urabi and destroy the constitutionalists forever. "The Egyptians are serpents," said Riaz, "and the way to prevent serpents from propagating is to crush them underfoot." Within weeks his officers had bagged 1,200 suspects, many of them innocents denounced by their neighbors. The charges included stirring up the public, assisting the rebels, and dressing up dogs to imitate Sir Garnet Wolseley and then shooting at them. The guards extracted evidence against Urabi with thumbscrews and the courbash. The prisons overflowed, and dysentery broke out. Touring the cells, Tawfik's eunuchs spat in the faces of Muhammad Abdu and other ringleaders. The local Europeans called for executions. Gladstone wanted the Egyptians to dispose of Urabi quickly, but Wilfrid Blunt had ensured that his hero could not be executed quietly. With A.M. Broadley, a lawyer in the consular courts at Tunis and occasional stringer for the Times, Blunt had formed an Urabi defence fund and hired a sympathetic London lawyer, Mark Napier. The Urabi Defence Fund paid Napier's costs, and not all the donors were radicals. They included Lord Randolph Churchill, Chinese Gordon, and many others incensed by the imminent show trial. Tawfik and Sultan Abdul Hamid had both used Urabi against the British for their own ends. Now they were collaborating on a judicial murder. It seemed unlikely that the trial would be fair. When Broadley and Napier arrived at Cairo, the Egyptian government refused to allow them access to Urabi and returned their letters unopened. The European liberal press started comparing Urabi to an African Garibaldi. The trial began on the last day of October 1882 in the court next to the Metatias building. It swiftly turned into a farce. For the government, the French lawyer, Borelli Bey, charged Urabi with setting fire to Alexandria following the British bombardment, inciting the people to civil war, and treason against the Sultan and the Khedive. For Urabi, Mark Napier swiftly demonstrated that his client had played no role in the burning of Alexandria. He also produced Urabi's private papers, hidden from Riaz's policemen by Urabi's wife, and demonstrated the Sultan's covert encouragement of Urabi's revolution. Napier then announced his intention to summon 400 witnesses in Urabi's defense. Tawfik did not want his role in the Alexandria riot to come to light. Gladstone did not want a drawn-out circus. The defense fund could not afford one. Defense and prosecution agreed to a deal out of court. Only Mahmud Sami al-Barudi, Urabi, and their army in a circle would be tried. The charges would be reduced from treason to rebellion, and though a death sentence would be passed, Tawfik would commute it to exile. Lord Dufferin convinced Tawfik to accept this compromise. Gladstone wondered if Hong Kong was far enough from Egypt, but accepted Ceylon as the site of exile. At 0900 on December 4th, 1882, armed guards took Urabi from the citadel to the courtroom. Thin and pale, in a dark greatcoat and a greying beard, Urabi had aged in his cell. The charges were heard, his lawyers pleaded guilty, the sentence was read and commuted. Mrs. Napier rushed over with a bouquet of white roses, to loud hisses from the Europeans and Turks in the gallery. The court had been in session for 6 minutes. The artist from the graphic barely had time for his sketch. Late at night on December 26, the sealed train took Urabi, Barudi, and 4 colonels to Suez. Accompanied by 60 women, children, and servants, and 30 men from the 60th Rifles, they boarded the steamer Mariotis. As they sailed for Ceylon, further decrees exiled most of their minor accomplices to Massawa, Suakin, and other distant, inclement Sudanese garrisons. The revolution had been erased. Tawfik and the British were more in control than ever. 3 days later, Gladstone sat down to compile his annual accounts. His Egyptians, the underperforming loan stocks that comprised nearly 40% of his portfolio, had risen to a record high. At El Obeid, the defensive trench around the town turned into an open grave filled with decaying bodies. For 3 months the defenders had worked their way down the food chain: camels, cattle, donkeys, mice, locusts, and cockroaches. By the end of the year they grubbed in the earth for ant nests, boiled the leather of their shoes, and picked through animal feces for undigested scraps. Scurvy and dysentery broke out. Refugees lay dying in the streets. At their loopholes soldiers died from exhaustion and sickness. The air stank with putrefaction, and the sky blackened with hundreds of birds. Carrion kites grew so bloated from gorging on the dead that they could no longer fly. Soldiers killed and ate them, stomachs and all. From beyond the trench the dervishes mocked their defenders for eating dog's meat, and experimented with their new rifles. When the Mahdi caught smugglers bringing food to El Obeid, he cut off their right hands, tied the stumps to their necks, and paraded them around his camp. The Ansar had plenty of food, and had slaughtered a feeble relief exhibition from Khartoum. El Obeid could not resist for long. General Mohammed Said wanted to blow up the arsenal and most of the town and its defenders with it, but his officers preferred to take their chances in Ajiba. On January 19, 1883, he surrendered. Barely half his garrison staggered out of the lines with him. They stood in the heat as the Ansar stripped them of their valuables, then watched as the dervishes climbed over the bodies in the trench to rob the town. The capital of Kordofan, El Obeid, was stocked with the profits of the slave and ivory trades. The Mahdi looted it systematically. He posted guards outside every large house to prevent its inhabitants from escaping. To find out where the valuables had been hidden, his men flogged children, servants, and slaves. For 2 weeks they tortured the inhabitants, emerging loaded with gold, silver, and jewelry. The booty included thousands of slaves, 6,000 Remington rifles, and 5 artillery pieces. In General Said's house alone they found gold worth £6,000. The Mahdi's generals embellished their filthy jibbas with silk and their sword hilts with silver, exchanging the life of poverty for harems and divans. When everything had been stolen, they hacked Muhammad Said Pasha to death with axes. They killed his deputy Ali Sharif Bey in front of his wife and children. An executioner tried to decapitate him with a sword, but failed, so a mob threw him down a well, crowding around its mouth to watch him drown. After these killings, most Egyptian conscripts promptly switched sides, swapping their uniforms for the jibba. Having revised his aversion to infidel technology, the Mahdi issued the 6,000 Remingtons to Khalifa Abdullahi and his Baggara. A compliant Egyptian artillery officer drilled the Mahdi's gunners. Like the Turks, the Mahdi forced black slaves into his ranks. They formed a new wing of the army, the Jihadiyya, his holy warriors. He would need them and his new arsenal in the next stage of the jihad. Immediately after the surrender of El Obeid, the Prophet had appeared to the Mahdi and ordered him to sacrifice 3 cows to celebrate the conquest of Kordofan. He returned a few nights later with a strategy for conquering the entire Ottoman Empire. As you have prayed in the mosque of Obeid, so you will also pray at Khartoum. Then you will pray in the mosque at Berber, the junction of the White Nile and the overland route to the Red Sea ports. Then in the Kaaba of Mecca, then in Medina, then in the mosque at Cairo, then in the mosque at Jerusalem, then in the mosque of Iraq, at the Shia center of Samarra, and finally in the mosque of Al-Kufa, the Shia shrine at Najaf. The Prophet's strategy bore remarkable resemblance to the plans of previous enemies of the Ottoman Empire. Mehmed Ali, Napoleon, and the Tsars had all planned to sever its provinces one by one, leaving a limbless Turkish torso at Constantinople. The Mahdi would begin at the weakest points, remote Sudan and Puritan Arabia, where the Wahhabis would help him with arms and legitimacy. Then down the Nile to Cairo, pushing the Turks and Europeans from North Africa, and on to the eastern Ottoman provinces. At Samarra and Najaf, he would heal the Sunni-Shia split, imposing his caliphate on the entire Islamic world. The Mahdi had never been out of the Sudan, had never made the Hajj to Mecca, and knew nothing of the blurry world beyond the borders of Islam. But his theological mandate obliged this rhetoric of world domination. Even as he consolidated his local success, concentrating on Kordofan and leaving Khartoum for later, he planned in global terms. He now received visitors from as far afield as Tripoli, Mecca, and India. He corresponded with sympathizers in the Red Sea Hills, in Damascus and Cairo, and sent his call to jihad beyond Darfur to Sokoto on the West African coast. As he had always believed, his visions had the power to create reality. I have been enabled to capture Kordofan and all the surrounding country, and Allah will also open your country to me, accepting me as the true Mahdi. Woe, therefore, to those who do not believe in me, for they shall all be destroyed. Why did you not set forth to help the jihad as soon as you heard of me? Are you afraid of the Turks and their strength? Are you not aware that all their armies must fall into my hands? Do you not know that all the infidels will be destroyed by us? Do you not believe that I am the expected Mahdi? It is no part of the duty incumbent on us to restore order in the Sudan, Gladstone insisted. It is politically connected with Egypt in consequence of its very recent conquest, but it has not been included within the sphere of our operations, and we are by no means disposed to admit without qualification that it is within the sphere of our responsibility. To Gladstone, the only spectre worse than permanently occupying Egypt was to be dragged upriver into the Sudan. He wanted to withdraw from Egypt, not defend its empire. Faithful to the necessary fiction of Egyptian independence, he insisted that British advisers were in Egypt at Tawfik's request. He could not admit that Britain, having taken over the government of Egypt, now bore responsibility for the Sudan. Like Granville, he preferred to concentrate on the more appetizing aspects of the Egyptian problem, rebuilding the international consensus, and totting up the indemnity that Egypt should pay for the property lost at Alexandria. Within weeks of the British takeover, reports arrived in London of a hidden catastrophe in the Sudan. All of Lord Granville's correspondents advised urgent action. Sir Charles Wilson, military attaché at the Cairo embassy, recommended abandoning Darfur and Kordofan to the Mahdi. Sharif Pasha and Omar Lutfi Pasha backed him, and both requested that British officers supervise whatever survived of the Egyptian Sudan. On the other extreme, Lord Dufferin suggested Egypt be forced to draw a line in the sand at Wadi Halfa, abandoning totally a failed empire that had proved a constant drain upon the Egyptian resources. Diplomatically straddling the middle ground, the outgoing Cairo consul Sir Edward Mallet restated the Foreign Office's position back to the Foreign Secretary. The Egyptians should be encouraged to take all possible measures to repress the revolt, but without aid or advice from Her Majesty's government. This sounded more sensible than it was. Egypt had no army with which to fight the Mahdi. Nevertheless, Lord Granville endorsed it. He had little choice. Khedive Tawfik refused to abandon the Sudan. He had already lost his dignity to Urabi and his kingdom to the British. He would not surrender his empire to the Mahdi. He spurned his minister's advice that he save the core of the Sudan by surrendering Kordofan and Darfur to the Mahdi. Instead, he ordered Omar Lutfi Pasha to recruit a new army and asked for British officers to command an Egyptian expedition to Kordofan. Sir Edward Mallet found the compromise that gave Tawfik his British officers without breaching the British policy of non-intervention. Several retired officers had contacted Mallet, offering their services to the new Egyptian army and police force. Why not pick a handful of these retirees and adventurers and recommend them to the Egyptians? Once again, Britain sought to achieve its policy goals by renting mercenaries to the Egyptian government. At a meeting on the veranda of Shepherd's Hotel at Cairo, Valentine Baker Pasha pulled a name from a hat. Colonel William Hicks of the Royal Engineers. Tall, handsome, and polite, with fierce eyes and a long grey goatee, Hicks had been decorated in the Indian Mutiny. With no Sudanese experience, he felt anxious about his abilities and overwhelmed by responsibility. But he could not resist the hope of some wonderful decoration or £10,000 bakshish from the Khedive. Collecting 8 officers from the bars of Cairo, a batch of khaki jackets hurriedly trimmed with gold lace, and a geriatric Egyptian general named Suleiman Niazi Pasha, Hicks drank the inevitable coffee with Tawfik and sailed for Suakin. An army sailed with him. Omar Lutfi Pasha had scraped together 4,000 conscripts from the defeated soldiers of Tel el-Kebir. None of them wanted to go to certain death in the Sudan. Most of them had lately rebelled against the Khedive they now served, and many of them sympathized with the Mahdi. Their officers trusted them so little that they sent them to Khartoum separately from their arms and ammunition. When Hicks drilled them, he discovered that many did not know how to load their rifles. "I have never seen such a disgraceful thing in my life," Hicks thundered. He sentenced them to daily training, but expected no improvement. "Here I have 4,000 of Wolseley's enemies under my command. He got great kudos for breaking them. My great anxiety is lest they should run away when I take them before the rebels." In one session, an exasperated Hicks ordered several conscripts to point their empty rifles at his head and pull the trigger, so that he might check if they kept their barrels steady as they fired. He was appalled that none of them even tried to shoot him. Who would have thought a short time ago, when they were behind the trenches at Tel el-Kebir, that an English officer would be asking them to pull a trigger at his eye at 2 feet distance, and they wouldn't slip a cartridge in? His officers turned out little better. It is simply heartbreaking to try to do anything with them. The Egyptians were dolts and fools, the British helpless as babies. Several were alcoholics. Walker is very seedy. He vomits after he eats. One, Colonel John Colburn, was a notorious Cairo soak who scraped a living as a stringer for the Daily News. The Daily News had also sent its regular war correspondent, Edmund O'Donovan. He spent his first 4 days in Khartoum getting violently drunk, using inflammatory language to the natives in the bazaar, before he passed out in the street. When he woke up 2 days later, he resumed his binge with Frank Visitelli, a roaming artist for the Illustrated London News. To Hicks's horror, the two staggered around the streets, threatening the natives with revolvers. Suleiman Niazi Pasha turned out to be a further burden, scheming against Hicks with the Governor-General, Ala al-Din Siddiq Pasha. "I cannot tell you how disgusted I am with everything in this place. I am surrounded by intrigue, deception, and liars. The situation is too disgusting." Watching the long-awaited reinforcements, Karl Giegler Pasha reflected, "It would be difficult even if one tried to gather together again such a bunch of incompetents." After 6 months of futile drill, Hicks marched 7,000 men out of Khartoum. He planned to take the shortest route, south 100 miles along the west bank of the Nile to Duaim, then southwest 130 miles to El Obeid. The army marched across a waterless, treeless plain, the temperatures exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Colonel Colburn was soon invalided back to Khartoum. Even the camels began to collapse. Governor Siddiq Pasha turned up, leading the delegation of Khartoum merchants that he intended to impose on Kordofan once Hicks had killed the Mahdi. Siddiq Pasha and Suleiman Niazi Pasha forced Hicks to change his plan. They were to divert south towards rumoured supplies of fresh water and then loop round to attack El Obeid from the south. Hicks agreed. The guides led the expedition south into a terrain of thick mimosa forest, spiky acacia, and impenetrable tall grass. Suspecting that he was being led into an ambush, Hicks kept his guides under armed guard by day and tied them together by the neck at night. The Mahdi watched the infidels stumble into a trap. As scouts blocked up the wells in Hicks's path, a small force of 3,000 Ansar moved up behind him, cutting his supply line and peppering the stragglers with fire from their new rifles. The Mahdi intended to defeat Hicks through geography. The cumbrous Turkiya army would destroy itself searching for water. When it collapsed like an exhausted elephant, the main body of the Ansar would attack. Helpless, Hicks watched his army disintegrate. A tight square turned into a long column. When thirsty soldiers broke away from the march in groups of 4 or 5, Hicks's officers ignored his orders to bring their men back into line. His guides led him into thick thorn forests where the trees were festooned with Mahdist tracts. In the day, constant rifle fire from both flanks picked off his men, and at night the Mahdi's men probed the zareba. After a stray bullet entered Hicks's tent and pierced the stool on which he sat, Colonel Farquhar wondered to O'Donovan of the Daily News where they would all be in a week's time. "In Kingdom Come," replied O'Donovan. The net was closing. On November 1st, men sent out to collect water vanished in the woods. At night, the Remington fire was so heavy that the soldiers could not sleep, and lay hugging the ground while the bullets stripped the bark from the trees. The next morning Hicks ordered them into a giant square, 1 battalion on each side, cavalry on the flanks, guns and stores in the middle. As they crawled forward, suddenly the Ansar appeared. All around we saw Arabs innumerable. The whole world surrounded us, and flags were waving and spears gleaming in the sunshine. Hicks opened fire. Although the Ansar had Remingtons, Hicks had new American-made Gardner machine guns that, though susceptible to malfunction in desert conditions, could fire over 300 rounds a minute. Unusually, they worked perfectly, blasting into the bushes through the day and night. When Hicks resumed his trek the next morning, he passed Ansar bodies piled 6 deep. Some of the Egyptian soldiers, realizing that the drifts of dead were only a fraction of the Mahdi's army, lay down and hid in the grass. When Hicks sent his staff officers to tell them to keep marching, the soldiers killed some of the officers. "These are bad times," noted one of Hicks's officers. "We are in a forest, and everyone very depressed." No one had any water left. Hicks ordered the bands to strike up, but the fire from the hidden Ansar was so heavy they could not hold a tune. Men, mules, and camels collapsed from thirst. As they convulsed on the ground, groups of 20 or more Ansar fell on them, stabbing them to death. Hicks's guides now led him into a forest of 3-inch thorns. Again the march stalled, and the battle raged through the night. At dawn they pressed on toward a rumour of fresh water, the Ansar firing at them through the trees from all sides. The woods were so thick that Hicks's artillery and machine guns were useless. As he ordered his force into a triangular shape and tried to wheel onto open ground, he found his path blocked by the main body of the Mahdi's army. "Allahu Akbar!" the Mahdi called 3 times. "God is great." The noonday sun was at its apogee, and fresh water within sight, when Hicks's soldiers heard a rushing sound, terrible and sudden, sweeping like a torrent from the mountain. They heard the oceanic roar of the Ansar before they saw its spears. Thousands of screaming tribesmen poured out of the trees. The ground beneath the Egyptians' feet opened up. Ansar fighters had hidden in pits covered with brushwood as the lead units of Hicks's army marched over their heads and jumped up at their backs with spears. Hicks's lead battalion disappeared like chaff in the wind. As the Ansar poured into the center of Hicks's troops, the battalions on either side turned inward as if seeking protection, frantically firing in all directions, killing Egyptians and Ansar alike. Hicks and his staff spurred their horses out of the slaughter, and the survivors of the onslaught formed up a short distance away. They emptied their revolvers at the Ansar. When the bullets ran out, Hicks ordered the officers to draw swords and the men to fix bayonets. As a final defiance, Hicks charged his horse straight into the midst of the Ansar. He swung at a sheik in armor, his saber skidding across a chain-mail shirt and slashing the sheik's face and arm. A club struck him on the back of the head, a spear cut his sword-arm at the wrist, and a lance pierced his body. He fell from his horse into a pile of bodies, blood pouring onto his homemade uniform. The Ansar cut off his head and showed it to the Mahdi. His sheiks queued to mutilate Hicks's headless body, each stabbing it with a spear, so that he might claim to have assisted in the killing. The Mahdi had not taken part in the battle. That afternoon he came to inspect the battleground. The destruction was total. The woods were strewn with the bodies of men and animals, arranged in 3 rough piles in the shape of a triangle. Further trails of bodies streaked in all directions, marking the paths of flight. Only a few camp followers survived. The Mahdi mounted the heads of Hicks and his officers on the walls of El Obeid. Now only Khartoum stood between him and Egypt. 4 days later, Britain's political and financial elite gathered at the Guildhall in the City of London for the annual Lord Mayor's banquet. In his speech, Prime Minister Gladstone restated his Egyptian policy. Contrary to recent impression, Britain had no empire in Egypt, and it never would have one. "We are about to withdraw. The order has been given. That withdrawal will include the evacuation of Cairo."
This is the end of the CD. The program continues on the next CD.
Chapter 7. The Unrolling of the Scroll, 1884. The dawdling policy, or to put it another way, the policy of not having a policy at all, is often very good diplomacy, particularly when it is carried out by a man of Lord Granville's singular tact, quickness, and diplomatic experience. This line of action, which involves delaying any important decision until the last moment and not looking far ahead, is rather in conformity with English customs and habits of thought. It was generally practised by many of the statesmen and diplomatists of Lord Granville's generation. Sir Evelyn Baring. Good fortune attended Evelyn Baring like a loyal retainer. Born into the Barings Bank family, he ascended to office with such ease and grandeur that people called him Evelyn Overbearing. After his father bought him a commission in the Royal Artillery, his connections secured him the post of private secretary to the Viceroy of India. When the Egyptian debt crisis began, Britain needed a representative with diplomatic skill and financial connections. Major Baring became Britain's Commissioner of the Debt. He left Egypt for India in June 1880, just as Tawfik's regime began to unravel, and returned with equal good timing in September 1883, just after Urabi's defeat. When the Foreign Office blamed Consul Mallet for not having foreseen the obvious, Baring took over. Tall and heavy-set, with a moustache that strove for gravitas, and the plump face of one used to good food, Baring was the pivot of the new Egypt, linking the Foreign Office, Tawfik, and the British Army of Occupation. He kept his modest rank and villa, but his powers were akin to those of a viceroy. He interpreted Lord Granville's vague cables with Mandarin clairvoyance. At his daily meetings with Tawfik's ministers, he steered them toward compromise. He explained Egypt's interest to Khedive Tawfik, never needing to raise the military threat. Cool and competent, he built a regime within a regime. Liberal in politics, imperialist in vision, and pragmatic in policy, Baring saw in Egypt the seed of a second India. He saw no such potential in the Sudan. The origin of the Egyptian question was financial, he insisted, not strategic. Although Baring never forgot the Suez Canal and the India route, he rejected an imperialism of military or jingo feeling which simply desires to annex. Empire served a considered purpose, the stability of Britain's economy. The Sudan was economically irrelevant to Britain. It could not be turned to a profit, and the financial verdict was final. Neither the superficial philanthropy of the humanitarians, nor the decided roguery of promoters and financiers, nor even a magic wave of the diplomatic wand could turn Sudan into an equatorial Arcadia. Nor was Baring's position at Cairo secure. Egypt's treasury was empty, its economy disrupted by the revolution. Tawfik's enemies plotted against him from abroad, Abdu at Beirut, Afghani at Paris, Halim at Constantinople, and Khedive Ismail from a hotel suite on the French Riviera. Nationalist rage still bubbled beneath the restored Khediviate. In the summer of 1883, a clandestine group calling itself the Egyptian Patriotic League threatened Tawfik with terrorist attacks if the British did not withdraw immediately. The letters were signed, The Avenger. The police traced them to a Urabist cell. When they broke it up, the Avenger turned out to be Dr. Mohammed Said al-Hakim, the French-born son of an Algerian immigrant. More urgently, within days of the destruction of Hicks's column, the Mahdist spark had leaped from the far west of Sudan to its east. Led by an erstwhile gin distiller and slave dealer named Osman Digna, the Hadendawa tribesmen in the hills overlooking the Red Sea ports rose for the Mahdi and the slave trade. They besieged Egyptian garrisons at Sinkat and Tukar, threatened the port of Suakin, and cut the Suakin-Berber road. The ports guarded the southern exit of the Suez Canal, and they linked the Sudan with Jeddah and Mecca. The Mahdi's shadow now fell upon the India route and the Arabian provinces of the Ottoman Empire. Baring swiftly reversed his opinion, and recognized what Gladstone and Granville refused to admit. Although the Sudan had no economic value, Britain could not separate the Egyptian question from the Sudan question. By taking over Egypt, Britain had inherited Egypt's empire. Through the autumn of 1883, while Hicks Pasha blundered around Kordofan, Baring discovered the alarming implications. Egypt faced a serious religious movement in the Sudan, and no means of defending itself. If the Mahdi took Khartoum, The Nile Valley was open all the way to the Mediterranean. If he took the Red Sea ports, his army could reach Arabia. The provinces of the Ottoman Empire would tumble like dominoes, and their fall would block the India route. In the absence of an indigenous army, Bering saw no choice but a strategy of containment. To keep the Mahdi out, Egypt must withdraw from part or all of the Sudan and fortify the Red Sea ports. This required British officers to organize a defensible border and train new troops. So Britain must delay its withdrawal from Egypt until the Sudan had stabilized and must provide officers and administrators. All Bering's partners in Egypt agreed with him: Khedive Tawfik, Sharif Pasha, Sirdar Sir Evelyn Wood, and commander of the British garrison, General Sir Frederick Stephenson. Gladstone had justified his unilateral invasion of Egypt by promising a swift withdrawal. If he reversed this policy, he opened himself to domestic assault by his own liberal supporters and ridicule from the opposition. Privately, he admitted that British troops must remain in Egypt till the danger is overblown, but publicly he refused to alter his policy, only the time required to implement it. Our engaging in warfare to recover the Sudan is quite another matter, especially now that it seems so clear that Egypt has not the strength enough to hold it. Yet the Egyptians insisted on holding the Sudan, or at least its core territories. Egypt's governing class of Turkish landowners, officers, and merchants identified national dignity with Ismail's empire. Their authority had been shaken by the Arabi revolt, the British invasion, poor harvests, and outbreaks of cholera. Abandoning the empire would encourage the disaffected from Wadi Halfa to Alexandria and fan the flame of Islamic expectancy that Arabi had lit among the Fellahin. To salvage what he could, Sharif Pasha prepared to abandon the western and southern provinces of the Sudan in order to preserve the curved spine of the Egyptian empire, the long meander of the Nile Valley from Khartoum to Aswan. He asked for British, Indian, or even Turkish soldiers. Very ticklish, Lord Granville advised. The Egyptian government will find it impossible, with the forces at its disposal, to hold the Sudan, warned the British generals at Cairo. Khartoum is the center of an important commerce and belongs to Egypt geographically and commercially as truly as Cairo itself, claimed Garnet Wolseley from the War Office. We are resting on the edge of a knife, Granville reflected, and took no action whatsoever. On the steps of Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo, a telegraph messenger slipped a piece of paper into the shaky hand of Colonel Colburn. Hicks's army annihilated. After Hicks had vanished into the hills of Kordofan, rumor filled the silence. Hicks had won a great victory and besieged El Obeid. Hicks and his officers had been massacred by their Egyptian conscripts. The Mahdi had captured Hicks and cut off his hands. Only Mr. Visitelli of the Illustrated London News had survived because he had sketched the massacre from an elevated rock. Unable to clarify matters, the Khartoum government sent out scouts. The Mahdists caught one and fed him alive to termites by jamming him upside down into an anthill. In mid-December 1883, a survivor finally reached Khartoum and reported the annihilation of Hicks's army. The city panicked. A garrison of 2,000 defended 60,000 inhabitants, many of whom looked to the Mahdi to restore the slave trade. The whole Sudan, from Wadi Halfa to Equatoria, was held by only 24,000 Egyptian soldiers, marooned in their fortified islands against a rising tide of rebellion. In the east, Osman Digna besieged the Red Sea ports that were Khartoum's lifeline. To the west and south, garrisons in Darfur, the Gazelle River, and Equatoria surrendered. In the north, the riverain tribes of Berber and Dongola stirred to join the revolt. The Mahdi had at least 100,000 warriors, with the same rifles as the Egyptians, and much more motivation. Europeans began to flee Khartoum while the road north was still open. After 2 months without a clear answer from London, Khedive Tawfik and Sharif Pasha grew desperate. If they did nothing in the Sudan, they lost everything. Sharif Pasha moved to save Khartoum and the Nile Valley. He ordered all southern garrisons to retreat toward Khartoum and dispatched Valentine Baker Pasha's new police force to secure the Suakin-Berber road. Then he begged Bering for British troops. In increasingly urgent tones, Bering repeatedly asked London for more definite instructions. The Egyptian government lay absolutely in the hands of Her Majesty's government, and it drifted without any very definite or practical plan of action. Correspondents at Khartoum warned Bering that the city could not be held. Its granaries contained only 2 months' supplies. Its populace could not be trusted. The tribes to its north might rise and block the overland route, and the Nile would soon fall and become impassable to steamers. The consequences would rebound on Britain and Egypt, and on Bering as Britain's man in Egypt. If the whole valley of the Nile is to be abandoned down to Wadi Halfa, Bering warned, the political and military situation here will become one of very great difficulty. Yet that was the course on which Gladstone and Granville finally settled. 45 days after Bering's first request for guidance, Granville ordered Egypt to abandon its empire in the Sudan. He deployed Britain's veto over Egypt's finances. Britain could not accept increasing the burden on the Egyptian revenues through military operations of doubtful advantage to Egypt. Britain would maintain order in Egypt and would secure the Red Sea ports, but Egypt must withdraw all Sudanese garrisons and abandon all territories south of Aswan, or at least of Wadi Halfa. Gladstone, having disclaimed any responsibility for the Sudan, now took full charge of Egypt's Sudanese policy. Bering warned Granville that only the very strongest language and possibly a change of ministry would force the Egyptians to accept this humiliation. Imposing a withdrawal meant surrendering Sudan to the slave trade and an increase rather than a diminution in the amount of interference in Egypt. But Gladstone insisted. To preserve its untenable policy of non-intervention in Egypt, Britain intervened in the Sudan. Sharif Pasha refused the order. The Sudan belonged to the Ottoman Empire, and neither Egypt nor Britain could abandon it. We have thousands of men in the Sudan, and nothing shall ever induce me to allow them to be abandoned to the miseries of Mahdi rule. I am sure I am right. Time and posterity will judge between me and Mr. Gladstone in this matter. Mr. Gladstone insisted. Sharif Pasha resigned in disgust. For the second time in little more than a year, Britain's anti-imperialist Prime Minister had overthrown an Egyptian government. This time Khedive Tawfik made no trouble. He is in very good humour and has behaved exceedingly well, Bering reported. He will do anything he is told. When Sharif's old rival Riaz Pasha refused the poisoned chalice, Bering summoned Nubar Pasha from retirement. On January 18, 1884, Nubar Pasha ordered all non-military residents at Khartoum to make their own way north, carrying their own food. War Minister Omar Lutfi Pasha drew up a plan to evacuate the Sudanese garrisons, but when Governor-General Abd al-Qadir Hilmi Pasha read it, he refused to implement it. While the politicians in London and Cairo had debated the necessity or desirability of evacuating Sudan, none of them had considered its feasibility. The Sudan had no railway, and the roads were closed. The Mahdi was rumoured to be marching on Khartoum. It would take months to move 15,000 civil servants, soldiers, and dependents by boat. As soon as Hilmi Pasha announced the evacuation, the whole Sudan would turn to the Mahdi to avoid massacre, and the escape routes would be severed. Nubar Pasha turned to his Minister of War, but Omar Lutfi Pasha refused certain death at Khartoum. Bering had a policy, but no one would enforce it. The Egyptian government, he told Granville, would feel obliged if Her Majesty's government would send at once a qualified British officer to go to Khartoum with full power, civil and military, to conduct the retreat. With Sir Samuel Baker in gouty retirement, only one qualified candidate remained. To Baring's distaste, his name had floated around the Sudanese question for weeks. In spontaneous appeals to Lord Granville, soldiers, parliamentarians, abolitionists, and imperialists had all recommended Chinese Gordon. He has always exercised a very remarkable influence over wild, uncontrollable, uncivilized peoples, declared Sir Harry Verney, MP. His name alone would do wonders, advised Colonel Bevan Edwards. If the Mahdi is a prophet, Gordon in the Sudan is a greater, agreed Sir Andrew Clark of the Royal Engineers. After Queen Victoria had joined the chorus of Gordon admirers, Lord Granville admitted that Gordon might be the quick fix he needed in the absence of a policy. "Do you see any objection to using Gordon in some way?" Granville mused to Gladstone. "He has an immense name in Egypt. He is popular at home. He is a strong but very sensible opponent of slavery. He has a small bee in his bonnet." "I can quite understand there might be some advantage," Gladstone replied. "But for what? And by whom?" "It is odd that, longing with a great desire for death, I am now quite well," Charles Gordon confessed to his sister Augusta. For 4 years the man whom Vanity Fair called the grandest Englishman now alive had drifted around the British Empire. He had delighted in his liberation from English manners. I nearly burst with the trammels which are put on one, but nothing satisfied him. From India to Hong Kong, Ireland, Mauritius, and South Africa, his obsessions trailed him like an albatross. Life without the dramatic proximity of death had little meaning. I strike against garden parties, archery, and lawn tennis. All that mattered was the moment of revelation, the unrolling of the scroll. He continued to find it in unexpected locations. In the Seychelles, the resemblance of the coco de mer, a local palm fruit, to the female pudenda, convinced him that the island of Praslin had been the Garden of Eden. He struck up a botanical correspondence with Mr. Scott of the Royal Botanical Gardens at Mauritius, sending photographs and drawings. Perhaps Mr. Scott would clarify whether the breadfruit was male, female, or hermaphrodite. And on that note would Mr. Scott put him in touch with the doctor in Liverpool who had examined a pregnant man. With little else to do, Gordon went to the Holy Land. Restricting his imitation of Christ to geography, he walked around Jerusalem with his Bible in his hand, identifying eccentric locations for the sites of Jesus' life. All events in this life tend to the willing or unwilling death of the flesh, he concluded. Life is one continual crucifixion, whether we look on it as such or not. The collapse of the Egyptian Empire gave grim satisfaction. I foresaw the Egyptian and Sudan affair and was not listened to. I am glad I was humiliated, for the things of this world will pass away. Gordon sympathized with the Sudanese and the Egyptians, not the corrupt pashas or the squalid policies of the Foreign Office. He detected a divine hand in the Mahdi's revolt. I feel for the rebels and am proud of their prowess, and our Lord will work good for them out of it. Against all evidence, he prophesied that the Mahdi's revolt would end in the suppression of the slave trade and slave-holding. In London he snubbed an invitation to dinner from the Prince of Wales. Tell him that I always go to bed at 9:30, but took breakfast with Wilfrid Blunt and donated to the Arabi Defence Fund. Revolted by Gladstone's adoption of Disraeli's imperial style, in late 1883 Gordon accepted an offer from King Leopold II of Belgium to develop the swelling Belgian Empire in the Congo. Leopold II's territory now reached to within 250 miles of the Gazelle River. With Sudan closed by the Mahdi's revolt, Gordon believed that the Belgian Congo offered an alternative path to cutting off the slave trade at its head. He appeared set to repeat his Sudanese vanishing trick, and this time for good. Agreeing to terms with Leopold II, Gordon took ship for Southampton, arriving on the day that Sharif Pasha resigned. Lying low at Augusta's house, where he could only smoke in the kitchen, he cut his last bond with England. On January 8, 1884, he wrote to the War Office and resigned his commission in the Royal Engineers. The next morning the War Office came to him. A personal deputation appeared on his doorstep, comprising his War Office friend, Captain Henry Brocklehurst, and W.T. Steed, editor of the Pall Mall Gazette and pious imperialist. Gordon had returned only 2 days after the government Sudanese problem had spilled onto the front pages. The Gazette had run the story even before the evacuation policy had been announced. The likeliest source of the leak was the War Office. Lord Hartington's private secretary, Reggie Brett, MP, was an erstwhile Gazette staffer with a financial interest in the paper. He was also an admirer of Gordon's. The War Office had a different Sudanese policy in mind. Lord Hartington and Garnet Wolseley wanted a forward policy. The besieged Red Sea ports could not hold out for long. At Sinkat, the defenders were eating cats and dogs. The Egyptian government could only offer Valentine Baker Pasha's half-trained police force, but Gladstone and Granville resisted sending British troops. With the Mahdi's revolt spreading to the borders of Egypt and the India route, the War Office could not afford to lose the army's Sudanese expert. "I hate the idea of your going to the Congo," Wolseley wrote to Gordon. "You have had enough of liver-grilling climates, and the world does not seem bounded with the clear horizon that would warrant our very best man burying himself among niggers on the equator." Gordon relished Steed's invitation to savage the government's inept policy. Gleefully, he demonstrated to Steed the absurdity of Gladstone's plan and the immorality of abandoning the Egyptian garrisons. "You have 6,000 men in Khartoum. What are you going to do with them? You have garrisons in Darfur, in Gazelle River, and Gondokoro. Are they to be sacrificed? Their only offense is their loyalty to their sovereign. For their fidelity you are going to abandon them to their fate. You say they are to retire to Wadi Halfa. How will you move your 6,000 men from Khartoum, to say nothing of other places, and all the Europeans in that city through the desert to Wadi Halfa? Where are you going to get the camels to take them away? Will the Mahdi supply them? If they are to escape with their lives, the garrison will not be allowed to leave with a coat on their backs. They will be plundered to the skin, and even their lives will not be spared. Whatever you decide about evacuation, you cannot evacuate, because your army cannot be moved. You must either surrender absolutely to the Mahdi, or defend Khartoum at all hazards." Gordon then demonstrated his profound ignorance of what had happened in the Sudan since 1880. The Mahdi's movement, said Gordon, was not really religious, but an outbreak of despair. An amnesty and a fair government would placate the rebels. If this were done, and the government entrusted to a man whose word was truth, all might yet be re-established. As Steed left, Gordon gave him a copy of The Imitation of Christ. "Chinese Gordon for the Sudan," ran the Gazette's headline. "We cannot send a regiment to Khartoum," Steed admitted, "but we can send a man who on more than one occasion has proved himself more valuable in similar circumstances than an entire army. Why not send Chinese Gordon with full powers to Khartoum, to assume control of the territory, to treat with the Mahdi, to relieve the garrisons, and to do what he can to save what can be saved from the wreck of the Sudan?" The next day the Times reprinted the interview. Sir Samuel Baker, the big beast of Nile politics, stirred in his lair and endorsed Gordon's analysis. Queen Victoria sent a note to Granville, agreeing with Gordon, and Lord Hartington sent one too. Even the Liberal Morning Advertiser agreed. No effort that HM government could make would be too great for securing the safety of the defenders of Khartoum and the remnant of the European population under its protection. If disaster and possibly massacres should overtake the column of fugitives from Khartoum, there would be an outburst of indignation from the civilized world. The following day the advertiser added, "It is not too much to say that all England has been looking for the employment of General Gordon in the present crisis in Egypt." "There is a storm brewing over the question of Khartoum," warned the Pall Mall Gazette, "which ministers will do well to take heed." Now Gladstone faced the failure of his Egyptian policy. He had invaded Egypt, then sacked its government when it refused to cooperate. He had redrawn the map of the Egyptian Empire to suit British interests, devising a policy that the Governor-General of Sudan considered unenforceable and the Egyptian War Minister considered suicidal. He could not rely on Turkey. The Sultan's whole political nature seems to be so absorbed in vice that he is incapable of entertaining any subject in a straightforward manner. He could not orchestrate the concert of Europe and contrive a multilateral shield for the occupation of Egypt. Although he privately conceded that Britain must occupy Egypt for a few years to give confidence to the commercial class, he did not want to formalize British control. Apart from being a grave mischief, that would be an embarrassment to liberalism, as bastinadoed fellaheen would be reported to Parliament at the rate of 100 cases a week. As Britain slid into the wreck of the Sudan, Gladstone forgot his humanitarian sympathies. "I care more that we keep out of the Sudan than who goes in." But he could not forget the press and the cabinet. On January 14th, Gordon and Baker launched a coordinated attack in the letters page of the Times. The next day Gordon met Wolseley at the War Office, where he agreed to go to Suakin and inquire into the condition of affairs in the Sudan. Hemmed in by liberal opinion and the War Office, Granville reminded Gladstone that while the Sudan might be of minimal use to Britain, its loss would harm the government. "The destruction of these poor people will be a great disaster, and will of course create a great sensation here and abroad." The government's prevarications on Ireland had already sapped its support among both radicals and liberals. It could not afford to be called unpatriotic by ignoring Baker, losing Gordon to the Belgians, and abandoning the Sudanese garrisons. Once again Granville fell back on Gordon as a talisman. If Gordon says he believes he could, by his personal influence, excite the tribes to escort the Khartoum garrison and inhabitants to Suakin, a little pressure on Bering might be advisable. Granville cabled Cairo, suggesting Gordon for the third time. Only the previous day Bering had pleaded again for the dispatch of a British officer with full powers. Regardless of his reservations about Gordon, Bering judged that the government would give him no alternative, so he conceded. "Gordon would be the best man," Bering replied, "if he will pledge himself to carry out a policy of withdrawal from Sudan as soon as possible, consistently with saving life." Bering still did not trust Gordon. He must also fully understand that he must take his instructions from the British representative in Egypt and report to him. Gladstone agreed, and added a further condition. "While his opinion on the Sudan may be of great value, must we not be very careful in any instruction we give that he does not shift the center of gravity as to political and military responsibility for that country? In brief, if he reports what should be done, he should not be the judge who should do it, nor ought he to commit us on that point by advice officially given." The government had taken 7 weeks to make up its mind. Meanwhile Gordon was at Brussels, and the Times had announced that he was about to become a Belgian mercenary. "Come to London," Wolseley cabled. At dawn the next morning Gordon stepped off a Channel ferry. After taking a nap at the Knightsbridge barracks, he reported to the War Office. Wolseley asked him to return that afternoon to meet with cabinet ministers. It being Friday, Gladstone and most of his ministers had already left London for the weekend. Apart from Granville and Hartington, the only other available ministers were Lord Northbrook, who was Baring's cousin, and the Radical MP, Sir Charles Dilke. president of the local government board and erstwhile Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. No secretaries could be found to assist them in clarifying a policy. As no cabinet secretary was available, and as ministers were forbidden to make their own notes, there would be no minutes of the meeting. When Hartington suggested they wait until the next cabinet, scheduled for the following Tuesday, Granville overruled him. Apart from securing Gordon's services before the Belgians did, Granville wanted to avoid splitting the cabinet. Waiting in an anteroom, Gordon watched a solitary clerk at his desk and asked him, "Do you ever tell a lie?" Before Gordon could explain whether he was referring to his own experience as an aide or his strategy for the imminent meeting, Wolseley appeared. The ministers had sent him out to secure Gordon's consent for a principle on which, they said, the whole cabinet agreed. "Her Majesty's government want you to understand this government are determined to evacuate the Sudan, for they will not guarantee future government," said Wolseley. "Will you go and do it?" "Yes. Go in." By Gordon's account, the meeting was brief. One of the ministers, presumably Lord Hartington, began, "Did Wolseley tell you of our ideas?" "Yes. He said you will not guarantee future government of Sudan, and you wish me to go and evacuate it?" "Yes." The minister's accounts suggest a longer encounter, and that the cabinet dispatched Gordon without abandoning its constructive ambiguity over the aims of his mission. The next day Lord Northbrook would cable Gordon's assessment to Baring, "Does not believe in the great power of the Mahdi. Does not think the tribes will go much beyond their own confines, and does not see why the garrison should not get off. He did not seem at all anxious to retain the Sudan, and agreed heartily to accept the policy of withdrawal." The upshot of the meeting, Northbrook told Baring, was that he leaves by tonight's mail for Suakin to report on the best way of withdrawing the garrisons, settling the country, and to perform such other duties as may be entrusted to him by the Khedive's government through you. Northbrook did not clarify what those other duties might be. Lord Granville's telegraph to Baring began with the same impression and ended with similar ambiguity. Gordon had been engaged in an advisory role, but might carry out unspecified executive actions. As an adviser, Gordon was to report on the military situation, consider the best mode of evacuating the interior of the Sudan, and of securing the safety and good administration by the Egyptian government of the ports of the Red Sea, and make recommendations for counteracting the possible stimulus to the slave trade which may be given by the revolution which has taken place. Like Northbrook, Granville went on to imply the executive role for Gordon that Baring and the War Office had requested. Gordon will be under the orders of H.M.'s minister at Cairo, and will report through him to H.M.'s government, and perform such other duties as may be entrusted to him by the Egyptian government through Sir Evelyn Baring. To Granville, Gordon's mission for the British government would be simultaneously a mission for the Egyptian government, with Sir Evelyn Baring as the link. This partitioning of Gordon's duties observed Gladstone's policy of non-intervention in the Sudan, while placating the interventionists at the War Office and the mixed core of imperialists and humanitarians in the press. Granville saw no potential for conflict in Gordon's simultaneous engagement as a British adviser and an Egyptian executive. After all, Evelyn Baring had shown how well such an arrangement could work. As War Minister, Lord Hartington reported the decision to Gladstone. He did not mention the key elements of Gordon's orders, calming the revolt and extracting the garrisons. Nor did he mention that Gordon would be under the command of both Britain and Egypt via the person of Evelyn Baring. He told Gladstone only that Gordon had been sent to report and make recommendations. Either Hartington had failed to follow the conversation, or he had chosen not to report it. Granville supported him in this omission, telling Gladstone, "Northbrook, Hartington, Dilke and I took a good deal of responsibility on ourselves, but I think we have acted within the limits of your views." Gordon, he added, had been very pleasing and childlike. The ministers had engaged a zealot, but they hid their work in ambiguity and denial. Hartington assured Gladstone that they had followed his policy. Unaware that his ministers had misled him, the Prime Minister passed a pleasant weekend at Hawarden Castle. Attending church twice on Sunday, he read Wright's Confessions of an Almsgiver in the library that he called his Temple of Peace. Wilfrid Blunt would claim to detect a conspiracy in this. The War Office had manipulated the press, and a cabal of ministers had subverted official policy, forcing a deep intervention in the Islamic world. Certainly Wolseley and the generals in Egypt agreed that the garrisons could not be withdrawn without military cover. Further, the 4 ministers who dispatched Gordon had all pressed Gladstone to launch the bombardment of Alexandria. But Hartington had attempted to delay the decision until a formal cabinet, hardly the act of a conspirator subverting his government. There was no conspiracy, only individual ministers sensitive to sensation and rivalry. Gordon's confused orders expressed the divisions and discomforts of a cabinet whose members, like Gladstone, recognized the need for action, but did not want to take responsibility for ordering it. By the time Gladstone read his ministers' reports, they had hustled Gordon out of the country. As if to confirm that they did not expect Gordon to merely report and recommend, they appended to him the stabilizing influence of Lieutenant Colonel John Donald Stewart, an intelligence officer with Sudanese experience. From the War Office, Gordon went to the Chelsea house of Reginald Tilney, a friend from the Royal Engineers. When a cab arrived to take Gordon to Charing Cross Station, Tilney found him in the nursery, in his muffler and overcoat, cradling Tilney's infant son. The ministers were waiting for him at Charing Cross. Lord Granville bought his ticket, Sir Garnet Wolseley carried his bag, and the Duke of Cambridge opened the carriage door for him. When the grandest Englishman now alive realized he had forgotten his wallet, Wolseley turned out his pockets and, finding only small change, gave Gordon his gold watch and chain. At 8 on a winter night, the train pulled out for Dover. It is not my finding out, it is God's revelation. Gordon had tried to escape his destiny, but the Lord had summoned him to the Sudan. That night, as his express train hurtled across Europe to Marseille, his mind spun with schemes. The next morning, when Lord Granville rose for breakfast in his Mayfair mansion, he found 8 telegrams from Gordon waiting for him. 2 called on the tribes of eastern Sudan to meet him at Berber to negotiate a withdrawal. 2 announced him as Governor-General with powers to evacuate the Sudan. 1 restored the Sultanate of Darfur as a buffer between British Egypt and the abandoned Sudan, and another ordered the recruitment of Sudanese troops into the Egyptian army. Even before he had reached Cairo, Gordon was making policy in the field, and if the ministers did not grasp the implications of their orders to Gordon, W.T. Steed of the Pall Mall Gazette did. "At last," cried the Gazette, "the whole Egyptian question has been revolutionized in 1 hour. At yesterday's informal meeting of the ministers at the War Office, there was taken one of those decisive steps that make or mar the destinies of empires. Henceforth we have full and undivided responsibility for affairs in the Sudan, and that meant Egypt too. Whether the public realizes it or not, the dispatch of General Gordon to the Sudan, exercising practically unlimited powers, not as Governor-General of the Khedive, but as the accredited representative of the British government, must entail as a natural and inevitable corollary the assumption sooner or later of a similar responsibility, as direct and as unlimited, for the affairs of Egypt." Alarmed, Granville asked Hartington, "We were very proud of ourselves yesterday. Are you sure we did not commit a gigantic folly? If the garrisons really were a British responsibility, the only way to save them would be to send troops to Berber, not Gordon to Khartoum. If the garrisons were not a British responsibility, and the aim was to negotiate with the Mahdi, then the best emissary would have been a Turkish or Egyptian Muslim, not a Christian from Britain, whose actions carried an inevitable whiff of annexation. And if a reconnaissance was required, then the reliable Stuart, who had recently toured northern Sudan, would have been a better choice. Gordon was a cult figure, his name a panacea for the government's problems. At the next cabinet, Gladstone and his ministers unanimously endorsed his dispatch. Gordon's mission, a mission to report, Gladstone noted in his diary. Now on the Mediterranean aboard the SS Tanjore, Gordon shot off another memo. He would restore Sudanese independence by dividing the country among local sultans, letting them decide for themselves whether to ally with the Mahdi or remain independent. To make this rule by division workable, the cunning slaver Zubair Rahmat must be kept out of the Sudan, preferably at Cyprus, or he would in no time eat up all the petty sultans and consolidate a vast state. Gordon was reheating old ideas. Both Colonel Stuart and Abd el-Qadir Pasha had suggested reviving the Sultanate of Darfur as a counterweight to the Mahdi, while both Urabi and Sharif Pasha had considered throwing Western Sudan to the Mahdi as the price of keeping the Nile Valley. But though times had changed, Gordon had not. He could still not imagine that the Mahdi was more than a mere figurehead, that his prophetic stance was more than an opportunist posture, or that the impetus and passion of his revolution would allow him to form a coalition and advance beyond the frontiers of the tribes who were immediately under him to Khartoum. While Gordon risked his life, Evelyn Baring risked his career. He had asked for a steady hand and had received Gordon instead. But Baring, coveting Egypt as his destiny, did not argue with Lord Granville. He accepted Gordon and tried to contain his willfulness. When Gordon attempted to bypass sinful Cairo and head straight for Khartoum via the Suez Canal and Suakin, Baring ordered him back. He forced Gordon to observe the elementary politeness of meeting his nominal commander, Khedive Tawfik. He told Gordon bluntly that he was not to attempt to hold Khartoum, as he had advised in the Gazette interview. To Baring, Gordon had been sent to Khartoum in order to abandon it. His job was to help create a defensible Egyptian border, and not to make trouble. Gordon complied meekly. Reporting to Cairo, he apologized to Tawfik for his past rudeness. Immediately afterward, he and Stuart conferred with Baring, Wood, and Nubar Pasha at Baring's villa. Gordon received a budget of £1 million and 2 firmans. One, to be announced immediately, made him Governor-General of the Sudan. The other, to be kept secret and revealed at a suitably stable moment, announced the evacuation of Khartoum. "What a curious creature he is," Baring wondered to Granville. "He is certainly half-cracked, but it is impossible not to be charmed by the honesty and simplicity of his character." Gordon agreed with everything Baring said, and emphasized his assent to the withdrawal policy. But Baring still worried that Gordon was terribly flighty and capable of alarming reversals of opinion. So he drafted a set of orders, expanding upon the final clause of Gordon's orders from London and clarifying his duties for the Egyptian government. In these, Baring accepted Gordon's opinion that withdrawal might take a few months, that the territory should be handed over to a confederation of the different petty sultans who existed at the time of Mehmed Ali's conquest, and that the Egyptian government should assent to surrendering its empire. To accomplish this, the Egyptian government gave Gordon full discretionary powers to retain the Egyptian garrisons, but only to accomplish the withdrawal with the least possible risk to life and property, and not to underpin the power of the confederacy of sultans. The implicit gap between Gordon's advisory and executive powers now became clear. He advised for London, but governed for Cairo. Gordon's first executive action widened the gap. "I wish Zubair to come to the Sudan with me," he announced. Only a day earlier, Gordon had identified Zubair as the greatest threat to his mission, Now Gordon had a mystic feeling that Zubair was his ideal partner. In the absence of British troops, Zubair was Gordon's best hope. Zubair was a skillful, violent politician. He was a direct descendant of the Prophet. He was a leader of the Jalayin tribes who had turned to the Mahdi. The Mahdi's chiefs are ex-chiefs of Zubair, reasoned Gordon. All the followers of the Mahdi would, I believe, leave the Mahdi on Zubair's approach. He was also under a death sentence for slaving and treason, and had sworn to kill Gordon for executing his slaver son Suleiman on the Gazelle River. Baring excluded mystic feelings from his calculations, but Zubair had pragmatic appeal, and with Osman Digna threatening the Red Sea ports, Baring had to do something. So he arranged a melodramatic reconciliation at which Zubair, reverting to professional habit, declared himself Gordon's slave for life. Gordon prepared to leave for Khartoum, with Zubair to follow when Baring had secured permission from London. Zubair's appointment was received here with astonishment, reported Frank Power, the Times man at Khartoum. It will nullify Gordon and Baker's work. The hero of the abolitionists was about to pass Sudan to the king of the slavers. Though Gordon misunderstood the Mahdi, he grasped fully the implications of his orders from London. Abandoning the garrisons meant surrendering to slavery. The Anti-Slavery Society had already warned Lord Granville that Britain was about to shame its record as humanitarian enforcer. Hiding behind the pretense that Egypt still ruled the Sudan, Granville had replied that the government did not consider it desirable to interfere with the measures which the Egyptian government may be disposed to adopt. The Gladstone government needed stability in Egypt more than liberty in the Sudan. As Baring's friend, Moberly Bell of the Times, put it, at least Zubair would be a British client. When the crisis had passed, he would be more amenable to humanitarian influence. This did not mollify the Anti-Slavery Society and its supporters on the Liberal benches. While Gordon packed his dress uniform at Cairo, confident that Baring would arrange for Zubair to join him, a humanitarian revolt against the Liberal government stirred in London. On the evening of January 28, 1884, Gordon and Baring rode through the Cairo streets to Ismail's magnificent railway station. On the platform behind him, Abdel Shakur, the new Sultan of Darfur, levered onto the train 23 of his wives, 60 servants, and a mass of baggage. Gordon and Baring shook hands, both believing that Zubair Pasha would soon follow. Then Gordon bravely endured the embrace of Nubar Pasha and boarded the train with General Graham and Colonel Stewart. "I leave for Sudan tonight," he wrote to Augusta. "I feel quite happy, for I say, if God is with me, who can or will be hurtful to me? May He be glorified, the world and people of the Sudan be blessed, and may I be the dust under His feet." He had a year to live. At Asyut, they boarded a Thomas Cook steamer for the south. Thrilled by power and the proximity of the telegraph key, Gordon bombarded Baring with messages. Gordon's ideas rested on three contradictory assumptions. The first was that the Mahdi would not dare to leave Kordofan and attack Khartoum. The second was that if he did, then Britain would be compelled to fight back. As Gordon confided to the archaeologist A. H. Sayce when his steamer stopped for coal at Luxor, whatever happened, he expected to be supported by troops. An Egyptian withdrawal from Sudan was bound to endanger British control of Egypt, so reinforcement seemed inevitable. This was the soldiers' perception, shared by Gordon with Wolseley, Wood, and Graham. It was also the perspective of forward politicians like Baring, Northbrook, Hartington, and Dilke. Unspoken in the attempts to create a Darfur buffer state or carve off Khartoum and the Nile Valley from western Sudan was the expectation that Britain would maintain indirect control over the Sudan via Egyptian agency. "I have always contemplated making some arrangements for the future government of the Sudan," admitted Bering, as he implemented a policy intended for the opposite effect. Gordon miscalculated hugely. His fellow passengers, Colonel Stewart and General Graham, did their best to dissuade him. The Mahdi did not need to attack Khartoum. Its populace had only 3 months' supplies and would soon be starving. Nor was it obvious that a British government, faced with a revolt on 2 fronts, would send troops to Khartoum instead of the Red Sea ports. A man of faith, Gordon ignored their advice. His third assumption was that the Mahdi was a mere bandit. Gordon decided that he would go to the Mahdi and treat him to a dose of charisma and a bribe of £10,000. Then Gordon and the Mahdi would divide Sudan between them as Egyptian governors, with Gordon governing the Nile Valley from Khartoum and the Mahdi as governor of Kordofan. After that, Gordon could build up an army of Sudanese troops, sack their corrupt Egyptian officers, read out the firman announcing the withdrawal, and hand over control to Zubair Pasha. Hardly believing his ears, General Graham repeated Gordon's own words from the Gazette interview. Even without Zubair's help, such a strategy would create deluge, anarchy, and slavery. Ignoring Graham, Gordon announced that when he had completed his Sudanese mission, he would proceed to the Congo to force Britain and Belgium into an anti-slavery alliance. "Rather wild," Bering admitted to Granville. "As you are aware, General Gordon is rather hasty," wrote Stewart, exasperated. "I shall be glad we are actually in Khartoum and face-to-face with the situation." On the last day of January, Gordon and Stewart left the river for the desert. From the village of Korosko, they would bypass the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cataracts and the great loop of the Nile, taking a 260-mile desert track to Abu Hamed. General Graham walked them out of Korosko, then said goodbye. Climbing a black volcanic hill, he watched Gordon, Stewart, and their Arab guides in his telescope until they shrank into dust specks. Then they disappeared. As Gordon crossed the desert, his advice diverged from the policies of both British and Egyptian governments. On February 8th, he informed Bering that Egypt should keep all the Sudan and rule it with Egyptian officers. He reasoned that as the Khedive's authority derived from the Caliph at Constantinople, his religious prestige might buttress Egypt against the violent and protracted commotion that would follow the evacuation of Khartoum. The revised British policy should be evacuation, but not abandonment, and Zubair Pasha was the only man who was fit for Governor-General of the Sudan if we wish it to be quiet. The next day, Gordon requested that Bering publish all his cables to Cairo. This decision would inflame public opinion in Britain more than it would help the British government. It turned Gordon's mission into a public drama. Not for the first time, he sought to use his admirers in the press to pressure the government. While these instructions were on their way to Cairo, Gordon attempted to make his recommendations a fait accompli. He offered the Sultanate of Kordofan to the Mahdi. Gordon had been forbidden to meet the Mahdi. Bering feared he would be abducted. Regardless, Gordon wrote to the Mahdi at El Obeid and requested a meeting. "Know, respected sir, that I would like to be in your presence on terms of the utmost affection and cordiality," Gordon wrote. "My intentions are nothing but good." No less respectfully, he wrapped the letter in silk and sent it off with a parcel containing a scarlet cloak and a fez, the adornments of a Turkish governor. Giving the Mahdi the detested costume of the Turkiya showed how little Gordon understood his rival. Sudan was vast, but to Gordon it was big enough only for one prophet. The Mahdi had to be a fraud. Gordon's offer of Kordofan derived from the same miscalculation. Egyptian rule was collapsing all over the Sudan. Why should the Mahdi settle for Kordofan? Next, Gordon reversed his strategy entirely. At Berber, an insomniac Gordon woke Stewart at 05:30. Having pondered all night, Gordon announced that it was time to open the Pandora box and proclaim the divorce of the Sudan from Egypt. Before Stewart could stop him, Gordon revealed his secret, second firman to the local Egyptian authority, Hussein Pasha Khalifa, whom Stewart suspected as a Mahdist agent. The following day Gordon declared Berber's independence from Egypt and appointed himself its first Governor-General. Naturally, the first question on the lips of his new subjects was whether the Egyptian government's anti-slavery ordinances still applied. "No," he replied, proclaiming, "Whoever has slaves shall have the full right to their services and full control over them." Already beyond effective communication with Cairo, Gordon had exceeded every aspect of his orders. Making policy as he went along, he dragged the British Empire up the Nile in his wake. At 09:30 on Sunday, February 18, 1884, the steamer Tawfiqiyya, having survived Mahdist ambush at the Sixth Cataract, docked at the landing stage of the Governor-General's palace at Khartoum. As the Egyptian officials waited in their dress uniforms, a crowd of frightened, grateful citizens gathered. When Gordon disembarked in his gold-fringed uniform, hundreds pressed forward to kiss his hands and feet. The firman restoring him as Governor-General was read out, and he gave a short speech. "I have come here alone, without troops," he told them, "and we must ask Allah to look after the Sudan if no one else can." Then he ordered the building of a huge bonfire in the market square, piled with Turkish whips, stocks, and tax records. Stewart rustled up a celebratory banquet of turkey and Bass's pale ale from the stores, but Gordon spent that night at his desk planning his campaign. While cultivating a mission of peace among the local tribes, he would begin evacuating from Khartoum its 15,000 Europeans and Egyptians, described by Stewart as the white element and the whitey brown. Barring interference from the Ansar, he calculated that he could evacuate them all before the level of the Nile dropped in October. In the meantime, he identified at least a third of the population as Mahdist sympathizers. "I am watching these things closely, and you should not think I am ignorant of what is going on," Gordon informed the townspeople. "The troops of the British government are now on their way, and in a few days will be at Khartoum." This was a lie, and it bound Gordon to the people of Khartoum. "Pray do not consider me in any way to advocate the retention of the Sudan," he told Bering. "I am quite averse to it. But you must see that you could not recall me, nor could I possibly obey, until the Cairo employees get out from all the places. How could I look the world in the face if I abandoned them and fled?" Yet even if evacuation succeeded, it could not help Egypt. Gordon's recognition of the strategically obvious compelled him to recommend action unpalatable to the British government. "When evacuation is carried out, Mahdi will come down here, and by agents will not let Egypt be quiet. Of course, my duty is evacuation and the best I can for establishing a quiet government," he telegraphed Bering. "If Egypt is to be quiet, Mahdi must be smashed up. Mahdi is most unpopular, and with care and time could be smashed. Remember that, once Khartoum belongs to the Mahdi, the task will be far more difficult. Yet you will, for the safety of Egypt, execute it." More like the Arabian Nights than real life, Lord Granville wondered. Gordon was not the least of it. The bizarre events at Khartoum seemed less urgent than another Egyptian fiasco, one overlooking the southern approaches to the Suez Canal. At dawn on February 4th, as Gordon had crossed the desert, Valentine Baker's 3,500 policemen had sighted Osman Digna's tribesmen at the wells of El Teb, on the outskirts of Suakin. In mist and heavy rain, Baker ordered his gendarmes to form a square. Their fire was so heavy that the whole area had disappeared beneath a fog of gun smoke, and no orders could be heard above the cacophony. Digna waited until the smoke occluded the field, and then launched his horde from all sides. They killed more than 2,000 of Baker's men, many of them as they ran back to Suakin. On hearing the news, the 700 surviving members of the Sinkat garrison spiked their guns and attempted to reach Suakin on foot. The Hadendawa caught them a mile from its gates, massacring all the men and most of the women and children. Now only a small party of Marines held Suakin, Britain's last foothold on the Red Sea coast. To compound the government's problems, a platoon of journalists reported on the siege from a Royal Navy ship anchored in Suakin harbour. With the India route under threat, Gladstone's forward ministers rebelled. From the India office, Lord Kimberley demanded that British influence in Egypt should develop a more formal character. From the War Office, Hartington and Wolseley pushed for sending British troops to Suakin under General Graham. Queen Victoria joined in. "A blow must be struck," she urged Gladstone, "or we shall never be able to convince the Mohammedans that they have not beaten us." She backed the patriots at the War Office. "These are wild Arabs, and they would not stand against regular good troops at all. The Queen trusts Lord Wolseley's plan will be considered, and our whole position remembered. We must not let this fine and fruitful country, with its peaceful inhabitants, be left a prey to murder and rapine and utter confusion. It must be a disgrace to the British name, and the country will not stand it." "Another element of trouble in the cauldron," sighed Gladstone. Overruled in Cabinet, Gladstone suffered further humiliation when the Conservatives launched a vote of censure in the Commons. Why, asked Lord Randolph Churchill, was Osman Digna to be punished for one rebellion and the Mahdi rewarded for another? And why, if Gordon had been dispatched to negotiate peace in Western Sudan, should British troops make war in its east? For 5 days the debate raged. The government dived for cover, and its positions lost all consistency. Gladstone had previously insisted that Gordon had no executive powers, but now he announced that Gordon had been dispatched for the double purpose of overseeing an evacuation and creating a system of petty sultans. Lord Hartington, who had been instrumental in creating Gordon's executive role, now denied that Britain bore any responsibility for the Sudan. He claimed that the Red Sea ports, though technically part of the Sudan, were really a distinct geographical entity, therefore intervening at Suakin could not be a Sudanese issue. Rather, as Gladstone explained, it was a simple service for humanity. The government survived the vote, and the troops went off to Suakin. After a brutal second round at El Teb, General Graham quickly forced Osman Digna's tribesmen back into the hills. His unsporting use of the latest Martini Henry carbines and the publication of battlefield sketches showing British soldiers bayoneting wounded fuzzy-wuzzies further discomfited Gladstone's party. Next, Gordon's plan to engage Zubair Rahmat detonated in the press. A government allergic to sensation came under attack from moralists of all stripes. The Anti-Slavery Society called Gordon's scheme a degradation for England and a scandal for Europe. The Liberal MP, William Forster, the Quaker conscience of the pacifists, denounced Gladstone for undermining Britain's historic campaign against African slavery. For generations we have been the champion of the slave in every part of the world, and one of our boasted historical traditions has been that we have never ceased for many years to do what we could to stop this terrible evil. Lord Granville thought that Gordon had gone Oriental crackers. Only Baring supported Gordon. Public opinion here would not tolerate Zubair, replied Granville. The liberal Newcastle Chronicle laid out the dilemma. On one side, strategic and economic necessity, on the other, conscience. Englishmen will stand a great deal for party interest, but they will be false to all their traditions and principles if they openly recognize the appointment of an unscrupulous and tyrannical slave driver over the Sudanese. As he had done before in moments of crisis, Gladstone fell ill. He took to his bed with strong perspiration, a chest infection, and a copy of Disraeli's Sibyl. When the cabinet met to debate the engagement of Zubair, he communicated with it by passing notes to Granville. In one, Gladstone suggested that the government might be able to dodge domestic criticism if it claimed that Gordon had hired Zubair in his capacity as an employee of the Egyptian government. That way, the moral aspect of the crisis was Cairo's problem. The cabinet rejected this fever dream. 4 days passed. Gladstone and Granville played for time. Lord Hartington, afraid to face the Commons without Gladstone's support, played along. On March 16th, the waverers in the cabinet finally sided with Gladstone. The cabinet cabled its verdict to Baring: Zubair must not be engaged. By then, Baring could only contact Gordon through smuggled notes. On March 12th, as Gladstone finished Sybil in bed, 4,000 Ansar had routed the Khartoum garrison's northern outpost of Halfaya. They cut the steamer route to Berber and severed the telegraph cable connecting Gordon to the outside world. As soon as Gordon heard, he wrote to Augusta, "This may well be the last letter I send you, for the tribes have risen between this and Berber and will try to cut our route. They will not fight us directly, but will starve us out. What I have to do is to submit my will to his, even however bitter may be the events which happen to me." The siege of Khartoum had begun. If the Mahdi held Gordon hostage, so Gordon held Gladstone. Chapter 8. Armies of God, 1885. O east is east, and west is west, and never the twain shall meet, till earth and sky stand presently at God's great judgment seat. But there is neither east nor west, border nor breed nor birth, when two strong men stand face to face, though they come from the ends of the earth. Rudyard Kipling, The Ballad of East and West, 1895. On the day Khartoum was cut off, in a Paris attic 8 feet square, Jamal ed-Din al-Afghani and Mohammed Abdu read the first issue of their new journal. Taking its name from the Quran, the indissoluble bond called every Muslim in the world to unite against the root of corruption and the source of foulness. Western materialism, which subverted Islam through variegated perversions like the Anglo-Ottoman alliance, socialism, communism, nihilism, free trade, Darwinian evolution, international banking, and sex. Afghani wrote the editorials, Abdu wrote most of the articles, and the French government was the likeliest source of its funds. Curiously, the name of their journal doubled as the title of their latest and supposedly secret society. Afghani planned to use Western communications technology against Western power. In the attic, bales of journals and clippings awaited export to the remotest corners of the Islamic world. Cheap steam and rail travel would spread the spirit of insurrection. In 1884, while the teenager Mahatma Gandhi was learning English at high school so he could follow his father into government service, Afghani prophesied, "England believes it has made a great political stroke by imposing the English language on the Hindus, Muslims, and idolaters. She has made a great mistake. Today they understand the newspapers published by their conquerors and make themselves perfectly aware of the state of subjection to which they have been reduced." While planning the revolution, Afghani and Abdu enjoyed themselves among the materialists. When Wilfrid Blunt came to visit, he found Abdu somewhat Europeanized. Abdu no longer shaved his head, wore a fez instead of a turban, and spent much of his time in cafes. His mentor, Afghani, had publicly debated with the philosopher Ernest Renan. Responding to Renan's scathing assessment of the gulf between Islamic tradition and modern science, and addressing skeptical Christians in French, Afghani had effectively endorsed Renan's analysis. In truth, the Muslim religion has tried to stifle science and stop its progress. It has thus succeeded in halting the philosophical or intellectual movement and in turning minds from the search for scientific truth. Like an Enlightenment philosopher, Afghani cited the Church's persecution of Galileo, concluding, "Religions, by whatever names they are called, resemble each other." Religion imposes on man its faith and belief, whereas philosophy frees him of it totally or in part. Afghani's idea of freedom was not the secular paradise of the Enlightenment, but the freedom to domesticate Western methods in order to empower the Islamic world. A thoroughly modern jihadi, his true passion lay in killing the thing he loved, the modern, secular West. In Paris he had no shortage of visitors: Eurabist exiles, Catholic nationalists, Irish revolutionaries, religious cranks, and Wilfrid Blunt. When Blunt visited in March 1884, he found the sage of the East lecturing a very curious party of strangers. They were led by Madame Elena Blavatsky, the Russian Jewish inventor of theosophy, a fashionable medley of spiritualism, personality cult, and quasi-scientific search for the common origin of all religion. Blavatsky saw Afghani as an authentic Persian mystic, one of those Aryans who seemed somehow related to the theosophical quest. He was also the ex-master of the Star of the East Lodge at Alexandria, many of whose founders had been inspired by Blavatsky when she had visited Egypt to study Sufism. Both shaping new ideologies to bridge East and West, and both convinced of their imminent global triumph, Blavatsky and Afghani met to discuss a third mystic. What, asked Blavatsky, did Afghani think of the Mahdi? She thought he must be a humanitarian, because he fought against the Ottoman and British empires, but she was troubled by his attachment to the slave trade. Hiding his amusement, Afghani replied by explaining how much slaves gained among Mohammedans in exchange for their freedom. The Theosophists left shortly afterward, convinced that the Mahdi's revolt was part of their global upsurge of religious consciousness. Privately, Afghani and Abdu saw a different kind of opportunity in the Mahdi. He is the forerunner of the Caliph who will be, Abdu explained to Blunt. Afghani had already initiated contact with the Mahdi via sympathizers at Cairo. In early 1884, a French freelance named Olivier Payen secured a commission from Le Figaro to report on the Sudanese revolt. When Payen approached Afghani for help, Afghani gave him letters of introduction and ordered his contacts at Cairo to prepare a caravan of fake merchants to escort Payen to the Sudanese border. He also gave Payen secret letters for the Mahdi, proposing an alliance. The Mahdi's enemies were Afghani's enemies, the Ottoman Caliph, the Egyptian Khedive, and the British Empire. They were also Ahmed Urabi's enemies, so Afghani appointed himself as interlocutor between the Sudanese holy warrior and the Egyptian general. Afghani hoped that the Mahdist revolt would spread downriver to Egypt, forcing Britain to return Urabi from exile. Through smuggled letters and visitors, Afghani and Blunt maintained regular contact with Urabi at Ceylon. Inflating his credentials, Afghani described the Mahdi, who had never left the Sudan in his life, as my old pupil at Al-Azhar. With Blunt, he devised an exit strategy that Blunt would offer to the Gladstone government. Meanwhile, the British consul at Constantinople reported pro-Mahdi demonstrations and poster campaigns in Beirut and Damascus. Blunt had been banned from Egypt as an agitator and denounced in the Commons for having advised Urabi of Wolseley's intended line of attack, but he still possessed the social key to the political class. 3 days after his Paris intrigue, he visited another attic room. This one was in London's Connaught Place, and its bed contained the flu-stricken form of Lord Randolph Churchill. Blunt tried to mobilize the maverick Tory as the champion of the Mohammedans. On April 23rd, Blunt offered himself to Gladstone as mediator for the relief of Gordon. Offering opportunely received information from unnamed sources, Blunt promised to secure both Gordon's freedom and the pacification of the Upper Nile, and all without diverging from Gladstone's general principles of policy. In fact, as Blunt admitted that day in his diary, he intended to use his mediation to force the British government to accept a more radical agenda: the withdrawal of all non-Muslims from Sudan, a treaty of peace between Britain and the Mahdi, and the return of Urabi to Egypt. Gladstone brushed away the offer. In the Pall Mall Gazette, W.T. Steed lambasted Blunt acidly. If all are to be handed over to the Mahdi, and the garrisons are to trust their lives to his tender mercies, our proper agent in the Sudan is not General Gordon, but Mr. Wilfred Blunt. General Gordon was prepared to go a great length to conciliate the Mahdi. Mr. Blunt is prepared to go to all lengths. Mr. Blunt, then, is obviously the man to whom the government should turn in this, their hour of need. He represents their policy to a nicety. Mr. Blunt is not less brave than General Gordon, and he could be sacrificed at least as safely. Blunt's was not the only proposal. All the strands of British interest had knotted around Khartoum. A chorus of Gordon advocates joined Sir Evelyn Baring's lonely solo, demanding Gordon's rescue for reasons foreign, domestic, and ethical. Abolitionists were appalled by the abandonment of the Sudan and its patron saint. Liberal Universalists revered Gordon as a Christian martyr in the making. Conservative cynics took him up as a martyr to Gladstone's prevarication. Jingoists warned of defeat by savages. Strategists warned of the implications for Egypt and the India route. The great mass of evangelicals, businessmen, soldiers, bigots, and ordinary Britons were enthralled by Gordon's bravery and faith. Mass meetings gathered in London and Manchester. Gordon's admirer, Mrs. Surtees Allnat, started a subscription fund to raise £80,000 as a ransom. In the absence of a governmental address, a torrent of unsolicited donations for funding a relief force poured onto the editor of the Times. He sent them back, but passed the task to the Almighty, calling for public prayers for Gordon. Armchair warriors wondered if the veteran big game hunter Curly Knox, whom Blunt called a somewhat decayed blood, a rabid damn nigger guardsman, would go alone to Khartoum in disguise and spirit Gordon to safety. Urabi's lawyer, Mark Napier, toured Clubland, trying to recruit 1,000 sportsmen willing to blast a passage from Suakin to Berber with elephant guns. The government resisted every public pressure and private entreaty. The policy was withdrawal, not invasion by troops or Curly Knox, and judging from his letters, Gordon did not want to be rescued. The enemy has established himself about 9 miles from here, and we hear his drums from the palace, Gordon wrote to his brother Henry in mid-March. We are well off for food, and the people are in good spirits. We shall, DV, go on for months. The steamers are a great advantage to us, and we only await the rising of the Nile in 2 months' time to be still more powerful. At first Khartoum did not seem like a city besieged. The local Mahdists set up 3 camps to the north, southeast, and southwest of Khartoum, but they did not attempt to encircle it. The Mahdi suspected that Gordon was only the advance party of a major force, and he remained with his Ansar at El Obeid. The gates of Khartoum remained open. Scouting parties went out to gather firewood and skirmish with the rebels, and local farmers came in to sell grain. The government steamers chugged up and down the White Nile and the Blue Nile, buying supplies and exchanging potshots with the rebels on the banks. Food was rationed, but it included fresh meat and milk for the sick. Gordon remained ebullient. The situation suited him. A mortal drama devoid of grubby politicians. Faith, charisma, and a Royal Engineer's talent for siege warfare would be pitted against a false messiah and a feeble Foreign Office. If destiny had called him to Khartoum, reason and honor demanded that he stay there. Having evacuated 2,140 Egyptian personnel and their families, on March 11th Gordon suspended all further evacuations, reasoning that he would soon need all available men under arms. Although the escape route north lay open, and the rebels did not yet fully control the White Nile or the desert routes, he made no effort to leave, or to lead the remaining inhabitants south to the equator or north toward Berber. Gordon trusted that Baring would secure him Zubair or British troops. He felt sure that flight would be more dangerous than a short siege. On March 22nd, Gordon received the first inkling that he had miscalculated. 3 armed dervish messengers arrived, bearing a letter and a parcel. The Mahdi had refused the Sultanate of Kordofan. Refusing to disarm, they waited while Gordon opened the letter. "I am not a trickster, nor do I aspire to thrones, money, or prestige. I am a servant of Allah," the Mahdi announced. "I value humility and hate pride, the boasting of sultans and their deviation from the truth. For God says, 'O ye who believe, take not the Jews and Christians to be your friends and protectors. They are only friends and protectors to each other. So renounce your infidel faith and turn to Allah and His Messenger, looking forward to the life hereafter, and then I will take you as my friend and brother. You should know that Hizballah, the party of God, can reach and remove the false authority with which you claim sovereignty over Allah's worshippers and land. Know that I am the expected Mahdi and the successor of God's prophet. I have no need of the Sultanate, nor of the kingdom of Kordofan, nor of the wealth of this world and its vanity. If you surrender and follow the true religion, you will gain honor in this world and the next, and will save yourself and all those under you. Then, if I see improvement and piety in you, I shall grant you a rank." As Gordon read the letter, the messengers repeatedly prompted him to open the parcel. Angered, he threw it across the room. After they had left, his clerk opened it and found a jibbeh, a filthy, patched dervish's coat. The Mahdi had returned Gordon's compliment. In response, Gordon severed all contact. "I cannot have any more communication with you," and went to war, sending out raiding parties on land and water. Cut off from Cairo, he had now cut himself off from the Mahdi. "The town is all right, and has become accustomed to firing," he wrote on March 31st. "Be assured for the present and the next 2 months we are as safe here as in Cairo." The communication breakdown between Khartoum and Cairo allowed Gordon to continue in his error, and London to underestimate its dangers. Contact with Cairo, previously instantaneous, now took 4 weeks or more. Instead of regular verbose telegrams, Gordon now communicated with Bering via couriers, who tied tiny notes into their hair. But his communication difficulties only complicated a position of his own choosing. Gordon did not leave Khartoum because he did not want to. As a soldier, he saw no reason to retreat before a trumpery revolt. As a gentleman, he felt bound to the people of Khartoum by his promise of British troops. He could accept an orderly evacuation, but he would never abandon the people of Khartoum. They had responded to his call to resist the Mahdi, and the fall of the town would be a massacre. A mystic, Gordon felt entitled to follow the urge of conscience and the whisper of glory, regardless of the politicians. On April 9th, Gordon received Bering's letter informing him that London had refused him Zubair. Khartoum was now under daily sniper fire from some 500 determined men and some 2,000 ragtag Arabs. One of Gordon's palace clerks had been killed at his desk. Most of the White Nile from Halfaya to Berber was still open to his steamers. The Shajia tribes on its banks remained hostile to the Mahdi, and the seasonal rise in water level made river travel easier. Gordon could still have organized an evacuation. Instead, he replied with open disobedience, turning on Bering, the temporary ally he had always despised. "I consider myself free to act according to circumstances. I shall hold on here as long as I can, and if I can suppress the rebellion, I shall do so. If I cannot, I shall retire to the equator and leave you the indelible disgrace of abandoning the garrisons of Sennar, Kassala, Berber, and Dongola, with the certainty that you will eventually be forced to smash up the Mahdi under great difficulties if you would retain peace in Egypt." Gordon had sought this drama, and detected a divine hand behind his return to Khartoum. On the frontier between Christianity and Islam, empire and wilderness, he prepared for the last act of his cosmic drama. It would be a fight to the death. "I do not see the force of being caught here, to walk about the streets for years as a dervish with sandaled feet. Not that, DV, I will ever be taken alive. It would be the climax of meanness, after I had borrowed money from the people here, had called up them to sell their grain at a low price, etc., to go and abandon them. Gordon was a prisoner, not of the Mahdi, but of honor. I feel sure, he told Baring, whatever you may feel diplomatically, I have your support, and that of any man professing himself a gentleman in private. Then he sent word that he had appointed Zubair as Deputy Governor-General of the Sudan. Baring intervened, sending Zubair to Cyprus for safekeeping instead. Gordon now knew he could expect no assistance, and he prepared for a long siege. With supplies in good order, but money running out, he ordered the printing of a temporary currency. He spent much of April signing the notes, and the rest of it organizing his defenses, occasionally dueling with Mahdi's snipers from the roof of the palace, and nearly losing an eye when a cartridge blew back. Khartoum sat on a triangular peninsula. Its two vertices were the blue and white Niles. Its base, the 8-foot-deep ditch and rampart dug by Hilmi Pasha, ran for 4 miles between the two rivers. Outside the perimeter were 2 fortified outworks, Omdurman on the west bank of the White Nile and North Fort on the east bank of the Blue Nile, both connected with Gordon's headquarters in the palace by field telegraph. With a 15-mile perimeter and only 9,000 regular and irregular soldiers, Gordon identified Hilmi Pasha's earthwork as his weakest point. He studded the ditch and rampart with spearheads, the first 100 yards of open ground with triple-spiked iron crow's feet, the next 500 yards with broken glass. You know the Mahdi's men are all in bare feet. And then laid homemade mines composed of tin biscuit boxes full of powder, nails, and bullets among the obstacles. When Gordon ran out of electrical triggers, he devised triggers built around match heads. Messieurs, the rebels will have a mauvais quart d'heure before they get to the ditch, promised Frank Power of the Times. While Gordon prepared his defense, the level of the Nile dropped. The Mahdi realized that Gordon really had come alone. Gordon's escape routes closed. In late April, the Shajia tribes of the Nile Valley surrendered to the Mahdi. On May 18th, they took Berber, the key town of northern Sudan, capturing 2 steamers, £60,000 in cash, and Gordon's medals, sent north for safekeeping. Since mid-March, Gordon had claimed to be cut off and unable to escape. Now his prophecy had been fulfilled. General Gordon is under no constraint and under no orders to remain in the Sudan, Gladstone told the Commons to cheers from his own benches. Nor, Gladstone added, was he aware that Gordon was under any inability to leave the Sudan at this moment, if he chooses. As far as Gladstone knew, this was true, but with no word from Khartoum since mid-March, he could not know if Gordon's position had changed. After the cutting of the telegraph on March 12th, no word from Gordon reached Cairo for 3 months. In that time, Gladstone faced a rising tide of public pressure and an opposition that used the Gordon affair to stalk Gladstone's Irish policy and his plans for domestic reform. Capitalizing on the silence from Khartoum, Gladstone cited Gordon's insouciant final messages to insist that the government needed no new Sudanese policy. This served his immediate needs. The Times and the Tories seemed more dangerous than Gordon and Khartoum. It also accorded with his anti-imperial principles. I have from the first regarded the rising of the Sudanese against Egypt as a justifiable and honorable revolt, Gladstone admitted privately to his secretary Eddie Hamilton in early April. The liberal universalist could not understand how one who bore in his hands a charter of liberation should be besieged and threatened. His ideals at stake, he did his best to remain ignorant of Gordon's position. Baring, Hartington, and Wolseley all advised that if Gordon was not already stranded, he soon would be. Giuseppe Cusi, Baring's man at Berber, issued a series of dire warnings. Situation in Khartoum very critical. Situation critical, do not delay. Apparently Khartoum is cut off. All are afraid for Gordon, Stewart, and the Europeans. The question now is how to get Gordon and Colonel Stewart away from Khartoum, Baring warned Granville. Baring recommended immediate action. The government should ignore the humanitarian lobby and engage Zubair Rahmat. It should build a 200-mile railway and telegraph between Suakin and Berber, and it should send armed steamers from Berber to Khartoum. These officers have been sent on a most difficult and dangerous mission by Her Majesty's government, Baring reminded Granville. Their proposal that Zubair Pasha should be sent to Khartoum, which, if it had been acted upon some weeks ago, would, without doubt, have entirely altered the situation, was rejected, and the consequences which they foresaw have ensued. No one can regret more than I do the necessity of sending British or Indian troops to the Sudan, but having sent General Gordon to Khartoum, it appears to me that it is our bounden duty, both as a matter of humanity and policy, not to abandon him. "You shot a heavy cannon-ball, your last protest," replied Granville, before dismissing every recommendation. He and Gladstone suspected that a Suakin-Berber railway might become a bridgehead from which the annexationists at the War Office would expand their African empire. And had not Gordon's brother Henry lately assured the Foreign Office that Charlie had previously extricated himself from more dangerous positions than the present? Granville contrived a marvel of procrastination. As no action could be contemplated without accurate information, the government should draw up a questionnaire for Gordon as to his actual conditions, his plans of proceeding, and his wishes in the present position of affairs. 2 weeks later, Gladstone was still working on it. No courier willing to risk the journey to Khartoum would be found until May 18th. Gordon would not receive the questionnaire until July 29th. Habituated to the world of the telegraph and the steam train, Gladstone and Granville forgot the extent of Gordon's disconnection. This error fortified their unwillingness to send troops to Berber, build railways into Africa, or cede rhetorical ground to the opposition. "Gordon is our officer," Lord Hartington reflected. "Can we sit still and do nothing?" As Secretary for War and leader of the Liberal Party's Whig aristocrats, he could have forced Gladstone's hand. To Hartington, Gordon's silence indicated imminent crisis. Lord Wolseley warned him that it would take at least 3 months to prepare an expedition and reach Khartoum. Hartington urged that Gordon be saved. "I think it is now clear enough that whether he has a right to do so or not, he expects help in some shape or another," Hartington told Granville. "The first thing we have to do is to decide whether to leave Gordon to his fate, because if we do not, the sooner we begin to make preparations, the better." Hartington passed on a plan devised by Wolseley and his intelligence adviser, Sir Charles Wilson, to send troops to Khartoum via Suakin and Berber. He also advised that after rescuing Gordon, Britain should retain influence in the Sudan through some sort of independent government under our protection. To Gladstone, this sounded less like a program for rescue than a conspiracy for annexation. Replying that an expedition should only be sent in the last and sad necessity, he then devoted himself to demonstrating that this necessity had not been reached. To avoid splitting the cabinet, Hartington did not insist. This permitted Gladstone to continue playing for time. On April 21st, he explained to the House that Gordon's description of Khartoum as hemmed in did not mean that the town was surrounded. Rather, the bodies of hostile troops in its vicinity formed more or less a chain around it. 2 days later, he claimed, if Berber was to fall into the hands of the tribes around it, the position of General Gordon would not then become one of peril. It was not Hartington who forced Gladstone to defend his position, but the opposition. On May 1st, the government published Gordon's correspondence, with its warning of indelible disgrace and its criticism of Gladstone's inertia. Supported by pro-intervention Liberals and Radicals, the Conservatives called a vote of censure against the government, forcing the debate that Gladstone and Granville wanted to avoid. From the gallery above the seething Commons, Wilfrid Blunt watched Gladstone wriggle from the charge of incompetence more as a man might in a debating club than as a statesman arraigned on a dishonourable charge. Gladstone began by rolling out a liberal broadside. What did the sending of an army to the Sudan mean? It meant a war of conquest against a people rightly struggling to be free. No, no, the opposition benches exploded. Yes, these are people struggling to be free, and rightly struggling to be free. You will incur indelible disgrace, the old Tory Sir Michael Hicks shouted, jabbing an accusing finger at Gladstone. "What does he mean by pointing to me?" Gladstone screamed back. "What does he mean by pointing to me to dishonour me in the eyes of my country?" Gordon had criticised the abandonment of 4 garrisons, but what of the other 6 in more remote corners of the Sudan? Did the Conservatives intend to send expeditions to relieve all of them? Had they an alternative policy? "What is the answer of the right honourable gentleman?" cried Gladstone, pointing to the opposition benches. "I think he has no answer to give. Probably does not want to give me an answer. The right honourable gentleman is dumb." Scaling the moral high ground, Gladstone conceded that he had entered into a solemn covenant with General Gordon. "It may," he allowed, "be our duty to plant a British force in that terrible country." If he received reasonable assurance that Gordon was in danger, he would use the resources of this country to protect him. But Parliament must consider the treasure of the nation, the blood of the nation, the honour of the nation, before it sent British and Christian arms among the Mohammedan people struggling for their liberty in the Sudan. This was bravura stuff. But when the disaffected Liberal W.E. Forster insisted that Gordon was in danger, it looked as if Gladstone would not get away with it. "I believe everyone but the Prime Minister is convinced of that danger. I do not say that he is aware of the danger himself. I think he would act very differently if he was. And I attribute his not being convinced to his wonderful powers of persuasion. He can persuade most people of most things, and above all, he can persuade himself of anything." It was Hartington who saved Gladstone. By promising that the government would, with sufficient evidence, grudge no sacrifice to save the life and honour of General Gordon, Hartington mollified the dissident Liberals and persuaded them to abstain from the censure vote. The government won by 28 votes. Sending their questionnaire to Cairo, Granville and Gladstone ordered Gordon to withdraw. He must avoid aggressive operations and prepare measures for his own removal. To lay the ground for Gordon's escape or his rescuer's advance, they ordered that a British intelligence officer be sent to negotiate with the tribes on the Suakin-Berber road. The next day Berber fell to the Mahdi, and Giuseppe Cusi, his warnings ignored, chose conversion to Islam over death. Gladstone's questionnaire would take 3 months to reach Khartoum. "We are all well and can hold out for 4 months," Gordon wrote to Baring on July 13th. Every Friday and Saturday night through the hot summer of 1884, the garrison band played jaunty tunes outside the palace. When not supervising the daily duel with the Mahdist snipers, Gordon drilled platoons of citizen irregulars, tracked down hidden supplies of grain, inspected his sentries day and night, sent backgammon and chessboards to the wounded in the hospital, and smoked incessantly. He did all he could to convince the populace of Khartoum not to abandon him. When Ramadan began at the end of June, he persuaded the Khartoum clergy to announce that as the town was at war, its people were freed from the obligation to fast. He ordered the town foundry, already producing 40,000 rounds of Remington ammunition each week, to smelt a Khartoum siege medal, and distributed it liberally among the defenders. He wrote to the Sultan, the Khedive, and the Pope, asking them to raise funds for a Turkish force to take over the Sudan. He corresponded with the Mahdi's local supporters, sending gifts of soap with his letters, but without success. Above all, he repeatedly assured the people that troops were on their way. Each week the situation worsened. Further Mahdist bases mushroomed in the country around Khartoum, stringing together a net of camps and trenches that prevented Gordon from sending out foraging parties. The Mahdists wheeled up captured Egyptian artillery, and the sniper fire turned into a barrage. Colonel Stewart was wounded while firing a Krupp's cannon from the palace roof. After a series of successful raiding parties along the Blue Nile, Gordon's ablest commander, Muhammad Ali Bey, was ambushed in the woods and killed with all his troops. On Gordon's next foray upriver, Ansar artillery nearly sank one of the steamers. The last escape route, south to the lakes, had closed. Gordon continued to send out optimistic messages, but from late July he could no longer gather food from outside Khartoum or delay the tightening of the siege. While Gordon doled out corn and biscuits, shortages of money and grain were exacerbated by hoarding and theft, and inflation ran at 3,000%. On July 29th, a lone messenger sneaked through the lines and delivered Gladstone's questionnaire. Gordon read with incredulity its request that he give his intentions, and he replied with contempt. "I say I stay at Khartoum because Arabs have shut us up and will not let us out. I fear it is too late. We must fight it out by our own means. If blessed by God, we shall succeed. If not, His will, so be it." Gordon showed the dispatches to Stewart and Power. "All hope of relief by our government is at an end," Power concluded. "So when our provisions, which we have at a stretch for 2 months, are eaten, we must fall. Nor is there any chance, with the soldiers we have and with the great crowd of women, children, etc., of our being able to cut our way through the Arabs." When Ramadan ended in late July, the Mahdi moved the main body of the Ansar toward Khartoum. As his followers left El Obeid, they burned their huts, faithful to the Mahdi's promise that their next home would be in Khartoum or paradise. The 60,000 warriors and their families carried no stores. Taking food and water from the villages in their path, they devastated the countryside. As the Mahdi promised, Allah had provided for his warriors. On the way, the French journalist Olivier Pain, who had converted to Islam in order to join the Mahdi, came down with fever. The Mahdi left him to die by the road. Reaching the Nile at Douaim, the Baggara massed awestruck on the banks of the first major river they had ever seen. When 2 of Gordon's steamers appeared on a reconnaissance, some Baggara jumped into the water to stop them with their bare hands, and were threshed beneath the steamer's paddles. Realizing his predicament, Gordon decided to send Stewart, Power, and the French consul Herbin down the Nile on the steamer Abbas, with orders to force their way past Berber and report the situation at Khartoum from the telegraph station at Dongola. On September 9th, Gordon said goodbye to Stewart and Power, and watched the Abbas, escorted by the Sophia, the Mansoura, and 2 boatloads of heavily armed Greeks, sail away up the White Nile. They took with him a letter for bearing, Gordon's papers, and his cipher keys. Either Gordon expected to be able to send few further messages, or he had now resigned himself to the fall of Khartoum. "How many times have we written asking for reinforcements?" Gordon asked Bering bitterly. "While you are eating and drinking and sleeping on good beds, we and those with us, both soldiers and servants, are endeavoring to quell the movement of this false Mahdi. You have neglected us and lost time without doing any good. Send troops, as we have asked, without any delay." As rifle fire from the banks pinged off the steamer's homemade armor plate, Stewart's flotilla sped safely past Mahdist-held Berber. Approaching the 5th cataract, Stewart felt safe enough to send his escorts back to Khartoum. But below Abu Hamed the White Nile split into 2 channels, and Stewart picked the wrong one. The Abbas ran aground in the shallows. With no help available on the deserted river, Stewart, Power, and Erbeen climbed into a dinghy and were about to go on alone when a man appeared on the bank wearing a government uniform and fez, offering to take them overland to Dongola by camel. They accompanied him to his house, and as they waited, a group of Ansar rushed in and hacked them to death. On October 21st, the first day of the Islamic New Year, the Mahdi reached the Ansar's camp before Omdurman. Gordon's cipher keys and private papers were waiting for him. They told the Mahdi everything, that the British government intended to cede the Sudan, that Gordon had gone against his orders, that the British had apparently abandoned him, and that he was trapped in Khartoum with unreliable troops and diminishing stocks of grain. We never miss any of your news, nor what is in your innermost thoughts, the Mahdi gloated to Gordon. We have now understood it all. Poor Gordon, his ammunition will soon be all expended, Garnet Wolseley predicted to Sir Samuel Baker. He will have his throat cut or be made a prisoner by the Mahdi. I do not wish to share the responsibility of leaving Charlie Gordon to his fate. Wolseley remembered Gordon every night in his prayers. All summer he had lobbied Lord Hartington to give Gladstone an ultimatum and to appoint him commander of a relief expedition. My military experience, warned Wolseley, tells me that in all such affairs the worst course to pursue is to shirk the question, and to imagine you dispose of it by shutting your eyes and trying to ignore it or forget it. In the 3 months since the vote of censure, Gladstone had diverted his ministers with proposals for Egyptian finance, delayed a decision on grounds of insufficient information, and insisted that Gordon neither needed nor merited assistance. Lord Hartington believed that Gordon was in danger. He knew that a relief expedition would take at least 3 months to reach Khartoum, and he knew that as Secretary for War he bore the responsibility for Gordon's dispatch. But he did not dare confront Gladstone alone. It was not until the end of July 1884 that he found fellow members of the Cabinet willing to share the responsibility, and when he did, Gladstone fobbed him off with 5 minutes at the fag end of a Cabinet meeting. I cannot be responsible for the military policy under such conditions, Hartington told Granville before giving Gladstone another 2 weeks. On the last day of July, with the summer recess imminent, Hartington threatened to resign if the government did not begin preparing an expedition. It is a question of personal honour and good faith, and I do not see how I can yield upon it. Gladstone asked Hartington to be patient. The government already faced a domestic crisis of the first class in its reform bill, and a foreign crisis of the first class in its negotiations with France over the restructuring of the Egyptian debt. Could the minister do nothing to accelerate a Gordon crisis, at least until next week, when the Egyptian Finance Conference finished? Gladstone preferred to plan his crises ahead. Granville, his ringmaster in the Cabinet, negotiated a compromise. Just before the recess, the government voted £300,000 for a Gordon relief expedition. Confident that Hartington had been placated, Gladstone packed his summer reading, and Granville planned a seaside holiday to ease his gout. Hartington had got his money, but he could not dispatch the expedition to Egypt. Gladstone insisted that any decision be put to a cabinet vote, so that his ministers might be assured that they were not about to become unawares the slaves of Gordon's probably rebellious ideas. With the cabinet holidaying on country estates and the Riviera, there could be no vote before the autumn. I despair of acquitting myself of the responsibility which will be placed on me by my colleagues in Parliament, Hartington complained, and again threatened to resign. Finally, Gladstone gave way, trimming a few hundred troops from Wolseley's force as he did so. On September 9th, as Stewart and Power left Khartoum on the Abbas, HMS Iris delivered Lord Garnet Wolseley and 7,000 troops to Alexandria. The usual crowd were waiting on the dock, Wolseley noted in his diary. General Stevenson, a real old man, Khedive Tawfik, cordial and affectionate, and Nubar Pasha, very Turkish in features, a cunning old fox. With assistance from London, Wolseley and the Egyptian administrators managed to waste 3 precious weeks arguing about which route to take to Khartoum. First, Wolseley dismissed the overland route from Suakin to Berber. He insisted on reaching Berber via the White Nile, so he could use a detachment of Canadian voyageurs, veterans of his glorious Red River expedition. Then, although an advance party of cavalry had been sent ahead to Wadi Halfa, ready for a dash to Dongola, and although native boats had been stockpiled at Dongola for the journey upriver, Wolseley insisted that when the water level dropped, the Nile would be too shallow for his native boats. No forward move would be made until his voyageurs and 400 specially commissioned flat-bottomed craft arrived with the main body of his force. The Canadians did not begin to arrive until October. Rather than hardened voyageurs, they turned out to be mercenary lumberjacks and adventurous storekeepers. By then the Nile had begun to drop, making the cataracts even harder to navigate. Meanwhile, Wolseley's chief of staff, Sir Redvers Buller, failed to organize coal for the Thomas Cook steamers that would carry the expedition up to Wadi Halfa. Wolseley did not reach Wadi Halfa until September 30th. On the same day, his advance guard, under Sir Herbert Stewart, entered Dongola. Yet instead of racing forward, Wolseley continued edging up the Nile, slowed by logistical errors and the disappointing performance of his voyageurs, who themselves had to be hauled through the cataracts by thousands of press-ganged natives. After Wolseley reached Dongola on November 3rd, he waited there for a further 3 weeks, while downriver his voyageurs floundered with his supplies and reinforcements. "It is troubles of this sort that make men old before their time," he complained to Lady Louisa. Egotism and bungling aside, the most significant factor in Wolseley's slow progress was his inaccurate picture of the situation at Khartoum. Much of it derived from Gordon's letters. Surrounded and unable to speak Arabic, Gordon picked through scraps of information from fugitives and Mahdist deserters. Selecting the most appealing material, he sent it upriver to Colonel Herbert Kitchener at Eddeba, the terminus of the telegraph line. Kitchener worshipped Gordon and admired Wolseley. His telegrams from Eddeba to Wolseley's headquarters emulated Gordon's nonchalance, while his messages from Eddeba to Khartoum exaggerated Wolseley's progress. As Gordon had sent away his cipher books with Stewart and Power, he had no way of reading Wolseley's messages, warning that, contrary to Kitchener's messages, the relief expedition had fallen behind schedule. Gordon's strategic sense became highly distorted. By the end of October, false reports from fugitives had convinced him that British troops had been seen south of Eddeba and that northern Sudan was awash in Mahdist forces. So he repeatedly warned Wolseley not to string out his forces as he advanced on Berber, in case of a Mahdist assault on his column, risking his couriers' lives in the process. "Gordon inundates us with telegrams without giving us any satisfactory intelligence," Wolseley complained. Gordon counted his supplies. "If they do not come before the 30th November, the game is up, and rule Britannia." On Kitchener's word, Gordon believed that Wolseley would arrive on November 15th, 2 weeks before Khartoum's supplies ran out. Yet on November 4th, with no troops in sight, Gordon extended his ability to resist the siege until mid-December, telling Wolseley, "We can hold out 40 days with ease. After that, it will be difficult." Gordon still believed that the Mahdists would crumble at the first sight of British troops. He requested Wolseley to send an advance party from the expedition's forward depot at Bakul to Matema, where they could meet Gordon's steamers and be ferried to Khartoum. This note reached Wolseley at Dongola on November 14th. As the delays continued to multiply, Wolseley now expected to shake hands with Gordon around January 31st. It was a race against time. One tumbles at 3 a.m. into a troubled sleep. A drum beats, tup, tup, tup. It comes into a dream. But after a few moments one becomes more awake, and it is revealed to the brain that one is in Khartoum. A hope arises it will go away. No, it goes on, and increases in intensity. The thought strikes one, have they enough ammunition? Khartoum was now under constant fire, erratic but enervating. Gordon was now more worried by a revolt in the city than assault from outside. To boost morale, in daylight he paced the palace roof, telescope in hand. At night he sat by the open window of the palace, a lamp lit behind him to give a clear silhouette. He promised that a British column was on its way, shot off fireworks to celebrate victories over Mahdi's scouts sent to probe his lines, and broke out rations when he sensed morale was falling. His greatest problem was not ammunition, but food. While the Mahdi's men had exhausted their supply of looted Remington ammunition and taken to firing stones, Khartoum's foundry had turned out over 2 million bullets. But by early November 1884, stocks of grain and biscuits had run low. Gordon had to feed 9,000 soldiers and a further 35,000 citizens. A windfall of 35 cattle, captured after the Mahdists had driven them into the minefield in an attempt to detonate a path, made only a small difference. As food stocks fell and hunger increased, looting broke out. His Egyptian officers robbed their men of their grain, and the soldiers robbed women of their rations in the street. Gordon also detected traitors in the camp. He caught Khartoum's civilian elite, the Qadi al-Islam and his circle, communicating with the Mahdi, and placed them all under house arrest. I judge by the eye, by the little signs, etc., for I do not know the language, but I cannot help thinking I am more often right than wrong in my suspicions. One comes on a group of clerks, heads all together, in the chief clerk's room. One sees disturbed countenances at once. I cannot help thinking, you are concocting devilry, and I look out for some tricks. The last-ranking European at Khartoum was the Austrian consul Martin Hansal, an alcoholic who lived with 7 female attendants. Gordon turned to his journal for solace. It became the repository of the details of the siege. The hours spent scanning the northern horizon for a smear of steamer smoke, the ceaseless patrolling of his lines and counting of his biscuit supplies, the mounting claustrophobia and filth in the streets, the crowds pulling at his sleeve, begging for food, and the vent for his private suffering, the hidden fear and anger with which he faced death. In this memorial in the making he blamed everyone but himself for his predicament, and for tying the fate of the 45,000 people at Khartoum to his selective interpretation of his orders. It is simply due to the indecisions of our government, he insisted, adding that he felt in honour bound to the people of the town. He did not admit that he was bound to them not just by 6 months' bothering warfare, but also by his repeated false claims that British troops were on their way. If he had not stayed at Khartoum for his own honour, then he had stayed for the honour of Britain, a greater cause than that of the Liberal Party. In his journal, Gordon depicted himself as a martyr to Gladstone's foreign policy, and especially to Sir Evelyn Baring, who had deigned to say that he would support me, and who, Gordon believed, had abandoned him at Khartoum for the sake of his career. Gordon did not know of Baring's efforts on his behalf. I own to have been very insubordinate to Her Majesty's government and its officials, he admitted. But it is my nature, and I cannot help it. Yet he refused to accept that the relief expedition came to save him only. It has come to save our national honour, in extricating the garrisons, etc., from a position our action in Egypt has placed these garrisons. I was Relief Expedition No. 1, they are Relief Expedition No. 2. We, the first and second expeditions, are equally engaged for the honour of England. I am not the rescued lamb, and I will not be. Gordon prided himself on his composure before the garrison and populace, but they could see that since he had come to Khartoum his hair had turned white. Increasing the psychological pressure, the Mahdi mobilized Gordon's old officers. Rudolph Slatin, who had exchanged command of the Darfur garrison for membership of Khalifa Abdullahi's bodyguard, wrote to Gordon, begging him to surrender and embrace Islam. Giuseppe Cusi, the ex-commander of the Berber garrison, now known as Mohammed Yusuf, crawled on hands and knees through the minefield to plead with Gordon. Gordon refused to see him. Apostasy was no less disgraceful than suicide. He had decided to be a Christian martyr and surrender his body to the torments of captivity. I toss up in my mind whether, if the place is taken, to blow up the palace and all in it, or else to be taken and, with God's help, to maintain the faith and, if necessary, suffer for it, which is most probable. The blowing up of the palace is the simplest, while the other means long and weary suffering and humiliation of all sorts. Nevertheless, he chose it. I think I shall elect for the last, not from fear of death, but because the former has the taint of suicide, as it can do no good to anyone and is, in a way, taking things out of God's hands. Everything was ready. Gordon had created his apotheosis. Now he faced the massed Ansar on the plain before Khartoum. On December 13th, with artillery shells landing within 50 feet of his office in the west wing of the palace, he wrapped up his journals and entrusted them to a courier. It is inexplicable, this delay. Calculating that Khartoum had a maximum of 2 weeks' food remaining, he wrote a final entry. Now, mark this. If the expeditionary force, and I ask for no more than 200 men, does not come in 10 days, the town may fall, and I have done my best for the honor of my country. Goodbye. Signing it C.G. Gordon, he added a last, bitter afterthought. You send me no information, though you have lots of money. At Dongola, on the last day of 1884, Garnet Wolseley received a message from Gordon, written in tiny letters on a scrap of paper no bigger than a postage stamp. Khartoum, all right, 14/12/84, C.G. Gordon. But the courier also carried a verbal message for Wolseley. Khartoum was besieged on 3 fronts, fighting went on day and night, the defenders were starving at their posts, and the Mahdi controlled the approaches to Khartoum. Do not scatter your troops. Enemy are numerous. Bring plenty of troops if you can, Gordon urged. We want you to come quickly. A second letter told Colonel Watson, The game is up, and send Mrs. Watson, you and Graham, my adieu. We may expect a catastrophe in the town on or after 10 days' time. Having blamed the Cabinet, Baring, and Kitchener, Gordon now turned on his friend Wolseley. This would not have happened, if it does happen, if our people had taken better precautions as to informing me of their movements. But this is spilt milk. Wolseley's forward concentration at Corti, scheduled for Christmas Day, had now been put back to January 22nd. Still struggling to gather his forces, and now realizing the urgency of Gordon's plight, Wolseley prepared to bypass Berber and send a desert column of 1,500 men on camels to Metemmah. He had no idea what they might encounter as they crossed the desert. Wolseley then discovered that he possessed insufficient camels to reach Metemmah in a single lift. He decided that General Sir Herbert Stewart would lead the desert column to Metemmah in 2 stages. Adopting Gordon's advice, Wolseley told General Stewart that he was not to move on Khartoum until the main force had taken Berber. On the afternoon of December 30th, Colonel Kitchener and his Arab guides led General Stewart's advance party out of their camp at Corti and into the bare, scrubby desert. The shortage of camels obliged General Stewart to move slowly, ferrying the column supplies up, establishing a temporary advance camp at Gakdul, and sending Kitchener and the supply train back to Corti. It was not until January 12th that General Sir Herbert Stewart, 1,600 men of the Camel Corps, and a further 200 men from the Royal Sussex Regiment and the Naval Brigade reached Gakdul. By then their laborious camel treks had alerted the Mahdi to their presence. As Stewart made south for Metemmah, 12,000 Ansar headed along the western bank of the White Nile to meet him. The Mahdi hoped to defeat Khartoum through starvation. He wanted to take Gordon prisoner as the trophy he could trade for recognition of his Sudanese empire. The advance of the desert column forced the Mahdi to fight, if only to delay its progress. His men had never faced British troops. Stewart, like Gordon and Wolseley, had never seen a Mahdist charge. On January 16th, as Stewart reached a ridge overlooking the walls of Abu Klea, little more than 20 miles from Metemmah, he saw a long line of banners fluttering in the breeze and stretching right across the road. General Stewart halted his column and ordered them to prepare a zareba on a stony plateau. As Ansar's scouts worked along Stuart's flanks and fired into the camp, the Camel Corps dug in for the night. Rising before dawn, they moved forward in a loose square, keeping Ansar raiding parties at bay until they were less than a mile from the main Ansar force. At that moment the Ansar began the charge, in 3 formations, each headed by a black or green flag. On the British left flank, the Gardner machine gun, operated by men from HMS Alexandra, fired 70 rounds before jamming. The sailors were cut down as they ran for the square. The British tightened their ranks, and the Camel Corps dismounted to reinforce the line. The square could not open fire without hitting its own skirmishing parties, running back before the Ansar. One poor fellow who lagged behind was caught and speared at once. Colonel Sir Charles Wilson, Stuart's intelligence officer, could not believe his eyes. The Ansar simply ran in close formation toward the British lines, in a human tide so densely packed that the rapid fire of Martini-Henry carbines appeared to have no effect. As a huge wall of dead bodies piled up in front of the square, the Ansar divided in 2. Over 5,000 warriors wheeled around the right side of the square toward its rear. "By Jove, they will be into the square," Wilson realized. He watched a fine old sheik on horseback, leading the charge for the rear of the square, banner in one hand, the Mahdi's ratib in the other, chanting prayers as his horse breasted the line. As the sheik planted his flag in the center of the square, he was shot from his saddle. The square filled with panicked British camels, Ansar horsemen, and a tidal wave of warriors that subsumed General Stuart and his horse. Ansar and Camel Corps fought hand-to-hand with spears, knives, and bayonets. To hold back the assault, the rear rank of the British soldiers at the front of the square turned round and directed their fire into the melee, forcing back the Ansar and killing many British troops. The Ansar withdrew to cheers from the broken British. The bodies of over 1,000 Ansar lay piled in and around the square, mingled with those of over 70 British officers and men. Colonel Frederick Burnaby, the popular cavalry officer whom Wolseley had picked to lead the steamer dash from Metemma to Khartoum, lay dead, a Mahdist spear through his throat. General Stuart spent a sleepless, frozen night in the desert, his officers huddled and shivering under a looted prayer blanket. He advanced late the next day, hoping to reach Metemma before dawn, but his exhausted camel drivers fell asleep in their saddles. Their mounts wandered loose, appearing gaunt, spectre-like in the dim starlight, as the column became disordered. Just after dawn, with the Nile in sight, the Ansar suddenly reappeared. Stuart was forced to regroup and dig in 2 miles short of Metemma. By 0800, Ansar bullets began to drop pretty freely into the square. The Camel Corps scrambled to tie down their camels and build parapets of saddles and store boxes. Hidden by long grass, the Ansar worked around the square, their enfilade fire hitting the defenseless soldiers. General Stuart was fatally wounded. His aide, St. Ledger Herbert, shot through the head, and Cameron of the Standard, who had hidden himself among his camels, was killed as he rose to receive a box of sardines from his servant. Stuart's second-in-command, Colonel Sir Charles Wilson, had never served in an active campaign. Realizing that his force would be destroyed if he did not move, Wilson left part of his force in the redoubt and formed the rest into a square under heavy fire, the men lying down for cover as they took up their places. Then he ordered a march to the Nile. The men's faces were set in a determined way, and I knew they intended to drink from the Nile that night. Several were hit as soon as they stood up, one Marine almost falling dead into Wilson's arms. Leaving their wounded where they fell, they edged forward. As they reached the last slope before the Nile, the Ansar stopped shooting, and hundreds of horsemen and spearmen came pouring down the hill. At 300 yards, Wilson's bugler called, "Commence firing," and the banners and the horsemen crashed into the grass 50 yards short of the square. The Ansar wavered, and then retreated, their charge broken. Just before dusk, Wilson reached the line of green vegetation that hid the river. 1/10 of his force had been killed. So many had been wounded that it was necessary to expand the redoubt to accommodate them. The survivors had barely slept or eaten in 4 days. Resting his force and burying the dead, Wilson waited 2 days before marching on Metemmah. On January 21st, as he skirmished with Ansar on the outskirts of the village, Wilson saw smoke trails on the river. Led by the Bourdain, 4 battered boats appeared under Egyptian flags. "Gordon's steamers!" Wilson's men cried, running down to the river's edge. The desert column had linked up with the steamers, but Wolseley's plan had been ruined. Burnaby was dead, Stewart was dying, the naval brigade that was to have accompanied him to Khartoum had been decimated at Abu Klea, its commander, Lord Charles Beresford, so badly wounded that he could barely stand. Wilson's force was too battered to assault Metemmah, and so drained that it had to spend 3 days organizing its withdrawal before he could board the Bourdain. The Mahdi's delaying tactic had worked. With word of his advance preceding him, on January 24, 1885, Sir Charles Wilson and a grand total of 24 soldiers donned the red uniforms that Wolseley thought would help them intimidate the dervish horde and set sail for Khartoum. More than 5 weeks after Gordon had given Khartoum a life expectancy of 10 days, the town still held out. By the end of December, the last cattle had been slaughtered, and the soldiers' daily ration was down to 11 ounces of grain a day. So many civilians died in the streets that, to avoid epidemic, Gordon promised extra rations to those who volunteered for burial parties. On January 6, 1885, most of the civilian population surrendered, walking over to the Mahdi, leaving only 14,000 within the town. On the 12th, the outlying fort at Omdurman ran out of food and surrendered, its garrison joining the Jihadiyya militia. Gordon spent hours on the roof, monitoring his defences, the Mahdi's camp, and the northern horizon through his telescope. He stacked his reserves of ammunition in the Catholic Church, rigging a mine so that it could be blown up if the town fell, and prepared a steamer on the quay by the palace so that the town notables could escape. He slept in the day so that he could patrol the lines at night, where sentries collapsed at their posts from hunger. The garrison ate rats, cats, dogs, donkeys, and goatskin water bags, with a bread made from a handful of flour mixed with palm tree hearts. The Khalifa Abdullahi wrote to Gordon, tormenting him, "There is no escape for you from death at our hands, and from death by starvation." The Mahdi wrote to him too. Gordon had forced the Mahdi's hand at every stage. The Mahdi did not want to kill Gordon. He hoped to capture him and trade him with the British for Ahmed Urabi, carving the Khedive's empire into 2 rebel states and breaking the Turkish hold over the Nile. Now the Mahdi made a final appeal for Gordon to surrender. "Having seen what you have seen, how long are you going to disbelieve us? We have been told by God's apostle, may Allah's blessings and peace be upon him, of the imminent destruction of all those in Khartoum, save those who believe and surrender. Them Allah will save. We do not wish you to perish with those doomed to perish, because we have frequently heard good of you." Quoting the Quran, "Kill not your people, for surely Allah is merciful to thee," the Mahdi almost begged Gordon not to force a final futile battle. "We have repeatedly written to you, urging you to return to your own country, where your virtue will achieve the highest honor. If you accept our advice, you will be thereby blessed, but if you wish to rejoin the English, we will send you to them without claiming a farthing. Salam alaikum." Still hoping that the steamers would return with Wolseley's advance guard, Gordon did not reply. On January 20th his hopes surged. Through his telescope he observed crowds of grieving women in the Mahdi's camp. He deduced correctly that the desert column had defeated the Ansar and must be at Metemmah. That night the Mahdi held a war council. Despite over 300 days' siege and months of constant warfare, Khartoum had refused to surrender. Now the British were on the Nile and moving up from Dongola toward Berber. If the Ansar did not storm Khartoum soon, they would have to retreat to Kordofan, their ambitions for riches and glory crushed along with the Mahdi's messianic dream. A deserter from Gordon's troops had suggested a way into the town. At the western end of Hilmi Pasha's ditch and rampart, the White Nile had filled the ditch and then dried out as the water level had fallen. Both the rampart and ditch had levelled into a soft bog, and many of the mines had been washed away. The garrison was too debilitated to repair the defences. On the morning of January 25th, Gordon observed the Ansar moving to the river bank. He ordered every man between the age of 8 and 80 to man the defences, but most of the inhabitants and soldiers were too weak and dazed with hunger to respond. He spent the day sitting at his desk, smoking. In the early evening he heard 3 tremendous roars as the Mahdi's followers promised 3 times, "We swear allegiance to you unto death." "If Allah grants you the victory," the Mahdi ordered, "Gordon is not to be killed." The Ansar repeated its oath, "We swear by Allah and His Prophet, and we swear by you that we will not commit adultery, that we will not disobey your lawful commands, that we will not flee from the jihad." The Mahdi pointed his sword toward Khartoum. "Allahu Akbar!" At midnight, as Gordon fell into a shallow sleep of exhaustion, the first fighters of the Ansar edged into the wet mud at the edge of Khartoum's southern defences. Just before dawn, 40,000 men deluged a single battalion of Egyptian soldiers. At the other end of the rampart, further massive charges melted Khartoum's defences. The Ansar now controlled the town. They killed thousands, dragging the exhausted citizens from their houses, shooting, clubbing, and stabbing them in the streets, raping the women, enslaving the children, torturing the wealthy for hidden gold. Gordon awoke to screams and gunfire, a wave of death rolling toward the palace. Axes hacked at the gate to the palace garden, and the Ansar poured into the courtyard below his office. Taking up his revolver and rallying the palace guards, Gordon led the defence, firing from the windows of the upper story and working toward the top of the staircase leading down to the courtyard. He may have hoped to fight his way to the ammunition dump in the church, either to get more cartridges or to blow it up. The dervishes charged up the stairs, but the defenders repulsed them at point-blank range. Rescuing a wounded bodyguard, Gordon was struck in the shoulder by a Mahdist spear, but he kept firing and repelled a second assault on the staircase. When his revolver was empty, he drew his sword and lunged forward. In the courtyard below him, a Sudanese jihadi took careful aim with his rifle and shot Gordon in the chest. The impact threw him backward against the wall. Gordon pulled himself onto his feet and again led the charge, pushing the dervishes at sword point down the stairs. But as he stepped into the courtyard, a second spear struck his right side. Falling, Gordon disappeared into a swarm of dervishes, their spear points flashing in the early morning sun. The rape, murder, and looting went on all day. By the time the Mahdi ordered a halt to the slaughter, hardly any adult males remained alive to be taken prisoner. The Ansar flogged suspected hoarders until the flesh hung in shreds from their bodies and crushed their skulls with vices made of twisted palm fibers. They strung men up by their thumbs and tortured women in their genitals. Consul Hansal's servants killed their master, dragged his corpse into the street, piled alcohol-soaked tobacco on top of him, and incinerated him before tipping the remains into the river. So many Ansar pressed forward to share in the killing of Gordon that his body became an unrecognizable pile of butchered flesh. In the Mahdi's camp at Omdurman, a horseman rode up to Rudolf Slatin. Dismounting, he unwrapped a blood-soaked cloth. Inside was the severed head of Charles George Gordon, his blue eyes still open. Chapter 9. The New Caliphate, 1885–89. Those that make war against Allah and His Apostle, and spread disorder in the land, shall be slain or crucified, or have their hands and feet cut off on alternate sides, or be banished from the land. The Quran. Wilson's party reached Khartoum 2 days late. As the Bourdain steamed past Tuti Island toward the landing stage, the Ansar on the banks blasted it with rifles and government artillery. The bullets began to fly pretty quickly, tapping like hail against the ship's sides, whilst the shells went screeching overhead or threw up jets of water in the stream round us, Wilson recalled. Gordon's palace appeared above the palms. Wilson looked for a red Egyptian flag. He saw only a smouldering ruin. With a heavy feeling at the heart, telling of some awful disaster, he ran in close to the bank, within 60 yards of the sand, before the loud rushing noise of Krupp's shells from Khartoum convinced him that the town had fallen. His last sight of Khartoum was of loin-clothed gunners and a mass of Ansar waving their rifles over their heads in triumph as bullets and shells churned the water white around the Bourdain. It seemed almost impossible that we should escape. On his return through the gauntlet, Wilson was hit above the knee, and his binoculars were shot from his hand. On the night of February 5th, Wolseley cabled the War Office, "Khartoum is reported to have fallen." He could not confirm if Gordon was alive or dead, and asked for further instructions. 1,400 miles away, a messenger bearing a scribbled note in an unsealed envelope marked "Secret" woke Sir Robert Thompson, the Permanent Under-Secretary for War, just after midnight. Thompson tried to prevent the news leaking before the government had settled on its response. After rousing Hartington's young secretary, Reggie Brett, whose appearance on Gordon's doorstep in Southampton had precipitated Gordon's final journey to Khartoum, Thompson tried to find the government. But Parliament was in recess. Gladstone was holidaying with Hartington at Holker Hall in Lancashire, one of Hartington's family estates, where the exhausted Premier had recuperated through bracing walks and the occasional pheasant shoot. Brett and Thompson woke Gladstone's secretary, Eddie Hamilton, and sent telegrams to Holker Hall and to the Queen at Osborne Castle on the Isle of Wight. At 0300 they knocked on the door of Lord Granville's Mayfair mansion. They waited for half an hour in the hall before Granville's valet informed them falsely that his lordship was out of town. By then the messenger, who had been unable to resist an unsealed envelope marked "Secret," had sold the story. The morning edition of the Telegraph broke the news. The Queen rose earliest. "Dreadful news after breakfast," Victoria wrote in her journal. "Khartoum fallen. Gordon's fate uncertain. All greatly distressed. It is too fearful." Victoria felt that Gladstone had disgraced her and the nation. The government is alone to blame by refusing to send the expedition before it was too late. Casting grammar and security to the winds, she communicated her fury to Gladstone, Hartington, and Granville in unciphered telegrams, sharing her thoughts with every telegraph operator between the Isle of Wight and their destinations. "These news from Khartoum are frightful, and to think that all this might have been prevented and many precious lives saved by earlier action is too frightful." Up at Holker Hall, Lord Hartington had told his valet not to wake him before noon. The cable from London waited on a tray until Hartington came down for breakfast. As soon as he and Gladstone read it, they took the first train to London, collecting the Queen's humiliating telegram en route. "The circumstances are sad and trying," Gladstone admitted that night in his diary. "It is one of the least points about them that they may put an end to this government." At last! Punch magazine had already prepared a celebratory cover, showing Gordon and his grateful soldiers rushing out of Khartoum to greet the redcoats on the steamers. Now a second cover was devised, with a grieving Britannia hiding her eyes from the sack of Khartoum, lamenting, "Too late." A wave of sorrow, sentiment, guilt, and patriotism surged through the press, and met another wave of spontaneous public distress and outrage. The loss of Khartoum was a humiliation for British arms at the hands of dervish savages, an embarrassment to ethnic dignity at the hands of half-naked fuzzy-wuzzies, a defeat for free trade, a disaster for the abolitionists, a hammer blow to Britain's imperial prestige. "Our power in the East will be ruined," raged the Queen, whose patriotism and pride in forward policy embodied the national mood. "We shall never be able to hold up our heads again." Although Wolseley could not confirm if Gordon was alive or dead, from the first the press and public assumed the worst. The blame settled on the government, and on Gladstone in particular. As the wave of contempt crashed onto Downing Street, Gladstone realized he must catch it before it washed away his ministry. At the next cabinet, the great anti-imperial campaigner announced that Britain must not ignore the effect which the triumph of the Mahdi would have on our Mohammedan subjects. With the survival of British India at stake, the cabinet decided it must avenge Gordon. It informed Garnet Wolseley that it had voted £2.75 million for the financing of an expanded second Sudanese expedition for the following autumn. Sure of his clear conscience, Gladstone then turned to a more pressing matter, the ongoing great power negotiations over Egypt's financial recovery. He had misread the intensity of the public's response. In the popular perception, a heartless government had abandoned Gordon to savages. On the evening of the 11th, when the Gladstones went to the Criterion Theatre, the candidate capitally acted. His fellow theatre-goers hissed him in the street. The next morning a rumour of Gordon's death reached London. "How shall I write to you, or how shall I attempt to express what I feel?" the Queen wrote to Gordon's grieving sister Augusta. "To think of your dear, noble, heroic brother, who served his country and his Queen so truly, so heroically, with a self-sacrifice so edifying to the world, not having been rescued. That the promises of support were not fulfilled, which I so frequently and constantly pressed on those who asked him to go, is to me grief inexpressible." Parliament voted £20,000 for Gordon's family and declared a day of national mourning. Tributes arrived from the Emperor of China and from Khedive Tawfik, whose eulogy elegantly skirted the darker truth of Gordon's motivations. In his own death, Gordon has lost nothing, but has gained the glorious object he so fervently desired, to the attainment of which his life was so nobly devoted. A barrage of anonymous hate mail descended on Downing Street. A popular joke inverted the initials of Gladstone's nickname from G.O.M. to M.O.G., Murderer of Gordon, and a music-hall song promised Gladstone that when he died he would sit in state on a red-hot plate between Pilate and Judas Iscariot. On February 12th, the Prime Minister stayed in bed all day, the disturbance, which has had so many forms, having at last taken the form of an overaction of the bowels. If anything can kill old Gladstone, this news ought to. Reading Gordon's journals in a fly-blown tent at Courthy, Garnet Wolseley damned the Prime Minister. He cannot, self-illusionist though he may be, disguise from himself the fact that he is directly responsible for the fall of Khartoum and all the bloodshed it entails, that it was owing to his influence active measures for the relief of Gordon were not undertaken in time. Whilst Gordon was starving, this arrogant minister, who poses as a great statesman, but without any just claim to be considered one, was discussing to himself whether Gordon was hemmed in or surrounded, and no one could persuade him that Khartoum was besieged or that Gordon was in any danger. Never were the destinies of any great nation committed to a more incompetent pilot. What an ending to all our labour, and all our bright hopes is this. Wolseley was disgusted by the government's new orders. Gladstone was prepared to waste men's lives to win votes. "Let all your soldiers," they say, "grill for the summer in the Sudan. Let many of them be killed and wounded, we care not, so long as the country will recognize that we have at last roused ourselves and adopted a spirited policy." If the government's original expectation of Wolseley's small force had been optimistic, their new orders courted disaster. The conquest of Khartoum has turned the Mahdi into a great military power, and now all the Sudanese tribes must follow him or be destroyed. He will be regarded as irresistible. Like poor murdered Gordon, Wolseley and his men would be sacrificed to satisfy the fools and theoretical vestrymen of the Liberal Party. Expanding the Sudanese war for domestic reasons seemed a hideous mistake. the outcome of Mr. Gladstone's foolish policy in Egypt, beginning with that wicked, cruel, and senseless bombardment of Alexandria. In scale and ambition it would be the most serious war we have undertaken since the idiotic cabinet of 1854 declared war against Russia, and Gladstone had served in that cabinet too. Wolseley reckoned that the Mahdi could beat any army, British or Egyptian, simply by retreating into Central Africa. We shall have spent 10 millions and done nothing, and when we withdraw we shall very likely have a pack of yelping curs at our heels take long shots at our retreating troops. Wolseley could hardly hold the line. The small British force had become stretched over harsh distances, and there was bad news on all fronts. By the Red Sea, General Graham had failed to break Osman Digna's grip on Suakin. On the Nile, Wolseley's main force was still caught in the cataracts above Abu Hamed. After running aground both their steamers, Sir Charles Wilson and his party had to be rescued by the rest of the Desert Column, which staggered back to Korti, leaving a trail of dead camels. On February 10th, another delaying force of 2,000 Ansar attacked a British column at Kirkeban. Although the British beat them off, they killed one of Wolseley's most able commanders, Major General William Earl, V.C. Wolseley's expedition was falling apart. Sir Charles Wilson's nerves had gone so completely from his experience of real war that Wolseley expected nothing further from him. When Wolseley inspected the surviving members of Gordon's steamer crews, the possibility of augmenting his troops with Sudanese conscripts seemed absurd. He refused to believe that black Africans could be trained as British soldiers. I never saw such a lot of men, a large proportion of them of the lowest type, many very little above the monkey in brain development. Ashamed of his inability to avenge Gordon, he saw no choice but to advise that British troops should withdraw from the entire Sudan and retrench at Wadi Halfa. If this was not done quickly, the Mahdi would push them out, a denouement with potentially fatal implications for the Wolseley career. Oh, what a campaign of anxieties is this! On February 27th, Gladstone escaped yet another vote of censure in the Commons. For 3 days he defended the government's conduct with agonizing arguments built on erroneous reports from Garnet Wolseley. The circumstances of the fall of Khartoum still remained obscure, and Gordon's death had not been confirmed. Wolseley had forwarded an early rumour that the city had fallen not through assault, but treachery. Other rumours suggested that Gordon had been taken prisoner. If the city had fallen to treachery, Gladstone argued, how could that be the fault of a government that had committed troops and money to defending it? If Gordon had been murdered, the government was determined to avenge him and save the Sudan, if not for commerce and Christianity, then for civilization. But, Gladstone insinuated, was it known for certain that Gordon, the best and toughest Sudanese hand of all, was actually dead? Gladstone survived by 14 votes. The public and political pressure of the last weeks had made him consider retirement again, but his digestion and his prospects both recovered swiftly. His second escape from censure over the Sudan persuaded him to persevere with his tormented coalition. The final division in my mind turned the scale. So nicely was it balanced. Gladstone knew little of oversea, but he had a lifetime's experience of Westminster. He knew that his promise to avenge Gordon would be tested against other, more demanding obligations. The international negotiations for a settlement of the Egyptian finances had not yet been resolved. At the other extremity of Britain's growing Islamic empire, a brewing frontier war in Afghanistan really did threaten India. The public would soon forget about Gordon and find a new focus for its unhealthy imperial obsession. When it did, the flexible consciences and pocketbooks of Gladstone's coalition would contract sharply. While Gladstone trumpeted promises of vengeance to Parliament, the nation, and Garnet Wolseley, what he wanted most of all was to be rid of the Sudan before the next election. The lowest of all the motives bearing on it, he admitted to Granville, is that if we cannot kill the war in the Sudan, it will kill us, and not with an altogether clean death. Gladstone searched for an exit strategy. Overruling Lord Granville, he accepted an offer from Wilfrid Blunt to sound out negotiations with the Mahdi via Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani. "This has been a day of consolation," Blunt wrote when he heard of the fall of Khartoum, "and I could not help singing all the way down in the train. Why had I so little faith?" Blunt felt sure that Gordon had been taken alive. His cousin in the Foreign Office, Algernon Button Burke, assured him that Gladstone would treat with the Mahdi on almost any terms. Blunt found Afghani at the Hotel Wagram in Paris, triumphant. The Mahdi's victory had raised the price of peace, and that raised the prospect of returning Urabi to Egypt. Although Urabi was at Ceylon, the British authorities made no effort to monitor his mail or his visitors. Urabi had already agreed with Afghani's plan to divide the Egyptian Empire between Urabi and the Mahdi. Blunt returned to London with Afghani's suggestion. Britain, he advised Gladstone, should send a negotiator to the Sudan. Gladstone was still calculating if the press and public would permit him this betrayal of Gordon's memory when his Sudanese position suddenly changed. At Suakin, General Graham finally defeated Osman Digna's rebels, securing the Red Sea approaches to the Suez Canal. In London, the great powers' negotiators assented to continued British supervision of Egypt's finances. With Britain's most important regional interests secure, Gladstone sensed an opportunity to shake off his Sudanese commitment. In early April, he played the financial card. Launching a second Sudanese expedition would cost £11.5 million, with more money required for an advance on Khartoum. Parliament had just funded an expedition to shore up the Afghan border against Russia and had reached the limit of its patriotism and its generosity. Just as Gladstone hoped, political and popular pressure for a renewed Sudanese campaign began to falter. The catastrophe at Khartoum was now a drama of public memory, not a current political issue. On April 21st, Wolseley received orders from Lord Hartington to withdraw to Wadi Halfa. There would be no second Sudanese campaign, and no chance for Wolseley to avenge Gordon and redeem his reputation. Britain would hold on to Suakin, but the rest of the Sudan would be surrendered to the Mahdi. Of all the miserable, foolish policies, this is the worst. Wolseley suspected that the government intended to make him a scapegoat for the failed campaign and the withdrawal. The Wolseley brain preferred dividing the spoils to dividing the blame. It settled on two targets, Gladstone, the radical hypocrite, and Sir Charles Wilson, who Wolseley now decided had cost Gordon's life by wasting time at Metemmah. Sir Charles Wilson is clearly responsible for all those delays, but poor devil, he had lost any nerve he had ever possessed, Wolseley wrote in his diary. He did not consider his own contributions to the fiasco, his insistence on advancing by the White Nile, the weeks lost to his Canadian voyageurs, the boats run aground, and the caution with which he had advanced on Berber. As he left the Sudan, Wolseley would fight two successful rearguard actions, one against the Mahdi, the other against the reputation of Sir Charles Wilson. Freed from its promise of action, the government aligned itself with the public's extravagant grief for Gordon. Packed services were held at Westminster Abbey and St. Paul's Cathedral before a phalanx of mourners that included the Princess of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Lord Granville. Shelf-loads of songs, poems, abolitionist polemics, and imperialist appeals sprouted on bookstalls. The poet William McGonagall beat his fellow bards to the obvious rhymes for Khartoum, producing a dirge that fully justified his reputation as Britain's worst poet. Alas, now o'er the civilized world there hangs a gloom for brave General Gordon that was killed in Khartoum. He was a Christian hero and a soldier of the cross, and to England his death will be a very great loss. Like many of his contemporaries, McGonagall preferred to believe that Gordon had succumbed not to his own folly, but to treachery. Yes, the black-hearted traitor opened the gates of Khartoum, and through that the Christian hero has met his doom. For when the gates were opened, the Arabs rushed madly in, and foully murdered him, while they laughingly did grin. A series of Gordon Boys' Clubs opened for the encouragement of Gordonian tendencies among British youth. Spontaneous subscriptions poured in for memorials in stone and paint. The government engaged the admired pre-Raphaelite sculptor Sir Hamo Thornycroft to immortalize Gordon in bronze for Trafalgar Square. So many painters volunteered their speculations about Gordon's last moments that the Royal Academy held a special exhibition. William Joy, a remorseless melodramatist in oils, popular for historical items like young Nelson and his grandmother and Flora MacDonald's farewell to Bonnie Prince Charlie, contributed a fantasia of Gordon's last moments that would become a defining image of the Victorian era, either in spite or because of its inaccuracy. In General Gordon's Last Stand, a mass of spear-waving dervishes crowd around the foot of the stairs in the palace courtyard, their freshly laundered white jibbas contrasting agreeably with their black faces. As the defence collapses, Gordon stands at the head of the stairs in his Royal Engineers uniform, its redness suggesting the blood that is about to be spilled. A giant dervish mounts the stairs and is about to throw a spear into Gordon's body at point-blank range. Although Gordon's revolver is cocked, he leaves it hanging limply at his side. His only attempt to defend himself is to raise his left arm across his body before, like Jesus, he is pierced on his right side. To the public who sanctified his memory, Gordon died like a Christian martyr. Gladstone had escaped the Sudan, but he could not escape his own sacrifice. His coalition did not survive until the summer recess. On June 8th, Parliament rejected his proposal to add a penny to beer and liquor taxes in order to fund the constant military involvements of empire. A cabinet exhausted by rivalry finally took the opportunity to resign, allowing Lord Salisbury to form a minority Conservative government. Gladstone cleared out his office. In the bare room where he had sealed Gordon's fate, he knelt in prayer, a moment to fall down and give thanks for the labours done, and the strength vouchsafed me there, and to pray for the Christ-like mind. Know that shortly I shall come with the Hizballah to Egypt, for the affair of the Sudan is finished, the Mahdi announced in February 1885. At Khartoum, the Mahdi planned the expansion of the new caliphate. He looked east to Christian Abyssinia, west to Morocco, from where admirers had written offering to join the revolution, and above all, north to Egypt. We will be on hand for the sake of religion to expel the enemies of Allah from the land of the Muslims and eradicate them to the last man if they do not surrender or turn to Allah, he warned Khedive Tawfik. Adopting Gordon's printing press, the Mahdi sent out hundreds of proclamations into the countryside. While he waited for the response, he indulged in the fruits of victory. In the hours after the fall of Khartoum, the Ansar had massacred, mutilated, and decapitated thousands of its inhabitants. They had enslaved thousands more, and had driven many out of the city and into the desert. Gordon's mutilated remains had been thrown down a well. After the slaughter, the Mahdi's 3 caliphs had rounded up the female survivors, brought them to his camp at Omdurman, and divided them into groups according to skin color. Penned up under the sun, many still spattered with the blood of their murdered husbands and sons, they had awaited their division among the Ansar's leaders. The Mahdi chose first, taking all the girls of 5 years of age for future service in his harem. Then his 3 caliphs chose their concubines, followed by the rest of the Ansar. Those women who were not enslaved were left to starve. For weeks after the fall of Khartoum, women wandered naked through Omdurman's market, begging for food. Mothers who had given birth in the street lay dying with their babies. The Mahdi's emirs took the best gardens in Khartoum. Khalifa Abdullahi camped in the grounds of Gordon's palace. Khalifa Sharif in the Catholic mission, and Khalifa Ali Wadhelu took the house of Albert Marquet, a murdered merchant. The Ansar moved into the houses of the poorer Copts and Egyptians. Mirrors and fine china were destroyed with axes, cloth was hacked into squares to decorate jibbas, and gold and silver were stacked in the Mahdi's personal treasury. Smashing up General Hicks's stables for materials, the Mahdi built 2 wooden houses, one for him and one for his harem. Publicly he continued to urge moderation on his followers, but in private he indulged in Turkish sensualities. The Mahdi developed a taste for Persian rugs. He dressed in fine linen shirts and an embroidered silk cap. After years of sleeping rough, he took to sleeping in a bed taken from the house of a Khartoum merchant. After the hunger, he treated himself to colossal feasts. He had always been heavy-set, and the splendor and the savories made him enormously fat. He acquired so many concubines that they could no longer be crammed into their quarters and had to be accommodated in Gordon's palace. Occasionally he ventured into Khartoum for pleasure and debauchery in the palace of his enemies. As in the days of his youth, the largest building in Khartoum was again a seraglio. He received his inner circle reclining on a gold-brocaded pillow, while female attendants fanned him with ostrich feathers or massaged his feet, hands, and neck. When he washed, the dirty water was distributed among those fortunate enough to drink it for its magical powers. The palace eunuchs also sold small pouches of the earth on which he had walked. When he presented himself to the faithful at the mosque, he changed into his old jibba, waddling through the crowd as his eunuch attendants cleared a path with whips, and women fell to kiss his footsteps. When he returned to his hut, he took off his jibba. Outside the Mahdi's hut, a shanty-town sprang up at Omdurman. In the heat of early summer, with unburied bodies still littering Khartoum and Omdurman, these ramshackle huts became a hive of disease. Typhus, dysentery, and smallpox broke out. On June 16, 1885, as Gladstone prepared to leave office, the Mahdi fell sick with a fever. His wives attempted to cure him with traditional medicine. They brought him gourds filled with liquid butter and a concoction of pomegranate skins. They cupped him with heated gazelle horns and slabs of iron. They injected his urine into his eyes. They wrote prayers on his stomach and hands, and they wrote Quranic passages on a piece of paper, washing it off and giving the inky water to the Mahdi to drink. Nothing worked. The Mahdi's aide summoned Hassan al-Ziki, an Egyptian doctor who had served in the Khartoum hospital under Gordon. Al-Ziki suspected typhus, caught from a flea on the plague of rats that had appeared in early summer. There was nothing he could do. Within days the Mahdi's family and the Caliphs gathered by his bed. Outside his hut, a crowd of anxious Ansar massed, waiting for the inevitable miracle. Inside, his inner circle watched his last hours. Mumbling and feverish, the Prophet appointed Khalifa Abdullahi as his heir. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul Allah, the Mahdi repeated several times. There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. Then he crossed his hands over his chest, stretched his limbs in a final convulsion, and died. He was 42. Beside the Mahdi's body, his inner circle knelt before Khalifa Abdullahi and acknowledged him as Khalifat al-Mahdi, the Mahdi's Khalifa. As the corpse was washed, scented, and wrapped for burial, the news spread through Omdurman. The Ansar rallied in grief, unable to comprehend that their prophet had succumbed to mortal disease. Khalifa Abdullahi joined the Mahdi's family at the grave dug in the floor of his hut, as thousands pressed around its walls to throw in a handful of dirt. Tears rolling from his eyes, Abdullahi left the hut. He ascended a temporary pulpit that he had ordered to be prepared outside the Mahdi's house. "Friends of the Mahdi," he called to the sea of mourners, "Allah's will cannot be changed. The Mahdi has left us and has entered into heaven, where everlasting joys await him. It is for us to obey his precepts and to support one another, just as the stones and walls of a house go to make a building. Never deviate from the path which he has shown you. You are the friends of the Mahdi, and I am his Khalifa. Swear that you will be faithful to me." So many Ansar queued to take the oath of allegiance that the ceremony went on through the night. Abdullahi al-Taishi, who could not read or write, now inherited the Mahdi's empire, supreme caliph of more than 1,000,000 square miles, from Wadi Halfa in the north to the Gazelle River in the south, from the Saharan wastes in the west to the hills overlooking the deep blue waters of the Red Sea. Most of this territory was devastated. The Mahdi's revolution had destroyed the Sudanese economy, severed its communications, interrupted its agriculture, and massacred its government. "Ed-Din Mansur," Abdullahi announced, "religion is victorious." Then he turned on his allies. The Mahdi had built a coalition on the twin poles of his prophetic personality in a shared loathing of the Turkiya. By August 1885, with the exception of a couple of starving garrisons in southern Sudan, his whole empire had been purged of Egyptian soldiers and Christian merchants. He had died at the moment of revolutionary success, when the next battle was the building of a state. As the leader of the Baggara, only Abdullahi had the military power to hold the coalition together. He had no other virtue. He commanded no support among the riverain tribes. Unlike his fellow caliphs Muhammad Sharif and Ali Wad Helu, he was not a member of the Ashraf. Nor, as an illiterate tribesman from the far west, could he pretend to be a prophet. The best he managed was an energetic propaganda campaign. Abdullahi announced that an angel had visited him in a vision to confirm that God, the angel Gabriel, the prophet, and the Mahdi all approved of him as a guidance in the earth from east to west. It transpired that at the Mahdi's funeral Abdullahi had unwittingly ingested a hair from the Mahdi's head. The heart which this hair enters is safe from hypocrisy, and it enters it with a light. All this vision is caused by this hair. Presenting Abdullahi with a long light in the shape of a rope, the angel passed on the Mahdi's wish that Abdullahi quarter it. To anoint himself and his followers as the Mahdi's true heirs, he must eat one slice, wipe his face with the second, imbue the black flag with the third, and scatter the last among the Ansar as they prayed. Every rank that you command to its place shall be clothed by that light. To complement his vision, Abdullahi compared himself to the Prophet Muhammad's heirs. In his time he conquered only Mecca and Khaybar. The rest of the conquest was by the hands of the caliphs after him. The death of the Mahdi before the conquest of Mecca, Constantinople, and other cities did not undermine the Mahdi's messiahship. It only passed the leadership of his jihad to his successors and companions. Abdullahi's rivals cannot have failed to remember that the Prophet's heirs had soon fallen into schism and war. He dealt with the Ashraf first. Assisted by Khalifa Ali Wad Helu, he disarmed the third Khalifa, the Mahdi's cousin Muhammad Sharif. Abdullahi's brother Yaqub collected all of Muhammad Sharif's soldiers, weapons, and stores, leaving him with a paltry bodyguard. Then, when another of the Mahdi's relatives, Muhammad Khalil Zugal, the governor of Darfur, came to Khartoum with an army, either to swear allegiance to Abdullahi, or more probably to assist Muhammad Sharif, Abdullahi sent out his troops to head off the visitors and arrest Zugal. The new governor of Darfur was Abdullahi's young cousin, Uthman Wad Adam. Within a year, Abdullahi had displaced all but two of the Mahdi's provincial governors. Of the two, one was so far down the Gazelle River that he could not influence Omdurman politics. The other, Osman Digna, was too important an ally to disturb, as his tribesmen kept the British and Egyptians penned up at Suakin and Tokar. Next, Abdullahi dealt with the few tribes who did not recognize his rule over the Sudan. The Kababish Arabs of northern Kordofan and Dongola had never acclaimed the Mahdi, and they had compounded this theological error by supplying the Gordon Relief Expedition with camels. In early 1887, Abdullahi captured a Kababish convoy and discovered 200 Remington rifles and £200 in cash. He took this as a pretext for a campaign of genocide, displaying the head of their leader Sheikh Salih on the public scaffold at Omdurman. Then he massacred the Juhayna tribe on the western bank of the Blue Nile, whose fields produced most of Omdurman's grain. The head of their chief, Yusuf al-Mahdi, joined that of Sheikh Salih. Their fields went unharvested. In 1888, Abdullahi turned to distant Darfur. His imprisonment of Muhammad Khalil Zugal had tipped the province into open rebellion. An anti-Mahdist miracle worker known as Abu Jumayza, from his habit of preaching under a wild fig tree, rallied a local coalition of Mahdi nostalgists and Darfur secessionists. In 2 years of brutal campaigning, Abu Jumayza twice defeated Abdullahi's cousin Uthman Wad Adam before, stricken by smallpox, he was unable to lead his followers at a climactic battle outside El Fasher. Fighting with only swords, spears, and knives, Uthman Wad Adam's Ansar drove the rebels from the battlefield and massacred as many men, women, and children as they could. The cavalry still continued pursuing till almost all were killed, he reported to Abdullahi. They followed them even as far as the caves and forests where they tried to conceal themselves, but they were all killed. Even those who transformed themselves into apes, wolves, dogs, and rabbits, for the natives of the western countries can be so transformed, were also all killed, even to the very last. The number of their dead was countless. To complete his control over his empire, Abdullahi engineered enormous population transfers. He invited his fellow Baggara into Omdurman. He established his supporters along the road to Kordofan, his escape route should he be overthrown at Khartoum. He displaced the unreliable riverain tribes north to Dongola as the first line of defense against invasion from Egypt. He ordered the Ansar to leave the Turkish palaces of Khartoum and decreed that they resettle around his camp at Omdurman. Khartoum became a ghostly museum of its final moments. In the streets, grass grew around white skeletons, their wrists and ankles tied together, still lying where they had been dumped during the sack of the town. Buildings disintegrated as Abdullahi's followers ripped out fittings and smashed up brickwork for their projects. The Mahdi had dreamed of a tribal confederacy in the service of Allah. It had degenerated from pious millenarianism to paranoid autocracy, and a politics of war and massacre. Abdullahi's campaigns of murder, expropriation, and population transfer followed years of chaos that had wrecked the Sudan's agriculture and economy. Its exports shrank to no more than smuggled slaves and gold. In 1887, the first of a series of poor Nile floods tipped Abdullahi's kingdom into massive famine. At the start of the revolution, the Sudan had contained about 8.5 million people. 8 years later, the pursuit of heaven on earth had killed more than half of them through war, disease, and starvation. Although Abdullahi's priority was to centralize power at Omdurman, his warriors needed grain, loot, and fresh slaves. He had no choice but to direct their energies outward. It was time to resume the jihad. The Prophet said to me, "You are permitted to raid the Abyssinians in their land." Overriding the Islamic tradition of not waging war on Christian Abyssinia, in April 1887 Abdullahi turned east. Like Khedive Ismail in the 1870s, he cloaked territorial greed with the pretext of avenging Abyssinian border raids. For nearly 2 years, dervishes and Abyssinians clashed in battles of medieval crudity, hacking at each other with swords, knives, and lances, looting each other's baggage trains and enslaving camp followers. Beneath Abdullahi's gestures to jihad, the campaign was as naked in its violence and opportunism as a Turkish raid on the Gazelle River. Finally, in March 1889, Abdullahi's general Al-Zaki Tamal met King John of Abyssinia and his army at Galabat on the Abyssinian-Sudanese border. It would be the last major battle to be fought almost exclusively with edged weapons. With appropriate chivalry, King John led the Abyssinian charge. For the first time the dervishes faced their own tactic, the relentless human wave. But when John was mortally injured in the slashing melee and was carried back to his tent, his troops retreated with him. After the battle, the Ansar added the king's corpse to their mountain of booty. Naturally, they sent his head back to Omdurman as an addition for Abdullahi's ghoulish collection. In 1889, the year the British Army took delivery of Hiram Maxim's new machine gun, capable of firing 500 rounds in a single minute, Khalifa Abdullahi reached his technological nadir at the Battle of Galabat. When Abdullahi heard of his victory, he was overcome with joy. He distributed General al-Zaki's triumphant report from Galabat throughout his kingdom. The unchallenged caliph of an uncharted expanse, Abdullahi had triumphed by destroying his subjects as he conquered them. The result was the disintegration of society. Communication with the outside world broke down, and the Sudan drifted into a waste of starvation and disease, a lost paradise of death. The greatest prize still lay before him. In the early summer of 1889, Abdullahi's eye turned north to Egypt. He ordered his general at Dongola, Abd al-Rahman al-Najumi, to advance on Wadi Halfa. Before al-Najumi left Dongola, he burned down his house. The hour had come to fulfill the Mahdi's prophecy. General Gordon was sent to Khartoum not to act, but to report, Evelyn Baring explained. General Gordon had failed to recognize the real facts in connection with the Sudan when he undertook his mission. After his arrival at Khartoum, he recognized them, but he could not enforce their recognition on Mr. Gladstone. The latter's blindness to facts, which were patent to all the world, eventually resulted in the death of General Gordon, of Colonel Stewart, and of many other brave men. Like Garnet Wolseley, Baring blamed his superiors and inferiors for the loss of Khartoum and absolved himself. Unlike Wolseley, Baring was left to clear up the political debris. Britain had forced Egypt to retreat from the Sudan, yet Egypt still claimed the territory, and the Turkish Sultan still claimed both Egypt and the Sudan. In March 1885, Gladstone had secured Egypt's debt repayments to its European creditors, but only by granting Bismarck's ambitious Germany a seat on the Commission of the Debt. This gave Germany an effective veto over the Commission's future disposal of the Egyptian revenues, which might include funding the reconquest of the Sudan. Berlin, and not Cairo, is the real center of gravity of Egyptian affairs, Baring warned London. Meanwhile, the Mahdi's sudden death had not altered the threat from the south. In 1885, Habib Anthony Salmoni, a Syrian Christian who had volunteered to spy for Britain, infiltrated Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani's circle at Paris. Salmoni reported that when the Nile fell to its lowest level that summer, the Mahdists planned to block it with a dam of boulders and destroy the Egyptian harvest, causing mass starvation. Baring was effectively defenseless. After Wolseley's withdrawal from the Sudan, only a skeletal force of inexperienced Egyptian troops held the line at Wadi Halfa, and Abd al-Rahman al-Najumi's troops had filled the vacuum in Dongola. If Khalifa Abdullahi sent them further north, Egypt could not protect itself without foreign assistance. Worse, the only foreign assistance on offer was of the wrong kind. Gladstone had also shuffled out of office without settling the future of Egypt with Sultan Abdul Hamid II. In August 1885, the new Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, dispatched Sir Henry Drummond Wolfe to Constantinople to negotiate an Egyptian settlement. Within 2 months the Sultan signed an Anglo-Turkish convention setting out the nature of the subjects which were to be discussed, and resolving the question of authority in Egypt. Pending the eventual exit of British troops and officials, Egypt was to be governed by a pair of British and Turkish commissioners. Drummond Wolfe believed that this twin-headed executive would help Egypt in the elaboration of institutions which must combine both Eastern and Western elements. as it would be difficult for English gentlemen, however able and conciliatory, to come to terms with races who had suffered so severely at our hands, the same went for the Sudan. Blithely dismissing the theological aspect of the Mahdi's revolt, Wolfe reasoned that as Muslims, the Sudanese rebels recognized the Sultan as their caliph. Therefore, Ottoman diplomacy was the best means of tranquilizing the Sudan by pacific means. "A delusion," Bering responded. "The Mahdi," he said, "had confounded Christians and Turks alike in one common anathema. The Ottoman Empire had been the Mahdi's nearest enemy, but not his only enemy." Bering had survived the Mahdi's revolt, Gordon's defeat, the loss of the Sudan, and the fall of Gladstone's government. Now a few imaginary facts evolved from the brains of Turkish diplomatists threatened to return Egypt to the Turkiye, and the Sudan too. Apart from bringing catastrophe upon Egypt, this would mean the end of Bering's reign as the power behind the khedivial throne. The Gladstonian alternative, to dilute the Sultan's ambition by sharing Egypt with the other European powers, had failed in the crisis of Urabi's revolt. To Bering, multilateralism and internationalism meant political egotism, a disregard of the rights of subject races, and, in the case now under discussion, a decadence in the authority of that European power on the maintenance of whose paramount influence the advance of true civilization in Egypt depends. What to do? Viewed from the consular villa, only one country could bring true civilization to Egypt. That power is Great Britain. The Turks were incompetent, the French devious, and the Germans malevolent. Only Britain possessed the requisite integrity. Bering had always expected that Britain's economic and strategic investments in Egypt would necessitate a permanent British presence. With Khedive Tawfik in his pocket and British officers in the garrisons, he had planned Egypt's financial recovery, honoring its debts through high taxation and total fiscal transparency. He had forcefully suppressed any nationalist rumblings, even banning Wilfrid Blunt from entering the country, and had organized the training of a new Egyptian army staffed by British officers and commanded by a new Sirdar, Major General Francis Grenfell. This benign despotism had remarkable economic results. Although the Mahdi had deprived Egypt of its illicit Sudanese revenues, Egypt's economy underwent rapid paper growth. This allowed Bering to reduce Egypt's obligations to the bondholders and to plan for the day when British Egypt could fund its own reconquest of the Sudan. Bering received little help from London. Between 1885 and 1887, the government changed 4 times. Lord Salisbury and the Conservatives had capitalized on Gladstone's Sudanese problems when they were in opposition, but in office they followed in Gladstone's Egyptian footsteps. At first, Salisbury refused to lead a minority government until he was personally persuaded by Queen Victoria to do his patriotic duty. Beset by the Irish controversies that had undermined Gladstone, Salisbury's caretaker government lasted barely a year. In February 1886, Gladstone returned for a third ministry, but the grand old man could do no better. Having allied with the Irish nationalists to bring down Salisbury, Gladstone then introduced a bill granting Home Rule to Ireland. The bill split the Liberal Party. In July 1887, Salisbury returned, and with a workable majority. At the same time, negotiations crawled forward between Sir Henry Drummond Wolfe and the Sultan's advisers. On May 22, 1887, Wolfe finally presented London with a finished draft of the Anglo-Ottoman Convention. In Article 5 of the Convention, Britain and Turkey agreed that within 3 years of the Sultan's ratification of the treaty, Britain would withdraw its troops from Egypt. The withdrawal would not be unconditional. Britain reserved the right to cancel it if there was any appearance of danger in the interior or from without. And if order and security broke down in Egypt, both parties had the right to send in troops, singly or together. Still, it looked as if Bering might be toppled from his Egyptian throne. But then the Sultan saved him. Abdul Hamid II distrusted foreigners in general, and his British friends in particular. His attempts to manipulate great power rivalries took unpredictable and erratic forms, partly because they were filtered through a swirl of advisers, each of whom backed a different great power. On May 26, 1887, Abdul Hamid II assured Sir William White, the British ambassador at Constantinople, that he was about to ratify the convention. A week later, the Sultan's astrologer, Abu al-Huda, endorsed the opinions of the advocates of France and Russia. The Sultan refused to sign the convention. Sir Henry Drummond Wolfe expected that a shift in planetary alignment would soon remind the Sultan that Britain was his chief patron. Wolfe hovered in Constantinople for 2 months, waiting for the Sultan to relent, until a disgusted Lord Salisbury recalled him to London. When Abdul Hamid II realized that by refusing to assist Britain in its departure from Egypt, he had thrown away his best hope of regaining his prized province, he ordered his ambassador at London to renew the negotiations. Lord Salisbury turned him down. So long as the Sultan was so much under the influence of other advisers as to repudiate an agreement which he had himself so recently sanctioned, any fresh agreement would obviously be liable to meet the same fate, Salisbury told Abdul Hamid II. Just as he had in 1882, the Sultan had bungled the chance to recover Egypt for the Ottoman Empire. Britain had done its best to leave Egypt. The Sultan's folly had demonstrated that there was no alternative to extended occupation. Baring had prepared for that all along. Through the slow rotation of governments in London and the elaborate dance between Sir Henry Drummond Wolfe and the Sultan's advisers in Constantinople, the consul had continued rebuilding Egypt on the assumption that Britain would stay there. In 1888, for the first time since the collapse of cotton prices in the mid-1860s, Baring recorded a small surplus in Egypt's accounts. Immediately he created a reserve fund for extraordinary expenditure. He hoped to collect Egypt's budget surpluses, so that when the time came to retake the Sudan, Egypt could fund the invasion from its own savings. That way he could bypass internationalism, the commission of the debt, and the threat of a German veto. But the commissioners insisted that these revenues must also be subject to international division, and the Salisbury government assented, unwilling to risk confrontation over a hypothetical issue. Baring kept telling London that a British reconquest of the Sudan was strategically inevitable, and Salisbury agreed with his analysis. But so long as Britain had a choice, the government preferred not to fund an expensive and difficult war in the Sudan. Meanwhile, Baring pared small slices from the Egyptian budget to fund the training of the Egyptian army, his only bulwark against the barbarous tribes beyond Wadi Halfa. Egypt's position had not worsened, but neither had it improved. Baring possessed excellent information about the entropic collapse of the Khalifa's empire. Colonel Kitchener's intelligence aide, Major Reginald Wingate, had organized an efficient spy network in the Sudan. On the Red Sea, Kitchener had mobilized a coalition of disaffected tribes and pushed Osman Digna's raiders back into the hills. Yet Baring worried constantly about the sheer mass of Abdullahi's followers, the thinness of Egypt's defenses, and the untested nature of his new troops. To remind Baring of their unfinished business, Khalifa Abdullahi sent him abusive letters threatening the slaughter of all infidels at Cairo. The Egyptian army had been trounced at Tel el-Kebir, dismantled after Urabi's revolt, reassembled for the Hicks expedition, and shamed in the flight from the Sudan. Baring rebuilt it from the bottom up. No slave raids filled its ranks, and no corrupt officers robbed their men. The recruits were trained by British officers and commanded by a mixture of British and Egyptians. By the summer of 1889, the Nile frontier force numbered 10 battalions of Egyptian and 6 battalions of Sudanese infantry, 8 cavalry squadrons, and 8 companies of camel corps, all augmented by horse artillery, field guns, a battery of new Maxim machine guns, and transport and railway battalions. In May 1889, Bering heard of General al-Najumi's advance from Dongola. More than 6,000 dervish warriors and a supporting column of women and children were moving north along the Nile. As on previous Mahdist campaigns, al-Najumi carried no provisions. He expected that Allah or the local peasants would provide food along the route. But bad harvests and a local population swollen by refugees meant that his army travelled hungry. The dervish advance soon resembled a disordered retreat. Within days the Ansar had been reduced to eating powdered date stones and their own pack animals. To bypass Wadi Halfa and the Egyptian gunboats on the Nile, al-Najumi led his force into the desert toward Balaja. Again he found no food or water along the route. When he attempted to fight a path back toward the river villages, Egyptian steamers landed troops and pushed him back. Many of his men collapsed from thirst in the desert, and many more deserted. His column left a trail of dying men, dead animals, and abandoned ammunition. When he camped at Balaja, al-Najumi counted only 3 of his 35 artillerymen. Most of his bodyguards had abandoned him. Even his water carrier had deserted. Major General Grenfell led the new Nile frontier force south to meet the invaders. Hearing of al-Najumi's plight, Grenfell offered terms. "After me, thousands of English and Egyptian troops are about to arrive. I had in mind to wipe you out and obliterate your traces, you and those who follow you, from the face of the earth, in view of the barbarous deeds which your hands have committed." Grenfell reminded al-Najumi that he had nowhere to go. "You will find only English and Egyptian armies, long trained and dreaming only of shedding the blood of their enemies. They await your coming, hour by hour, to drink your blood and send you to destruction." Grenfell begged him to spare the camp followers. "I call upon you to surrender, so that helpless women and children shall not die. If you surrender, your life and the lives of your commanders and the lives of all who are with you shall be preserved from evil." Al-Najumi responded with fierce piety. "Our object is to come into the country and to compel all its people to enter the faith. Do not be deceived by your soldiers, guns, and rockets, or the quantity of your powder, which is void of God's help." He warned Grenfell to expect the fate of Hicks, Gordon, and their like, whose soldiers and weapons had proved worthless. "If you will profess Islam and surrender all your guns and weapons, you shall be saved and have the safe conduct of Allah, His Prophet, His Mahdi, and His Khalifa." On August 3, 1889, the armies met on the western bank of the White Nile, near the village of Toski. As more than 3,000 of al-Najumi's followers raced forward with the last of their strength, the frontier force formed into lines and began firing as if on the parade ground at Cairo. The new Maxim guns mowed down the fearless Ansar in heaps, their white jibbas piling up like fresh cotton. Al-Najumi was shot 3 times, and as his guards ferried him from the battlefield on a camel, further Egyptian volleys killed his guards, the camel, Al-Najumi's 5-year-old son, and the general too. As the survivors of al-Najumi's wild charge melted back toward Dongola, thousands of starving camp followers surrendered. The Khalifa's invasion of Egypt had dissolved on its first encounter with the new Egyptian army. More concerned with holding power at Omdurman than fulfilling the Mahdi's vision of permanent revolution, Abdullahi had dispatched an insufficient force to Egypt. He expected that they would face yet another terrified Egyptian motley. Instead, the Ansar had been slaughtered by well-drilled troops with the latest weaponry. "It is my pleasant duty to bring to your notice the excellent condition of the Egyptian troops on the occasion of the action of Toski," Grenfell reported. "The conduct of the black troops has been tested on previous occasions, but the conduct of the purely Egyptian troops who were brought into close contact and line formation with large numbers of dervishes was satisfactory. The rout at Toski demonstrated that properly trained and motivated troops could, with the help of improved machine guns, resist the Ansar's onslaught. but by demonstrating that Egypt could be defended by native troops on a limited budget, it made the reconquest of the Sudan seem less urgent to the London government. So long as the Egyptian surplus was under the control of the Commission of the Debt, and Bering and the Sirdar could guarantee the Suez Canal and the India route, Salisbury would permit no military operations. Bering had his own reasons for agreeing with Salisbury. Expanding the Egyptian army would raise a whole crop of local and international difficulties in the Egyptian finances. If Khedive Tawfik and his ministers were permitted to recover the Sudan unsupervised, Bering foresaw the most serious risk of a relapse into misgovernment. The desirable alternative, British troops, seemed remote. The abolitionist lobby's influence over Africa policy had declined with the deepening of Britain's economic and strategic involvement. Only a small but influential section of public opinion still advocated the conquest of the Sudan, and Bering was too clever to align himself with a minority. In 1886 he calculated that the Egyptian government would have to wait 25 years before it could finance an invasion of the Sudan without British funds and soldiers. The Sudan must wait, and Gordon's unquiet memory with it. From his plinth 23 feet above the swirling carriages of Trafalgar Square, a bronze Gordon looked down Whitehall toward Parliament. In a crumpled, beltless patrol jacket, carrying no weapon except his wand of victory, Gordon gazed sightlessly toward the political heart of the empire, arms almost folded, his left foot resting on a broken cannon. His left hand holding a Bible, he raised his right to his chin, as if reflecting on some distant, unattainable goal. Chapter 10. Gladstone's Egg, 1889–96. I had no difficulty in finding the company's offices. It was the biggest thing in town, and everyone I met was full of it. They were going to run an oversea empire and make no end of coin by trade. Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness, 1899. Prone to illness and privately tutored in an ancestral palace, Lord Robert Arthur Talbot Gascoigne Cecil grew from a delicate, lonely second son into a large, awkward, and aimless young man. Withdrawn from Eton after being bullied, he scraped a fourth-class degree in mathematics from Christ Church, Oxford. He considered becoming an Anglican bishop, tinkered with his botanical collection, and became depressed. Alarmed by their pale, lonely son, his parents sent him on a tour of the empire. Fresh air and vigorous company, they hoped, would strengthen his physical and mental health. The cure worked, though not quite as intended. The new Cecil had picked up a sense of humour among the gold diggers of South Africa, had filled out his frame with a subtropical diet, and had become an enthusiast for Britain's moral and economic mission in the world. Exercising his new confidence, he fell in love with Georgina Alderson, the daughter of a mere lawyer, and married her against his parents' wishes, supporting his household through political journalism. In 1866, following the death of his sickly elder brother, he entered Parliament as Viscount Cranborne, a self-styled illiberal Tory. Cranborne lowered himself into politics like a fastidious plumber entering a blocked drain, more from duty than desire. A political dynasty, the Cecils had served Britain for centuries. Lord Burleigh, their founder, had been First Minister to Elizabeth I, and his son Robert Cecil had performed the same service for James I. For the next 2 centuries, Cecils of varied intellect and competence had filled official positions, frequently with more loyalty than talent. Born at the end of an age of entitlement, Cranborne served in the era of a bloodless liberal revolution, in which electoral reform broadened the voting public. As Secretary of State for India in Lord Derby's government, Cranborne resigned in protest against the Reform Act of 1867. Upon the death of his father in 1868, he escaped to the House of Lords as the 3rd Marquess of Salisbury. He would be the terminus of the line of ancient privilege, the last peer to serve as Prime Minister without abandoning his rank. Tall and wide, weighing in at 18 stone, according to the scales on which the Prince of Wales weighed all his male guests at Sandringham, Salisbury had sad walrus eyes, a beard like the hedge marking an Englishman's private garden, a massive skull topped by a white cathedral dome of baldness, and a pained expression in which the sorrows of his early life were overlain by the sorrows of the waning of the aristocratic age. The classes that represent civilization, Salisbury believed, the holders of accumulated capital and accumulated thought, have a right to require securities to protect them from being overwhelmed by hordes who have neither knowledge to guide them nor stake in the commonwealth to protect them. Salisbury detested populism, distrusted democracy, and despised atheism. He prized high principles, high Toryism, and high Anglicanism, and a sense of justice equal parts Whig and biblical. His domestic politics rested on the cusp between Tory libertarianism and its paternalistic ancestor, aristocratic diffidence. It was not the government's task to meddle with the economy, or to regulate its subjects' access to alcohol or gambling. Yet even as he regretted the lost age of entitlement and privacy, he felt compelled by noblesse oblige and religious conscience to develop the reforms that dismembered the old world. It was Salisbury, not Gladstone, who established democratic county councils, extended free and compulsory education to all children, and forced employers to compensate injured workers. He did this not because he believed in mass democracy, but because he believed in the patrician's responsibility to care for the plebeian. Wary of compliments, suspicious of praise, distrustful of civil servants, casual in dress to the point of shabbiness, happier in his private laboratory than on the hustings, Salisbury remained aloof from what Garnet Wolseley called the dirty dunghill sort of democratic wave that washed through British politics in Gladstone's wake. Yet he thrice became Prime Minister. In a deferential age, Salisbury's distance from ordinary Britons, his enormous private wealth, and his blunt insistence on honesty in public life all recommended him to the horde of untrustworthy voters as a disinterested leader. As with many other Victorian misfits, the Empire had been the making of him. He did his best to return the favour. In 1874, Salisbury returned to the India Office under Disraeli. At first, Salisbury suspected Disraeli as a Jewish parvenu. Alluding to Dickens's Oliver Twist, he called Disraeli an artless dodger. But soon their agreement over Britain's imperial destiny overrode Salisbury's distaste for Disraeli's populist manoeuvres. In 1878, as Disraeli's Foreign Secretary, Salisbury negotiated the Treaty of Berlin, resolving the Russo-Turkish War in Britain's favour and creating a British blueprint for the resolution of the Eastern question. After sheltering in the House of Lords for a further 4 years following Disraeli's death, in 1885 Salisbury, now 55 years old, descended to do his duty in the dunghill of the Commons as Prime Minister. Balancing his domestic duties with his true specialty, he doubled as Foreign Secretary. Characteristically, Salisbury's foreign policy rested on a single clear idea, the principle that would become known as splendid isolation. As Britain had the largest empire, the motives of the great powers could not be trusted. The inherited entanglement of the concert of Europe offered Britain's Lilliputian rivals the chance to gang up on the British Gulliver, pinning him down with multilateral treaties. To divide, rule, and prosper, Britain should resolve disputes bilaterally. The decline of Britain's competitive edge made this more urgent than ever. By the 1880s, Britain sensed the loss of its industrial advantage. Exports of British technology had allowed its European competitors to develop potent industrial bases, notably in France and Germany. The rivals identified as the keys to Britain's power its empire, the source of raw materials and captive markets, and its navy, the controller of the sea routes. In Germany, Bismarck introduced a protectionism tinged with patriotic chauvinism and, like King Leopold II of Belgium, went looking for colonies in Africa. The French responded in kind. "Colonies are for rich countries one of the most lucrative methods of investing capital," explained Jules Ferry, the architect of France's expanding empire. "France, which is glutted with capital and which has exported considerable quantities, has an interest in looking at this side of the colonial question." This excited the ambitions of Italy, which as a new state desired the appurtenances of an older one, and of Portugal, an old state that already possessed a slumbering empire. Africa, with its combination of limitless raw materials, badly armed natives, and undefined spheres of influence, became the focus of the European charge for colonies, or, as the new term had it, imperialism. In 1884 the concert convened for its last significant performance, the Conference of Berlin. In the abused names of Christianity, commerce, and civilization, the European powers divided Africa into zones of interest. After several months of elaborate horse trading, on February 26, 1885, the General Act of Berlin drew the starting lines of what would be known as the Scramble for Africa, the race into the hinterland from the patchwork of ports and colonies that now lined the coasts of the continent. Britain claimed the base of the River Nile, France claimed the Chad River basin in the west, Germany claimed colonies on Africa's west and east coasts that overlooked Britain's longer India route via the Cape. Britain and Germany recognized Belgium's great diplomatic virtue, that it was not France, and granted King Leopold II 1,000,000 square miles in the Congo. Further, thinner slices of the colonial pie went to Portugal for having reached Africa first, and to Italy for getting there last. By regulating the scramble, the conference, and especially Gladstone and Bismarck, aimed to prevent its volatile blend of greed and status from blowing back into Europe. In this they succeeded, but at a cost passed to the Africans, whose representatives had not been invited to Berlin. Gladstone's last major contribution to international affairs laid the path for the greatest imperial expropriations in recorded history. "The other powers are beginning a career of colonial aggrandizement," warned Lord Rosebery, a leading young Liberal who subscribed to forward policy. "We formerly did not have in our foreign affairs to trouble ourselves much with colonial questions, because we had a monopoly of colonies. That monopoly has ceased." In contrast to the programs of the new empires, Britain already possessed a global empire, and largely by accident. Britain had established white dominions in South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand with little opposition from the European powers. Until the Indian Mutiny of 1857, London had delegated the running of India to the East India Company, which had ruled India as a private business. The mutiny had obliged Britain to formalize its rule in India, but elsewhere Britain continued to prefer informal influence and the persuasive powers of the Royal Navy. Colonies were expensive to run. In a peaceful system of free trade, the possession of colonies offered little advantage over the cheaper, indirect method, a protectorate, supervised by some helpful local tyrant. The two great exceptions were at either end of Africa. The Cape Colony and Egypt sat astride the best and second-best sea routes to India. Yet even in Egypt, Disraeli, Gladstone, and Salisbury all preferred informal control to annexing a key Ottoman province. Nevertheless, the rise of competing empires forced Britain, the unwitting leader of the charge, to follow its competitors into Africa. When Salisbury left the Foreign Office in 1880, Africa hardly figured in policy calculation. By his return in 1886, the Dark Continent had become the stage for a European struggle for resources and prestige. Like Gladstone before him, Salisbury's priority was to keep the peace in Europe, but without surrendering to the French. In 1887, Salisbury still distrusted Egypt as an inconvenient blend of European rivalries and domestic enthusiasm. "I heartily wish we had never gone into Egypt," he admitted. "Had we not done so, we could snap our fingers at all the world, but the national or acquisitional feeling has been aroused." It has tasted the flesh-pots, and it will not let them go. As for the Sudan, he resisted the lunatics who believed that by some magic wave of the diplomatic wand the Sudan can be turned into a second India. Annexation for its own sake or to avenge Gordon was jingo cant, and jingoism was the bastard brother of patriotism. But when the Sultan's trickery endangered the India route, or when Egypt became essential to Britain's dignity in Europe, there could be no backing down. The expanded strategic demands of the scramble for Africa confirmed this judgment. Egypt became a cornerstone of Salisbury's African strategy. It was radical enough to oblige him to announce it indirectly. His parliamentary majority rested on the support of disaffected liberals, and a public statement would antagonize the European powers. So he followed one of Britain's less grand African traditions and floated his idea in the paper. In the summer of 1888, Salisbury invited to the Foreign Office Harry Johnston, 30-year-old acting consul of Britain's Niger Coast Protectorate and early example of the British species of imperialist. After examining Johnston on his policy in the Niger Delta, Salisbury invited him for the weekend to the Cecil seat, Hatfield House. As they strolled in the grounds after church on Sunday morning, Salisbury raised the imminent division of Africa. What a pity it is that no one could put the whole African question lucidly before the public, he mused. His eyes settled momentarily on Johnston. In some newspaper article, I mean. Johnston took the hint, supplying Salisbury with several drafts of an article. On August 22, 1888, the Times carried Great Britain's Policy in Africa by An African Explorer. We are forced by German, French, and Portuguese ambitions to extend our direct political influence over a large part of Africa, Johnston declared. Africa's material bounty made it the next new world, destined to be exploited by the white races, but Britain risked losing its share of the market. Johnston offered two strategic options, both based upon British control of Egypt. The first, Niger to the Nile, connected Egypt to expanded British territories in West Africa. Though this route was the shorter, it could only achieve contiguity in the unlikely event of France agreeing to swap its West African colonies in Dahomey and Ivory Coast for British Gambia. The second proposal was grander but more practicable, to connect the key territories of Egypt and South Africa by taking control of a 3,000-mile swath in between. Britain could push north from South Africa into the unclaimed area known as Zambezia, negotiate a path through German East Africa to Lake Victoria and the sources of the Nile, and link up with a second drive up the Nile Valley toward Equatoria. Johnston called this scheme Cape to Cairo. Unofficially, it became the strategic blueprint for Britain's African empire. Africa is the subject which occupies the Foreign Office more than any other, Salisbury announced at the Guildhall in 1889. That year he removed from the walls of his suite in the Foreign Office the maps of Central Asia and the Balkans, the familiar backdrop of the Eastern question. He repapered the room with new maps of Africa and prepared to fill in the blanks. Across the river from the ruins of Khartoum, Omdurman grew from a military camp to a new capital, its unplanned huddle of huts and alleys sprawling for 6 miles along the western bank of the White Nile. Its 3 major roads began at the doorstep of the mosque. One ran west into the town's desert fringe, where the Ansar rallied after Friday prayers for a ritual parade to celebrate the revolution. The second ran south to the landing stage where military raiding parties departed to hunt grain and slaves in the south and west. The third, the Darb el-Shuhada, the road of the martyrs, ran north into the desert in the direction of Egypt. The institutional core of the Mahdi's state coalesced around the mosque and its 2 neighbors, the Mahdi's tomb and the Khalifa's house, the arsenal, the slave market, the treasury, and the prison. Khartoum lay empty and smashed. Only its dockyard still functioned, because it had proved impossible to relocate it. All life in the Sudan now centered upon Omdurman, and all life in Omdurman now centered on the Khalifa Abdullahi. The Mahdi is the representative of the Prophet Muhammad, and I am his successor, he explained. Who, therefore, in the whole world holds so high a position as I? At 50, Abdullahi had grown sluggish in gait and grand in manner. He had replaced his sandals with soft leather socks and yellow shoes, and his old jibba with a new patchless one in fine white cotton with a coloured border. On his head was a silk skull-cap from Mecca. A staff of 20 eunuchs and a dozen slave boys attended him. He preferred his body servants to be Abyssinian Christians or children because he believed they would be less likely to plot against him. When his attendants reached late puberty, they were drafted into the army and new young replacements selected. Mistakes were punished by flogging or chain starvation. He maintained a harem of hundreds of women, from light brown to the deepest black, selected from every tribe in the Sudan, with expensive pale shades of foreigner, too. When he forced the sister of the late Sultan of Darfur into his harem, she threw herself into the Nile. Limited to 4 wives by Sharia, he simply divorced the ones he tired of, and married the ones he desired. The gold and silver jewelry that the Mahdi had banned and stockpiled in the treasury to finance the jihad in Egypt gradually reappeared around the necks of Abdullahi's favorites. He developed a taste for Turkish and Egyptian dishes cooked by his homesick new wives, and grew accordingly stout, his long face disappearing in the pouches of fat that hung beneath his eyes. Planning a dynasty, he groomed his son Osman for the succession. When Osman married, Abdullahi relaxed the Mahdi's ban on ostentatious festivities for an 8-day wedding feast to which he invited all Omdurman. Abdullahi attempted to provide Osman with the education he had never received, but Osman had no appetite for the madrasa, preferring nightly orgies in his house. Abdullahi proceeded to govern without his son's help, relying instead on his brothers Yaqub and al-Sanusi Ahmed and an expanding network of spies. Completely illiterate, he depended on 2 secretaries to read his letters and note his replies. When he conferred with his chiefs, most of his orders came in the form of Quranic recitation. He received supplicants from a raised divan, lolling against a sheepskin pillow. They approached with eyes lowered, their hands crossed passively across their chests, and they did not sit until he invited them. When they did, they assumed the prayer position, foreheads touching the dirt floor of the Caliphal Palace, the first 2-story building in Omdurman. Abdullahi did not like being looked at. Even a one-eyed Syrian who unknowingly directed his blind eye toward the Khalifa was told never to come near him again. The Mahdi had led a revolutionary rally at every Friday prayers, but the Khalifa hid from his subjects, using his brothers as deputies. He ventured out under heavy guard only 4 times a year for religious festivals, one hand holding a sword and the other a Hadendower spear that he used as a walking stick. Fearing his subjects and allies, he ruled by making them fear him. The Mahdi had been a scholar and the prophetic creator of a coalition, but Abdullahi was neither. Having inherited the Mahdi's dream at its apogee, between the delirium of conquest and the creation of a perfected caliphate ruled by Sharia justice, he had struggled to control his vast empire. In 3 years the Mahdi had taken the Sudan back 4 centuries. His revolt had demolished the Turkiy's infrastructure along with its garrisons. The Sudan had no telegraph lines, no regular steamer services, and no postal service. Its civil servants had either fled or been murdered. Its trade, agriculture, and pilgrim routes had been disrupted. The sultanates that once had divided it into manageable tracts had folded into an empire that could not administrate them. Abdullahi inherited a medieval chaos. He responded with the medieval answer. He turned the entire Sudan into a giant sultanate, a tribal dictatorship funded by war. Although the British at Cairo and Suakin continued to allow trade between the Sudan and the exterior, trade withered and little new money entered the country. All export commerce passed through Bait al-Mal, but as the prime source of ivory, gum, ostrich feathers, and senna were the western districts, most devastated by war, famine, and disease, supplies were short. The loot from Khartoum seeped away from the Bait al-Mal, squandered by Abdullahi on his favourites or smuggled down to Egypt by his treasurer. The Sudan's currency declined in value, while the Mahdi's dollar of 1885 had been 7 parts silver and 1 part copper. By 1895 the Khalifa's dollar was 2 parts silver and 5 parts copper. The state ceased to exist as anything more than an extension of a tribal tyranny, and the Mahdi's jihad turned into an Afro-Arab imperialism. Abdullahi's genocidal campaigns against dissident Sudanese tribes, or his greedy rampage into Abyssinia, differed little in effect or motivation from the Ghazwas of the Turkiye. The armies of Allah had depopulated the countryside and treated the farming population as a source of free food and fresh manpower. The 150,000 residents of Omdurman obtained most of their grain from the south. But by 1888 there were no reserves of grain at Omdurman, because Abdullahi's general al-Zaki Tamal had massacred the farmers in order to take control of their lands. When the rains failed in 1888, tribes across the Sudan suffered mass starvation. At night jackals came into the villages and dragged half-dead people from their beds. Abdullahi issued orders for the centralization of all grain stocks at Omdurman. The entire population of the Nile Valley south of Berber either died in its homes or staggered to the capital. If they survived the journey, they found that Abdullahi used food as a political weapon. Abdullahi's fellow Baggara had first access to any grain at discounted prices, and while an inflated market in looted grain ran in Omdurman throughout the famine, there was no food for the riverain tribes. People took the dried camel skins from the roofs of their shacks and roasted them. They made a kind of bread from powdered animal bones, and they died in the marketplace as they searched for scraps. As one walked along, one could count 50 dead bodies lying in the streets, and this quite irrespective of those who died in their own homes, wrote Father Joseph Orwalder, an Austrian missionary held in Omdurman. In the market, vendors stood over their goods with big sticks in their hands, beating back the walking, sunken-eyed skeletons. Sometimes 20 or 30 of these miserable, starving people would join together and, regardless of the blows showered upon them, which covered their bodies with wounds and bruises, they would wildly attack the sellers, madly seize whatever they could lay their hands upon, and swallow it on the spot, begrimed with dust, and probably besmeared with their own blood. Those fortunate enough to buy food used weapons to fight their way back home, past gangs of starving vagrants. Cannibalism broke out. When soldiers broke into the home of one half-starved woman, they found that she had eaten all but an ear and a piece of a leg of her infant son. There were so many dead bodies that the Khalifa ordered his men to simply tip them into the Nile, or dump them in the desert to the north of the town, where the wind and sand polished their bones like glass. The next harvest was better, but it attracted a plague of locusts. For the next 4 years, seasonal swarms ate everything in their path. The more Abdullahi favored his fellow Baggara, the more he alienated the Ashraf and the riverain tribes. The Mahdi's family had never accepted Abdullahi as their leader. In the famine, the Mahdi's widows had starved along with rural peasants. Abdullahi had already made the Ashraf junior partners to a dynastic union, marrying off his daughter to the Mahdi's son, Mohammed. But when Mohammed attempted to strengthen his power base by marrying a cousin from the Ashraf, Abdullahi forbade the marriage. In 1891, the Ashraf hatched a plot to overthrow Abdullahi. When he heard about it, his jihadiyya fought a gun battle in the streets of Omdurman with the Ashraf's followers. The captured leaders of the revolt were shipped upriver in a Turkish steamer to Fashoda, where they were beaten to death with clubs and axes by al-Zaki Tamal and his men. Abdullahi kept the Khalifa Muhammad al-Sharif in prison, in case he was needed for future military mobilization of the riverain tribes. After this purge, the Ashraf did not trouble Abdullahi again, but the conspiracy confirmed his paranoia that he faced revolt at any moment. Abdullah retreated further from his subjects. He built a long wall around his home and the houses of his brothers and bodyguards. His early propaganda of angelic interventions and endless jihad turned into an erratic stream of despotic pronouncements. He banned pilgrimage to Mecca. Now the only acceptable Hajj was to the Mahdi's tomb. He suspended almost all religious education. Only a minimal number of boys were trained as tax collectors and accountants in the treasury. He declared the Shejia tribe to be outlaws and unleashed the Baggara on a 4-day rampage of murder. He ordered all subjects to pray at Omdurman's central mosque, an order derived less from piety than from the desire to break up what he called social life, the private gatherings at which his enemies might conspire. With manpower reduced by the famine, he banned the export of slaves. Only his powerful eastern ally Osman Digna dared to ignore this ordinance. Digna's long guerrilla campaign against the Red Sea ports had been waged with little other intent than to reopen the slave route to Jeddah. Hidden from the people and drip-fed with gossip and espionage, Abdullah succumbed to fear and megalomania. He claimed that the domed shrine erected over the Mahdi's grave, designed by a government architect captured at Khartoum and built from materials recycled from some of its grander mansions, had been his own work. On his occasional expeditions outside the compound, he rode in a carriage retrieved from Khartoum. In case he wanted to ride a horse, he kept a giant slave whose sole duty was to lift him in and out of the saddle. The gallows, banned by the Mahdi as an un-Islamic symbol of the Turkiya, returned to encourage the people's loyalty. When the Batahin tribe turned against him, Abdullah ordered al-Zaki Tamal to bring as many of its members as he could to Omdurman. After dozens had died in captivity, the remaining 70 were brought for public execution. After the first 18 had been dispatched and piled by the gallows, the rope broke. Abdullah executed a further 24 by beheading, then sent for the town butchers, ordering them to cut off the hands and feet of the remaining 27. Soon there was a heap of these bleeding members, whilst the bodies of the poor Batahin lay writhing on the ground, beads of anguish pouring from their brows. Most of them bled to death where they lay, although a few survived to become beggars in the Omdurman marketplace. I would not be too much impressed by what the soldiers tell you about the strategic importance of those places, Lord Salisbury told Sir Evelyn Baring in 1890. It is their way. If they were allowed full scope, they would insist on the importance of garrisoning the moon in order to protect us from Mars. Baring had not asked to advance up the Nile, only to expand the British foothold on the Red Sea coast by 50 miles and secure Takar. Salisbury granted him this adventure, but scramble or no scramble, he saw no urgency for further Sudanese expeditions. In Salisbury's opinion, Britain had acquired its empire because its governments had found themselves obliged to support their traders and missionaries with troops. He distrusted the specialists at the War Office, with their conviction that trade and evangelism were the forebears of war. When once you have permitted a military advance, the extent of that military advance scarcely remains within your own discretion, he warned Baring. Step by step, the imperious exactions of military necessity will lead you on into the desert. Salisbury would only heed these exactions if they led to raw materials and new customers, or if they kept them from foreign control. His policy was one of preemption, but as yet he had nothing to preempt. In the meantime, he rewarded Sir Evelyn Baring for his patience by ennobling him as Lord Cromer. Nor did Salisbury see any domestic advantage in a Nile campaign. The public might be stirred by the acquisition of large tracts of desert, but Salisbury's party was still traumatized by Gordon's simultaneous assault on Khartoum and the Gladstone government. They were so deeply impressed with the disasters of 6 years ago, he told Cromer, and the apparently inexorable necessity which had driven them into situations where those disasters were inevitable, that they shrink instinctively from any proposal to advance into the Egyptian desert. The government already had wars to fund. In the early 1890s, Britain's expanding empire faced frontier disturbances from Afghanistan to Nigeria. Salisbury justified these small, expensive wars as merely the surf that marks the edge of the advancing waves of civilization, but he only fought them if they were obligatory. So long as he saw no clear balance of undoubted advantage in diverting forces and money to the Sudan, the dervishes were safe in their brutal paradise. When Wilfrid Blunt called this policy a Machiavellian one, he did not mean it as a compliment. Nonetheless, Salisbury's policy nearly succeeded. By trading cards of low value, he built up his winning Cape to Cairo hand. One by one, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, and Italy assented to his claim that Britain had inherited Turkey's rights in the Nile Valley, receiving in return British recognition of their claims. He bought off Bismarck by trading the British-held Baltic island of Heligoland for German claims to the Congo. He shunted the tiresome little power Portugal out of the East African hinterland by ordering the fleet to coal up and prepare for war. Negotiations with Italy were trickier, not least because Britain's alliance with Italy underpinned Salisbury's Mediterranean policy. Back in February 1885, as the Egyptian garrison had withdrawn from the Red Sea port of Massawa, Gladstone had frustrated a suspected French intention to annex the port by inviting Italy to take it over until Egypt could recover it. Gradually the Italians expanded from the coast, fighting King John of Abyssinia to establish their first African colony, Eritrea. In May 1889, after King John's death at the hands of the Mahdists at Galabat, Italy signed a treaty with his rival King Menelik of Shoa and recognized him as Emperor of Abyssinia. Menelik gave Italy a piece of the Abyssinian highlands, and the Italians gave him 5,000 rifles, 2 million bullets, and £80,000 in cash. Then the Italian premier, Francesco Crispi, turned on Menelik. Invoking the Berlin Act, Crispi announced that Italy had appointed itself protector over Abyssinia. Menelik pointed to the relevant clause of his treaty with the Italians, but as his Amharic translation differed from the Italian original, this did not help him. As the Italians moved up the coast toward Suakin and inland toward the key town of Kassala, Sir Evelyn Baring rang the alarm. Clearly, Crispi would not settle for a temporary toehold on the coast. Italy threatened the Suakin-Berber road, and if it took Kassala, it would also control the headwaters of the Atbara River, a major Nile tributary. When Baring met with Crispi in Naples, the Italian premier rejected Britain's claim to the Nile Valley. This was why Salisbury allowed Baring to send Egyptian troops to take Tokhar. If Britain did not get there first, then Italy would. Fortunately for Salisbury, in February 1891, Crispi's adventurous and expensive colonial policy brought about his fall from office. His successor, the Marquis de Rudini, backed down. That summer, Britain and Italy agreed that Tokhar belonged to Egypt, that Egyptian and Italian troops would cooperate against Osman Digna, and that Italy could hold Kassala so long as the war against the dervishes required it. Salisbury's diplomacy turned the scramble into an orderly takeover, but the premier who specialized in foreign policy had less feel for domestic affairs. Outflanked by Gladstone's promise of another Reform Act, and his accusation that the Conservatives intended to betray free trade and bring in protectionism, Salisbury failed to win the 1892 election outright. Although the Conservatives won the majority of the votes and a majority of English seats, they did not win a majority of common seats. Swayed by Gladstone's promise of another attempt at Home Rule, the Irish nationalist MPs turned to the Liberal Party and formed a coalition government. 82 years of age, Gladstone returned for his fourth ministry, in physical and mental decline. Already blind in his right eye, while campaigning at Chester, he had been hit in his good eye by a hard-baked little gingerbread flung at 2 yards range by a middle-aged, bony woman. His sight never fully recovered. Within a year of the election, his vision had become so fogged that reading and writing were difficult. Instead of undoing Salisbury's foreign policy, he concentrated on holding together his narrow majority and pushing through Parliament the Home Rule Bill that he hoped would crown his career. He could not risk confrontation with his Foreign Secretary, Lord Rosebery, a liberal imperialist who had supported forward policy in Egypt in 1882. Rosebery now continued to advance Salisbury's African policy as though the government had never changed. As a young man, Rosebery had 3 ambitions: to marry an heiress, to own the horse that won the Derby, and to become Prime Minister. Like Gladstone and Salisbury, a product of Eton and Christ Church, Oxford, Rosebery left Oxford without a degree after being forced to choose between his studies and his ownership of a racehorse. Like Salisbury, his early travels in Britain's white colonies made him a convinced imperialist. By his early 30s, he had married Hannah Rothschild and entered politics, collaborating with Gladstone on the Midlothian campaign. In the 1880s, as Gladstone's foreign policy failed, Rosebery became a potential Liberal leader, a Whiggish aristocrat by birth, an imperialist by choice, and one of the few Liberals of whom Queen Victoria approved. He was also petulant, nervous, prone to outbursts of anger, and as a rumoured bisexual, the subject of a whispering campaign by the Marquis of Queensberry, the hunter of Oscar Wilde. Gladstone thought Rosebery one of the most able men he had ever met, and one of the most honest, too, but quite lacking in common sense. He also had no diplomatic experience. In Africa, Rosebery charged where Salisbury had tiptoed. Salisbury had approached the question of the Nile from the Mediterranean, but Rosebery worked from the other end of the river. If the security of Egypt rested ultimately on its water supply, then Britain must control Lake Victoria, the source of the White Nile. In turn, this required land access to the lake from the coast of Kenya. Facing Belgian and French expansion in the Congo, Rosebery judged that he must act immediately to secure the headwaters of the Nile. Without consulting Gladstone, he planned the immediate annexation of Uganda, the creation of a railway connecting it to the East African coast, and the expansion of British influence into the southern Sudan. In Rosebery's plan, Gladstone recognized the hatching of the African egg that he had warned against, and the mutation of his party. He responded scathingly. "I thought it was a pleading from a missionary society or from the company, or should have thought so, but for the date from the Foreign Office." Gladstone's perennial ally Sir William Harcourt joined in, calling it jingoism with a vengeance, and promising that he preferred to die 1,000 deaths rather than have anything to do with it. Capitalizing on the split between ancient and modern Liberals, Salisbury weighed in, insisting that he had always intended to annex Uganda when the time was right. Gladstone threatened to veto Rosebery's plan. Rosebery responded by offering to resign. To save the government and his Home Rule Bill, Gladstone backed down. In September 1892, he suggested a compromise. Pending a final decision, the government should temporarily subsidize the East Africa Company's operations in Uganda, while a commissioner went there to ascertain the situation. Rosebery accepted this, and, like Gladstone, tried to create a situation that would force his opponent's hand. Rosebery won, and not just because the tide of political and public opinion had turned for imperialism. While Gladstone invited the French ambassador for talks on a British withdrawal from Egypt, Lord Cromer issued a cry for help from the other end of the Nile. That summer Khedive Tawfik had died suddenly, less from illness than his doctor's ineptitude. Cromer expected Tawfik's 18-year-old son, Abbas II, to be as pliant as his father. Abbas, freshly graduated from an Austrian military school, resented Cromer's attempt to fit him with the short Khedivial leash. Impertinently, the new Khedive appointed nationalists as ministers. To Cromer, this smacked of Eurabist anarchy. he requested the urgent reinforcement of the British garrison. Gladstone replied that he preferred to put a torch to Westminster Abbey rather than to send more troops to Egypt. But his Home Rule Bill had just passed in the Commons, and he could not lose Rosebery now. Gladstone gave Cromer his troops, and Rosebery control over the government's Egyptian policy. Gladstone's Egyptian tragedy of 1882 repeated itself as the farce of 1892. Though he could not create a policy, the old Prime Minister continued to stall Rosebery's plans for another year, even as the French press announced the departure of a Gallic expedition for Central Africa. Once again the Home Rule controversy broke the stalemate, and once again domestic divisions had crucial effects on foreign policy. On September 9, 1893, the House of Lords rejected Gladstone's Home Rule Bill. Gladstone hung on for another 6 months. At one point he took a month's holiday in Biarritz and forbade the cabinet from convening in his absence. But on March 3rd, physically exhausted, partially deaf, and mostly blind, he faced his final failure. He resigned and retreated to the Lords. Gladstone wanted Sir William Harcourt to succeed him as Prime Minister, but Queen Victoria insisted upon Lord Rosebery. 2 days into his premiership, Rosebery moved on Africa. The time has arrived when British policy regarding the Great Lakes, which form the sources of the Nile, must be defined, he told Cromer. As British, French, and German plans converged on the centre of Africa, the smallest of their competitors, Belgium, capitalized on the rising tension. Despite ruling a small European country better known for chocolate truffles than military prowess, King Leopold II had already secured in the Congo a gigantic colony the size of the Sudan. Using humanitarianism as a cover for exploitation, he instituted a regime of industrial deforestation and systematic slavery that enforced the benefits of the European way by chopping the hands off any Congolese who objected. Leopold now gained further leverage by offering Belgian support to both Britain and France, each of whom wanted to block the other's advance into Central Africa. He obtained an agreement from Britain first. In May 1894, Rosebery agreed to lease to Belgium the left bank of the White Nile from Lake Albert to Fashoda for the rest of Leopold's lifetime. That month Rosebery achieved his third ambition when his horse, Ladas II, won the Derby. He repeated this success in 1895 with Sir Visto, who romped home at a profitable 9-1. Rosebery's African gambles were less successful. The French would not allow Little Belgium to stand in the way of French access to the lakes and the Nile. In July 1894, French negotiators forced the surrender of their Belgian counterparts, with the knife at their throats. Leopold signed a treaty with France, cropping back his new acquisition to a slim, rectangular slice of territory resting on the top left corner of Lake Victoria. This wrecked Rosebery's Africa policy. He had jumped into Central Africa, precipitated a further race for territory, antagonized the powers, and indulged the Belgians, but had failed to secure the headwaters of the Nile. Instead of blocking the French advance, King Leopold's enclave could now become the stepping stone that led the French to the source of the Nile. Britain and France were heading for a direct clash in Africa. Naturally, Rosebery blamed King Leopold. He is attempting to combine the position of a second-rate power in Europe with a first-rate power in Africa, Rosebery explained to Queen Victoria. In March 1895, Rosebery heard a rumor that the French were preparing an expedition to stake the tricolour on the Upper Nile. He pressured his Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, to make a public statement that Britain regarded the entire Nile and all of its tributaries to be within its sphere of influence, and to threaten France with unspecified consequences if it interfered. The advance of a French expedition under secret instructions right from the other side of Africa into a territory over which our claims have been known for so long, Grey told the Commons, would not be merely an inconsistent and unexpected act, but it must be perfectly well known to the French government that it would be an unfriendly act. The diplomats of the Quai d'Orsay had trouble finding a French synonym for unfriendly, but they understood its sense. Britain was willing to fight for the Upper Nile. In June 1895, only weeks after Sir Visto's triumph in the Derby, Rosebery resigned. A politician with a brilliant future behind him, his nerves had shattered under the pressure. Taking office for the third time, Lord Salisbury attempted to rebuild his Africa policy like a chemist whose laboratory had been taken over by a promising but immature pupil. The worst of it was that the rumours of a French expedition were true. "We shall counter the English dream expressed in the formula Cape to Cairo," declared the colonialist Francis de L'Oncle. "We shall counter with the French dream, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea." Economics aside, France needed an empire. Defeated by Germany in 1871, pushed out of Egypt by Britain in 1881, domestically torn by the Dreyfus Affair of 1894, France could not afford defeat in the scramble for Africa. It was a matter of prestige as much as strategy. By late 1895 it was a matter of urgency, too. In French eyes, Britain had no legal right to foreclose the question of the Nile, nor could it ignore international treaties and turn Egypt into a quasi-colony. In 1882, France had only accepted the British occupation of Egypt as a temporary measure. For more than a decade, British diplomats had assured their French counterparts of Britain's good intentions, securing French support for the Egyptian financial settlement of 1885 and the Drummond-Wolff negotiations of 1887. Although the Egyptian economy had recovered, the British had tightened their grip, training native soldiers and claiming rights in the Nile Valley. Lord Cromer had turned Egypt into his private kingdom. As the French residents of Cairo said, it was no good having right on your side if you did not have Lord Cromer too. The British had jilted France, and now they wanted the Nile too, from the Mediterranean to the middle of nowhere. Rather than planning his departure, Lord Cromer now planned to dam the Upper Nile at Aswan. Although Cromer's priority was a year-round stable flow of water to the delta, security also figured in his calculations. "If we settle at the headwaters of the Nile, we command Egypt," Sir Samuel Baker commented, "and a barrage at a low pass, where the Nile cuts through a rocky defile only 80 yards in width below the exit from the Albert Nyanza, would raise the level of the great reservoir of the Nile by 50 feet, and entirely control the water supply of Egypt." In 1885, Cromer had received Habib Anthony Salmoni's intelligence from Paris that the Mahdi had contemplated blocking the Nile with boulders. In 1889, he had predicted that if European rivals approached the river carrying more than boulders, Britain would have to intervene to secure Egypt. In 1893, this spectre appeared. "I wish to reopen the question of Egypt," announced the French President Marie-François Carnot. By the time Salisbury returned to office, France had initiated a covert policy to gain control of the White Nile above Khartoum. The threat of cutting Egypt's water supply could force the British from Egypt. The technical aspect of the French plan was supplied by one of Cromer's own employees. In January 1893, Victor Prompte, a French hydrologist employed in the Egyptian government, presented a lecture to the Egyptian Institute at Paris entitled Soudan Nilotique. Prompte suggested the abandoned Turkish outpost of Fashoda as the location for a dam. Closing the sluice gates in the summer would cause half the crops in the delta to wither. And if the gates were suddenly thrown open, the resulting flood would destroy everything in its path. In May 1893, President Carnot summoned to the Élysée Palace his colonial undersecretary Théophile Delcassé, Victor Prompte, and Colonel Parfait Louis Montet, a soldier explorer lately returned from Lake Chad. Handing Montet a copy of Prompte's lecture, Carnot told him that France needed a foothold on the Nile. "Il faut occuper Fashoda," Carnot said. Montet kicked his heels for a year. First he was delayed by French attempts to negotiate a path to the Nile via the Chancellery at Brussels. Then he was blocked by Delcassé's cautious superior, Gabriel Hanotaux. Frustrated, Delcassé turned to other avenues for French expansion. Delcassé contracted as a consultant the American mercenary Charles Chalet-Long, veteran of Gordon's Equatoria mission and author of Central Africa, Naked Truths About Naked People. Like Lord Cromer, Chalet-Long identified the hinterland of the Red Sea ports as the key to the Upper Nile. Much of it was controlled by Menelik, the Lion of Abyssinia. The French gave Menelik money, arms shipments, and a promise that the eastern bank of the White Nile would be his if he helped France take the western bank. Menelik duly renounced his treaty with Italy. He granted France permission to build a railway from Obok to the Abyssinian capital of Addis Ababa, and from there to the junction of the White Nile and the Gazelle River at Sobat. Next, Chalet-Long and Montet advised that Menelik should be pressured to invade the Sudan, with Chalet-Long as unofficial military advisor. The French colonialists now had to choose whether to advance from the Congo and ally with the Mahdists on the Gazelle River, or to advance from Abyssinia and fight the Mahdists in eastern Sudan. Lord Rosebery provided the answer. The Anglo-Congolese agreement threatened to exclude France from the western Nile basin. French attention turned away from Abyssinia and back to the Gazelle River. First, France undermined the Anglo-Congolese treaty by forcing Belgium to scale back its claims, reopening a blank space on the map of the Gazelle River. Then France prepared a second expedition under Captain Jean-Baptiste Marchand. Wiry and tanned from the West African sun, with a sharp nose and a long jaw, Marchand had developed a private obsession with the French claim to the Nile. In the summer of 1895 he secured an interview with the sceptical Hanotaux. Sooner or later, Marchand said, an international conference would resolve the partition of the Nile basin. Given 200 men and 600 francs, Marchand promised he could cross from French West Africa to the Gazelle River and stake the French claim that would ensure a seat at the conference table. His party could travel incognito and would only raise the tricolour if they bumped into a rival European party also engaged in violating the Khedive and the Sultan's rights. Although the Khalifa had recently chased a Belgian expedition from the Gazelle River, Marchand did not believe that the Mahdists presented any obstacle. Like many colonialists, his distrust of Britain led him to conspiracy theories. As the colonialist François Delangle had told the French Chamber earlier that year, the Mahdist threat was a creation of l'intrigue britannique, which had created, sustained, and fortified the Mahdists to keep France from its African inheritance. Marchand made no mention of the White Nile either, but for Chauda, the colonialist's target, was also his ultimate destination. For the moment, Marchand restrained himself. His aim, he said, was to force by pacific means an international conference at which France's colonization in Africa, currently so gravely threatened by English ambitions, might be secured. Is it not permissible to hope, Marchand asked, that the question of the evacuation of Egypt will flow quite naturally from that of the Egyptian Sudan, and that it will impose itself with new urgency upon the conference's deliberations? Hanotaux's wish to avoid conflict with Britain might have kept Marchand's speculations in the realm of hypothesis. But in October 1895 the government changed, and Hanotaux, spurning a ministry and a radical government whose proposals included the introduction of income tax, left office. His successor, Marcelin Berthelot, was a celebrated chemist and historian of alchemy, but no expert on Egypt. Guided by the zealots in the Quai d'Orsay, in November 1895 Berthelot approved La Mission Marchand. It is obvious, advised Lord Cromer, that if any civilized power holds the waters of the Upper Nile, it may in the end be in a position to exercise a predominating influence on the future of Egypt. I cannot, therefore, help thinking that it will not be possible or desirable to maintain a purely passive attitude much longer. In the view from Cairo, if Britain did not move upriver, it risked being pushed into the Mediterranean. The only question, if this view be allowed to obtain, is when and how shall we move forward? Cromer had already resigned himself to the likely outcome. We must either yield to the French and make the best terms we can with them, which, under the given conditions, must almost of necessity be very bad terms for us, or, if we take any decisive step on our own account, we risk a very serious quarrel with France. The force of circumstances, much more than the faults of any ministry or of any individual, has driven us into a situation which renders war a not improbable solution of the whole mess. Rather than fund a war for the Sudan, Cromer wanted to use Egypt's savings to build a dam at Aswan. He recommended that Britain secure the Nile Valley indirectly by increasing its hold over the hinterland of the Red Sea ports. As for the sources of the Nile, Lord Salisbury had only just secured £20,000 from Parliament for the construction of the Uganda Railway. Salisbury and Baring agreed that advancing up the Nile Valley and fighting the Khalifa were not the best way to advance British interests. Yet in early 1896 that became their policy. 5 days after Marchand received his marching orders, King Menelik of Abyssinia used his new French rifles to devastate an Italian army in the hills above Adawa. Menelik's tribesmen killed more than 6,000 of a 10,000-strong Italian brigade, castrating many of their Italian prisoners and mutilating their Ascari militia by chopping off their right hands and left feet. Menelik had aligned with all parties in the scramble. He had taken modern rifles from Italy, France, and Russia. He had gained territory from British Somaliland by helping Britain against the Khalifa. He had gained territory from French Somaliland by secretly consenting to the French railway linking Abyssinia with the Upper Nile. Even his breach with Italy would be temporary. Menelik's slaughter of a modern European army had 3 consequences. The first was to collapse the Italian government. The second was to encourage Khalifa Abdullahi to lay siege to the Italians stranded in their fort at Kassala. The third was to tip Britain into the Sudan. Desperate to avoid further colonial indignities, Italy asked Britain to use its Egyptian garrisons to relieve the pressure on Kassala. To do its ally a favour, Britain consented. The Italian ambassador has pressed me earnestly to take some steps against the dervishes in favour of Kassala, Salisbury informed Cromer. After consulting the military authorities, Her Majesty's government are of opinion that the occupation of Dongola would be the most effective demonstration, and that the matter will be greatly in the interest of Egypt, and is a charge she may fairly be asked to bear. It will also tend to repel any disposition to attack Egypt, which the recent victories of Africans over Europeans may have created among the dervishes. Of course, it is intended to keep Dongola. At a stroke, Salisbury had broken the impasse of Egyptian policy and completed the eclipse of idealism by realism. Like Gladstone and Rosebery, Salisbury had been prepared to leave the Sudanese to starve until it suited him. The time, it seemed, had now come, and the Italian request was an ideal pretext. In a private letter the next day he revealed his thinking. We desired to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and to use the same military effort to plant the foot of Egypt rather farther up the Nile. Salisbury did not want to annoy the French. In a message to Paris he obfuscated his motives, and indicated there would be no further advance. We have been applied to by the Egyptian government to sanction a diversion in favour of Kassala against the dervishes, he explained. We have approved an advance of Egyptian troops as far as Dongola. Cromer feared losing Kassala to the Mahdists, but that did not mean he wanted to fight the 8,000 dervishes at Dongola. Britain could just as easily support Italy by moving from Suakin up the Berber Road. That would be cheaper, and would give more effective help to the Italians. Taking Dongola would not make Egypt safer. As Gordon had warned a decade earlier, only smashing the Mahdists could do that. It would, however, be extremely expensive. The Sudan is worth a good deal to Egypt, but it is not worth bankruptcy and extremely oppressive taxation. Having advised against the campaign, Cromer suggested where the £500,000 needed to fund it might be found: the extraordinary expenses account where he had stored the commission of the debts budget surpluses. Salisbury secured the assent of the Italian, Austrian, and German governments for this looting of the Egyptian treasury, but the French opposed him, from strategy if not probity, and they secured the support of the Russians. Together France and Russia pressured Sultan Abdul Hamid II to omit one of his periodic complaints about a European violation of his rights in Egypt. Adroitly, Cromer prevailed upon Khedive Abbas II to issue a letter to Constantinople promising that Britain intended only to restore lost Khedivial territories, and so was acting well within its treaty rights. Cromer was satisfied that the new Khedive, who had begun his reign with rebellious postures, had reverted to type. "His behaviour is fairly satisfactory," Cromer told Salisbury, "and I think with a very clear statement to the effect that we will guarantee him against any action from the Sultan, he may be kept straight for the time being." On the evening of March 12, 1896, Salisbury consulted with the Cabinet and Lord Wolseley, and then cabled the Egyptian War Office at Cairo, ordering the advance on Dongola. Just after midnight the message reached the Turf Club, where it was decoded by Lord Athlumney of the Coldstream Guards and Jimmy Watson of the 60th Rifles, aide-de-camp to new Sirdar Sir Herbert Kitchener. The Sirdar had last been seen heading for a series of social engagements. It was 3 a.m. before Watson tracked him down to his official residence. Kitchener awoke to the patter of stones on his bedroom window. Throwing it open, he saw the night watchman, and beside him Captain Watson, waving a piece of paper. Kitchener went down in his pyjamas and read the cable by the light of the watchman's lamp. When Athlumney arrived, he found Kitchener, paper in one hand and lamp in the other, dancing a jig. The years of waiting were over. Chapter 11. The House of War, 1896–99. Straight-backed, starchy, and over 6 feet tall, Sir Horatio Herbert Kitchener looked over the head of almost everyone he met. The slight squint in his left eye, the frown with which he tried to mask it, and the scar on his right jaw from a Mahdist bullet all gave an aggressive cast to his mildest gaze. He exploited these accidents for effect and cover, like the ripe moustache that flowed over his wide mouth and implicitly stiff upper lip. The Sirdar liked his relationships distant and productive. He cultivated perfection, as if each order emerged from the flawless machinery of his late Victorian mind. He has no age but the prime of life, no body but the one to carry his mind, no face but one to keep his brain behind. The brain and the will are the essence and the whole of the man, a brain and a will so perfect in their workings that, in the face of extremest difficulty, they never seem to know what trouble is, sang his camp follower, George Stevens of the Daily Mail. You feel that he ought to be patented, and shown with pride at the Paris International Exhibition. British Empire Exhibit No. 1, Or Concours, the Soudan Machine. The shy son of a lieutenant colonel in the Indian Army who had retired to a run-down Irish estate, at 14 Kitchener lost his mother to tuberculosis. Weeks later he entered the Royal Engineers Cadet School at Woolwich. The masks of military discipline and Christian fortitude soon overlaid his natural shyness, and they became Kitchener's chief weapons in a long frontier war against his emotions. In the summer of 1869, Cadet Sergeant Kitchener met Chinese Gordon, the school's hero. Gordon's less celebrated brother Henry, then a senior officer in the Ordnance, regularly hosted the school's commanders and their juvenile charges. Although Gordon never recalled their meeting, the young Kitchener cherished the memory, worshipping Gordon with unbounded admiration. Kitchener followed Gordon's trajectory. At 24, after failing to go slaying niggers by the dozen with Sir Garnet Wolseley in glamorous West Africa, he obtained a commission to the Holy Land. The new science of biblical archaeology required modern maps, so the Palestine Exploration Fund had engaged the Royal Engineers. What a glorious land this is, when one can see it through the spectacles of imagination, he confided to his sister Milly. Those grand old knights, so fierce in war, so gentle in religion. Just as Kitchener's fluent Arabic rested on the foundation of the biblical Hebrew he had learned at Woolwich with an evangelical friend, so his sense of Britain's imperial destiny rested on his Christianity. In 1876, back in London on a furlough from Palestine, he joined the Guild of the Holy Standard, an army brotherhood pledged to maintain its faith amid the profanity of the barracks and the temptations of the foreign posting. Kitchener swore to be sober, upright, and chaste, to avoid immoral books, to pray regularly, and receive Holy Communion at least 3 times a year, and to promote the religious and social welfare of his men and their families. When the Arabi Revolt exploded in the summer of 1882, Kitchener was one of the few army officers fluent in Arabic. At the time he was at Cyprus on a second surveying expedition, and weak from malaria, but he hurried to Alexandria in civilian dress to offer his services. After watching the bombardment of Alexandria from the Invincible, Kitchener returned to Cyprus, unable to secure a permanent posting. When Hicks Pasha's expedition disappeared in Kordofan, Kitchener was in the Sinai Desert on another survey. Disguised as an Egyptian official and calling himself Abdullah Bey, Kitchener rode 200 miles by camel and secured a major's commission in the Egyptian army. For the next 15 years he devoted himself to British Egypt, until he succeeded Gordon as an icon of imperial morality. Kitchener's great passion was his army career, and the stage was Egypt. Even his close brush with matrimony occurred within the narrow field of British society at Cairo. In the early 1880s, Kitchener had a chaste, unconsummated romance with Hermione Baker, daughter of Valentine Baker Pasha, the overseer of the new Egyptian gendarmerie, and niece of Sir Samuel Baker. Instead of marrying Kitchener to the British machinery in Egypt, the affair ended as a Victorian tragedy. In January 1885, when Kitchener was down in the desert at Ed-Deba waiting for word from Gordon, Hermione succumbed to typhoid. Valentine Baker Pasha gave Kitchener a gold locket containing a miniature of Hermione, which he wore under his shirt, as hidden as the rest of his passions. He continued to attend the balls and dinners that constituted the social round of expatriate Cairo, and to run the gauntlet of ambitious mothers and unmarried daughters, but Kitchener never again exposed his heart to outflanking by love, the great assassin. He preferred the male society of the officers' mess, the Masonic lodge, and the military expedition. In the name of efficiency, he forced all new officers to promise not to marry or even get engaged for the first 2 years of their Egyptian service. He would not risk ridicule or weakness. Margot Tennant, an aristocratic tourist who met him at Cairo, observed, "Though a little underbred, he is not at all vulgar, and though arrogant, is not vain. But he is either way very stupid or very clever, and never gives himself away." For Kitchener, the deaths of his hero Gordon and his dear friend Colonel Stewart were both a national disgrace and a personal shame. Through the siege of Khartoum, Kitchener had been based in the desert at Ed-Deba. Appointed Special Commissioner for the Arabs, he had gathered a force from the pro-Egyptian Ababda tribe, without whom communication in the Nile Valley would have been severed. Living and dressing like a desert Arab, Kitchener took a tribal oath of blood brotherhood with his hosts. As for Gordon before him, the experience of solitude, fraternity, and prayer in the desert increased his sense of isolation and destiny. At the same time, Kitchener had been implicated as both frustrated actor and helpless spectator in Gordon's slow martyrdom. Kitchener had been Gordon's first and last point of contact, the link between Khartoum and Cairo, but had been powerless to help. Though he had warned, If any harm befall Stuart, for every hair of his head I will have a life. He had been unable to assist Stuart's escape from Khartoum, unable to order Egyptian troops forward, and unable to convince Cairo of the true urgency of the situation. Having failed to save Stuart's life, he had been devastated by the dreadful news of Gordon's death. "I can hardly realize it yet," he admitted to his father 6 weeks afterward. Gordon's death had taken the heart and soul out of the expedition, and had further cauterized Kitchener's heart against treacherous emotion and its urgings toward misjudgment. In a final ironic torment, it had been Kitchener's task to prepare the official report on Gordon's death. Interviewing witnesses, he had reconstructed his hero's last, desperate fight on the palace steps. Privately cultivating the flame of revenge, Kitchener drew rigorously professional lessons from the fiasco. He decided that Gordon had died not because he had been abandoned by civilian politicians, but because he had been let down by his fellow soldiers. Wolseley had thwarted the relief expedition through mismanagement and mistakes. As he struggled anew against the twin evils of sentiment and bad logistics, for the next 10 years Kitchener's upward progress became entwined with the project of avenging Gordon. Between 1886 and 1888, as Governor-General of Suakin, he pushed Osman Digna's tribesmen back from the Red Sea coast. In one skirmish he caught a bullet in the face that, inaccessible to the surgeon's knife, eventually dropped into his throat and disappeared into his stomach. From 1889, as Adjutant General at Cairo, he oversaw the training of the Egyptian and Sudanese peasants in the Khedive's new army. At Toski, that army's first real victory over the Mahdists, he led the Egyptian cavalry. He built an officer corps of skilled, motivated, and loyal leaders. They included Colonel Reginald Wingate, a brilliant intelligence officer whose sideline popular histories of the Mahdist revolt kept the outrage of British humanitarians on a slow simmer; Major General Archibald Hunter, a belligerent Scottish swashbuckler who kept an Abyssinian mistress at Shepherd's Hotel; and Gordon's nephew, Lieutenant Colonel William Monkey Gordon, who possessed the family traits of bright blue eyes and a taste for playing with high explosives. Kitchener appointed him Director of Stores. In 1890, Kitchener, aged 40, became Brigadier General in Sirdar. His rise reflected his drive more than his charm. Lord Garnet Wolseley, who recognized ambition when he smelt it, admired Kitchener's competence as much as he disliked his insistence. Queen Victoria, the great armchair imperialist, succumbed to his graceless charm, its deficiency of social skill reflecting its proprietor's obsession for the service. Lord Salisbury admired his soldierly directness and churchman's rectitude, the marks of utility and reliability. And Lord Cromer, who valued a well-balanced budget as much as he feared for the delicate Egyptian economy, cherished Kitchener's parsimonious way with military expenditure as much as he resented his constant urging toward conflict with the dervishes. As British attention turned from the Suez Canal to the Nile Valley, Kitchener harnessed the policy drift to his campaign and waited for Lord Salisbury to return to power. In March 1896, the rattle of stones on Kitchener's window summoned him from sleep to find a dream come true. He was returning to the Sudan with an army at his back. Kitchener and Cromer sat up until dawn writing orders, so busily that they forgot to ask the Khedive's permission to invade the Sudan. As Abbas II slept the sleep of the puppet at Abdeen Palace, Kitchener roused his army. Within 3 days it had left for Dongola, and 4 days after that it had set up an advance camp at Akasha, nearly 100 miles north of the Sudanese border. After 2 months, Kitchener had concentrated 10,000 troops south of Wadi Halfa, armed with artillery and machine guns, and wearing the new khaki camouflage that Queen Victoria so disliked. In the first week of June, Kitchener's troops made their first contact with the dervishes at the village of Farkar. Kitchener split his force into 2 columns. In a night march, one approached from the north and the other looped round from the south. At dawn on June 7th, the two columns attacked the sleeping village simultaneously. They killed 800 dervishes. Many fled by swimming naked across the Nile. The road to Dongola, a further 200 miles south, lay open. Hunter and Wingate advised a flying column for Dongola before the dervishes could regroup. But Kitchener paused. He dragged his gunboats past the second cataract, stockpiled his supplies at Cochet, and, looking at his maps, planned his advance. The modern traveller went by train. Wolseley's expedition had foundered because it had used the wrong transport. On the river, Wolseley had wasted time in the cataracts, had struggled to find boats and sailors, and had placed his entire strategy at the mercy of the water level. On land, where he had used the old caravan route that ran haphazardly along the Nile, he had run out of camels. Although Kitchener intended to use the river from necessity and opportunity, he would not depend on it. A railway would bypass all of these problems. As in India and the American West, every sleeper laid would be a step forward in creating a new infrastructure of control, forcibly drawing new lands and peoples into the shared modernity of speed and communications. Instead of laboring along the 900 miles of the curve of the Nile between Wadi Halfa and Berber, and hauling his force past 3 of the 6 cataracts between Egypt and Khartoum, he would lay 400 miles of track, 230 of them cutting across the waterless Nubian desert to Abu Hamed, just north of Berber. Ignoring the experts who told him that the Sudan military railway was technically impossible, he engaged Percy Girouard, a French-Canadian sapper in the Royal Engineers, whose previous experience included building the Canadian Pacific Railway. Restricted by Cromer's budget, Kitchener rebuilt the first stretch of Ismail's railway by tracking down its looted parts. Sleepers had been used for the frames of native huts, the roof of a barracks at Wadi Halfa, and even a dervish gallows. He worked through the summer heat, driving the Sudanese soldiers on in Arabic, personally supervising every stage, always calculating money saved and spent. He was proud to have reconstituted one 10-mile stretch for free, and seemingly impervious to the dysentery and cholera that, sweeping through the camp on the back of the burning south wind, killed 10 times as many men as the dervishes. In August 1896, the railway reached Cochet, bringing a battalion of British troops from the Staffordshire Regiment, buoyed by the high Nile, 4 gunboats and 3 steam transports tied up by the camp. One, the Zakir, had been built in London to Kitchener's specifications, dragged up in sections and rebuilt on the banks of the Nile. When the river started to drop in early September, Kitchener was forced to advance. After covering 100 miles and passing the third cataract, Kitchener's scouts detected at the village of Karma an advance force of 3,000 warriors under the Khalifa's emir at Dongola, Mohammed Bishara. On September 19th, Kitchener moved on the village, to find that in the night Bishara's force had crossed the Nile and dug in on the opposite bank. Kitchener brought up his gunboats. In the duel that followed, Bishara was wounded, but 2 of Kitchener's gunboats were so badly damaged that to continue fighting would have risked their loss. Only a feint, suggested by Lieutenant David Beatty, second in command of the Zakir, saved Kitchener from retreat. When the Zakir turned south toward Dongola, only 35 miles away, Bishara suspected that the British intended to cut him off. Under cover of night, the dervishes withdrew. 3 days later, his whole army met the dervishes on the plain outside Dongola. Still unsure of his native army, Kitchener stiffened the center of his formation with the Staffordshires and ordered them to swap their khaki jackets for red coats, so that the enemy would understand that Gordon's avengers had come. As the gunboats opened up from the river and Kitchener's troops formed up, a wing of the dervish army suddenly turned and left the battlefield. Kitchener and his officers suspected subterfuge, but the dervish force disappeared into the desert. Already dispirited by the long famine, Bishara's emirs had refused his order to charge into the Egyptian guns. The remaining dervish troops soon turned after them. Their flight was so wild that Kitchener's cavalry found in the desert small children abandoned in the route, and came back laden with black and brown babies. After the collapse of Mahdist forces north of Dongola, Kitchener faced two obstacles: more than 200 miles of baking desert, and a stack of superiors who did not want to spend British money on conquering the Sudan. France and Russia had spoiled Cromer's attempt to fund the war from Egypt's savings, forcing him to contemplate pausing at Dongola for as long as 3 years, while he found more funds. In London, the Chancellor, Sir Michael Hicks Beach, did not intend to make up the difference. Kitchener went to Britain to personally extract £500,000 from Hicks Beach and Salisbury, timing his assault on the Treasury to the short afternoon hours between lunch with the Queen at Windsor and the departure of his train. His campaign against the Chancellor of the Exchequer was not the least of his triumphs, Salisbury told Cromer, but his strategy is all of a piece. The position was carried by a forced march and a surprise. In fact, the cabinet was motivated by news of another march. Captain Marchand, his 10 French officers, and their 200 Senegalese porters had struck out from Dakar on the West African coast for Fashoda and the White Nile. Crossing the desert with a railway proved harder than persuading the Chancellor. The military railway's desert route contained no wells, but Kitchener remembered that one of his young sappers, Edward Cater, knew how to divine water. Marking 2 suitable spots on a map, Kitchener sent Cater and his divining stick out into the desert. To Cater's astonishment, he found water in both spots. Kitchener's luck did not extend to Cater, who contracted typhoid on his adventure and died. A few days later, when Kitchener reached for a whiskey and soda, he swilled brackish water from 72 feet below the desert. With water for his workers, he knew he could build the railway. The labourers cost him nothing. He used soldiers and convicts. To save money, Percy Girouard borrowed steam locomotives from South Africa. Laying the tracks for Cape to Cairo, Kitchener built his railway not to the Egyptian gauge, but to the South African. From the turning of the first shovel at Wadi Halfa on New Year's Day, 1897, Kitchener supervised everything, driving himself to the breaking point. Sleeping 4 hours a night, at dawn he would visit his railhead in his dressing gown. If he found an idle locomotive, he personally drove it forward. If he came upon the assembly of a gunboat, he picked up a hammer and banged in rivets. The rate of accidents increased as the drive south intensified. Kitchener blamed his subordinates for the deaths. At 1.5 miles per day, by mid-July 1897, the railway had snaked halfway to Abu Hamed. Kitchener was already looking ahead. While the railway worked its way across the desert, he planned to capture its terminus. That summer, many of the riverine Jalayin turned against the Khalifa. At Metemmah, Mahmud Ahmed, the Khalifa's nephew and most talented general, repressed a rebellion by massacring all the inhabitants, saving only the young girls for enslavement. The survivors, led by Sheikh Ibrahim Mohammed Farah, fled to Kitchener at Dongola, where they enlisted as irregulars, Kitchener's friendlies. Kitchener ordered Sheikh Farah forward to take Berber before the Khalifa could fortify it. Sheikh Farah procrastinated, claiming that the stars were not yet auspicious, until Kitchener informed him that they were. As the Sheikh led his friendlies into the desert for Berber, an Egyptian column under Archie Hunter made for Abu Hamed. Marching at night and resting in the day without tents or shade, they covered 132 miles in just 8 days before storming Abu Hamed at dawn. In the first week of September, Hunter moved on to Berber, reopening the Suakin-Berber road. Kitchener could not stop. The military railway had to be finished. At any moment the money might run out. The Khalifa might send the whole Ansar south, cutting Kitchener's supply line. The government might lose its nerve and prevent him from reaching Khartoum. It had already forced him to send men to relieve the Italians at Kassala. Only Lord Wolseley and the War Office supported Kitchener's repeated insistence that he needed at least a brigade of British troops. He responded to one request from Cairo that he cut back on expenses by cabling his resignation. Cromer ignored the resignation, but he relayed it to Salisbury, describing it as the production of a sick man who has lost his nerve. Kitchener's passionless veneer finally cracked in the heat of the desert. "You have no idea what continual anxiety, worry, and strain I have through it all," he admitted to Clinton Dawkins, a friend in the Cairo government. "I do not think I can stand much more, and I feel so completely done up that I can hardly go on and wish I were dead. Before next year's work in the field begins, I must get some leave, or I shall break down." Sitting on a crate of tinned beef and whiskey, George W. Stevens of the Daily Mail watched a swarm of Arabs shoveling up sand to build an embankment. Behind him, a supply train rested on the rails. 50 yards ahead of him, the embankment ended in an undisturbed dune, and the tiny figure of a white man with a spirit level. 70 miles away, beyond the shimmering horizon, lay Berber and Kitchener's forward camp, and somewhere beyond that, the Dervish army. Through the 1890s, Stevens had recycled his newspaper reports into bestsellers like With the Conquering Turk, Confessions of a Bashabazouk, The Tragedy of Dreyfus, and, after a short trip to Chicago, The Land of the Dollar. Now he followed the big story to the Sudan. At first, Kitchener had attempted to ban journalists from the front. They took up space that could be better used for supplies. But he had been unable to resist the pressure from London to relent. While Kitchener had been breaking down in the desert, Britain had celebrated Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Like the Great Exhibition of 1851, the Jubilee's rash of retrospectives and parades caused a sudden swelling of the national ego. If the journalists wanted to follow Kitchener, it was because their public wanted to read about him. Not a natural populist, Kitchener slowly grasped that journalists might be allies in his campaign for more men and money. He allowed them to join his camp, but forbade them to join reconnaissance parties or to approach him directly. He also asked that they not stand in front of the firing lines during a battle, but he did not insist on it. At Cairo, Stevens had bought 2 horses and 2 nigger boys, one to look after the horses and one to look after me. Then he made his own way south to join the growing platoon of journalists embedded with Kitchener, the man who has cut out his heart and made himself a machine to retake Khartoum. At Berber, he found that a Mahdist stronghold had turned into a British barrack town. Greek merchants had reappeared from Egypt, selling Turkish mastique liquor and Scottish whisky. British officers ate asparagus and oysters, their tables draped in linen napery, to the strains of a full military orchestra wailing for the Swanee River. The Greeks complained that Kitchener had bought every camel in the district and had dismissed a deputation protesting this infringement of their supply chain. In the tent cities south of Berber, Kitchener received no rest. In the first days of 1897 he heard that Mahmud Ahmed and Osman Digna had massed 20,000 Ansar south of Berber on the Atbara River. Alarmed, Kitchener requested a British brigade from Cairo. To his surprise, he received one, and the promise of another. Arriving before the railway was complete, the soldiers of the Warwicks, Lincolns, and Cameron Highlanders wore out their boots marching the last 30 miles to Berber. After securing new boots, Kitchener led his expanded force up the Nile. In early March, he found the enemy. Overruling Osman Digna's idea that he outflank Kitchener, Mahmud Ahmed had led the Ansar north along the Nile, head-on toward the invaders. When Kitchener's gunboat started to drop shells onto his column, Mahmud realized Digna had been right. Turning away into the desert, he hit the dried-up Atbara, 40 miles above its junction with the Nile. When he found a pool of water in the riverbed, he camped there, ignoring Digna's request that they withdraw up the river. Kitchener's cavalry found them dug in behind a zareba 1,000 yards wide, with trenches, artillery, and ramparts of dried mud. For 3 weeks Kitchener could not decide what to do. Mahmud had reversed the pattern of a dervish charge on an Egyptian zareba. Kitchener's generals did not relish a frontal assault. If Kitchener marched his army 40 miles into the desert, they would fight tired, and if they did not win the battle, they would be massacred as they retreated. His troops wilting in the heat, he wavered and consulted Cromer, who forwarded the question to London. Lord Wolseley bounced the dilemma back up the Nile. On April 7th, Kitchener finally decided to attack the next day, Good Friday. In his battle orders he warned his troops that the dervishes preferred death to surrender. The Sirdar is absolutely confident that every officer and man will do his duty. He only wishes to impress upon them 2 words: remember Gordon. The enemy before them are Gordon's murderers. General Gatacre, commander of Kitchener's British brigade, ordered his troops to file the tips of their ammunition to create dum-dum bullets. The army slept under a full moon in the desert. At 1 in the morning, with the moon down, a chain of whispers roused the men. Silently, their steps muffled by sand, they moved forward. At 4 they paused, some sleeping, some walking up and down to stay warm, speculating how they could surmount a zareba rumoured to be 20 feet tall. In a bunker inside the zareba, Mahmud awoke to find a line of troops just under half a mile from his defences. Expecting disaster, Osman Digna and his bodyguards promptly slipped away. At 06:16, Kitchener's artillery launched a 45-minute barrage into Mahmud's defences, the rockets fizzing from their launchers as his new Maxim machine guns raked the zareba. The infantry waited, a line of khaki and dark tartan blending to purple, of flashing bayonets at the slope, and set 2-month bearded faces. At 0700, the bugles sounded the advance. As the Ansar returned to their barricades and launched a maelstrom of Remington and elephant gun fire, all 12 battalions marched forward in perfect order. Halting at 300 yards, they returned fire with tight volleys. For more than 10 minutes the 2 armies blasted at each other, with the Cameron Highlanders taking the brunt of the Ansar's fire, before Kitchener at last ordered the advance again. The British marched forward to the wail of bagpipes as the Egyptians and Sudanese charged the zareba. On the left flank, the impact of the Egyptian soldiers drove the defenders back into the riverbed, where they were slaughtered. On the right, the Sudanese troops, many of them sons of the garrisons driven from the Sudan by the Mahdi, set about their revenge. In the centre, General Gatacre, leading the British brigade, was the first to the zareba. As he pulled at the thorny barricade, a tall dervish sprang from a trench with a spear. "Give it him, my man," Gatacre shouted to Private Cross, who shot the dervish and bayoneted him where he fell. Crying, "Remember Gordon," the Highlanders forced their way through the thorns to meet a maze of trenches, fire pits, and huts. Leading the charge, Captain Findlay, married for less than a month, killed 2 dervishes with his sword before he was shot at point-blank range. One bullet grazed the cheek of Colonel Werner of the Lincolns, another took off his upper lip. With bullets flying from all sides, the Highlanders worked forward with rifle and bayonets, killing everyone in their path, including Ansar waving palm leaves in surrender. Many of the defenders had been tied to their posts to prevent them from fleeing. For more than an hour the attackers hacked and blasted their way through Mahmud's camp until they reached a riverbed stacked with the bodies of escaping dervishes cut down by the Sudanese troops. A very good Friday, Kitchener called it. He had lost 93 killed and 493 wounded. His aide-de-camp, Jimmy Watson, counted more than 2,000 dead Ansar in the zareba alone, before nausea made him abandon the tally. Passing the corpse of a dervish pinned to a tree by a rocket, Bennett Burley of the Telegraph saw the bodies of women and children in the carnage. When G.W. Stevens saw the work of Kitchener's clean-jointed, well-oiled, smooth-running, clockwork-perfect masterpiece of a battle close up, he was revolted. Black spindle legs curled up to meet red-gimleted black faces. Donkeys, headless and legless, or sieves of shrapnel, camels with necks writhed back onto their humps, rotting already in pools of blood and bile-yellow water. Heads without faces, and faces without anything below, cobwebbed arms and legs, and black skins grilled to crackling on smouldering palm leaf. A platoon from the 10th Sudanese Battalion found Mahmoud hiding in his hut. After jabbing him in the thigh with a bayonet, they brought him to the Sirdar. "Are you the man, Mahmoud?" Kitchener asked. Almost as tall as Kitchener, Mahmoud looked the infidel in the eye. "Yes, I am Mahmoud, and I am the same as you. Why have you come to make war here?" "I came because I was told, the same as you." Kitchener paraded Mahmoud through the streets of Berber, his hands bound. After sitting out the summer in a shadeless camp, the military tortoise crawled up to Khartoum. Journalists, fashionable officers, and foreign attachés hared after it. His army bolstered by a 2nd British Brigade, Kitchener now commanded 20,000 soldiers, 8,000 of them British. Not all of them welcome. Kitchener had contrived to lose the Prince of Wales's application to join the force, but he had been obliged to admit to his ranks the Queen's grandson, Prince Christian Victor, and her Austrian in-law, Prince Francis of Teck. He had also acquired a ragged platoon of 15 journalists. Their ranks included G.A. Henty, the prince of storytellers, reporting for the Standard. Henty specialized in historical novels that invariably introduced a pair of English adolescents to historical personages and lessons in Christian valor in locations as various as 16th-century Holland, by Pike and Dyke, 18th-century India, the Tiger of Mysore, the American Civil War, with Lee in Virginia, and, to tragic and lucrative effect, 1885's dash for Khartoum. Kitchener could tolerate a patriotic fantasist like Henty, but he drew the line at Winston Churchill. Although only 23, Second Lieutenant Winston Spencer Churchill was already notorious in the army. Having taken part in an Indian campaign of imperial repression with the 4th Hussars, he had parlayed his experiences into a popular book, The Malakand Field Force. A subaltern who criticized his superiors in print, and who appeared to be using the army as a stepping-stone to Parliament, could not expect Kitchener's favour. By Churchill's own admission, the terms medal hunter and self-advertiser attached themselves to him. Intensely ambitious, Churchill was deeply anxious to share in the imminent clash between Sirdar and Khalifa. From Bangalore in India, he had applied to join the 21st Lancers, a recently formed cavalry unit. Despite the War Office's approval of Churchill's commission, Kitchener turned him down. The son of the rebel Tory, Randolph Churchill, Winston deployed his connections to thwart Kitchener. His mother, Lady Randolph Spencer Churchill, née Jenny Jerome of Brooklyn, assisted him by launching a campaign of pleasant luncheons and dinners for influential politicians. Securing an interview with Lord Salisbury, to whom he had dedicated the Malakand Field Force, Churchill prompted Salisbury to make a personal appeal to Kitchener. Still, Kitchener refused, claiming he already had sufficient officers. So Lady Churchill wheeled out the heavy artillery. After a dinner-party conversation between her friend Lady Hellier and Sir Evelyn Wood, the Adjutant-General, the War Office pulled rank on Kitchener. 2 days later, Churchill received orders to proceed to the Abbasiyah Barracks, Cairo. "It is understood," the War Office informed him, "that you will proceed at your own expense, and that in the event of your being killed or wounded in the impending operations or for any other reason, no charge of any kind will fall on British Army funds." Churchill had already made his customary private arrangements. Through a contemporary who happened to be the son of a newspaper proprietor, he had obtained a second commission to report for the Morning Post at £15 an article. The night before he left, he picked up a third commission. After dinner, the president of the Society for Psychical Research made him promise to communicate from the other side, should anything unfortunate occur. The next morning Churchill took the boat train for Marseille. 6 days later he was in Cairo. The movement of the regiment 1,400 miles into the heart of Africa was effected with the swiftness, smoothness, and punctuality which in those days characterized all Kitchener's arrangements, Churchill recorded. The journey was delightful. 2 weeks of boats and trains were followed by a 10-day, 200-mile march along the Nile to join Kitchener's column. Scouting ahead, Churchill turned back to see the army dwarfed by the desert. A thin, khaki smear 3 miles long, it disappeared into a mirage. In this filmy world of uneven crystal, long streaks of glistening water seemed to cut across the knees and waists of the marching troops, and then suddenly receded, vanishing like the Khalifa's horsemen, who hovered on the shimmering horizon. Some of Kitchener's officers feared that the Khalifa would fall back toward the equator and exhaust his pursuers, but Kitchener guessed that Abdullahi would never abandon his capital and the shrine of his mentor. He could not have known that one of Abdullahi's reasons for standing his ground was the promise of European support. Via Menelik of Abyssinia, the French government had sent him a flag to be unfurled in case of emergency. In April 1898, an Abyssinian delegation had visited Omdurman, offering French protection and weapons. In honor of his guests, Abdullahi served alcohol and shot off fireworks, yet his apostasy did not extend to technical matters. Imitating the purism of the Mahdi, he spurned the chance to acquire infidel weaponry. By the last day of August 1898, Omdurman was only 18 miles away. After laying 760 miles of railway and 2,000 miles of telegraph cable, having dragged up 8 gunboats, 20,000 soldiers, and a horde of Sudanese camp followers, only a rolling brown plain separated Kitchener from the ruins of Khartoum. The next morning, a patrol of lancers scouting 6 miles north of Omdurman noticed a dark discoloration on the horizon. They took it for a forest of thorn bushes, but then it began to move. Abdullahi's Ansar was heading toward the advancing troops. Churchill's commander sent him racing back to Kitchener. Finding the Sirdar on horseback with his staff, Churchill estimated that the Khalifa could be little more than an hour away. Kitchener received him with a nod slight enough to acknowledge the report, without acknowledging its bearer. "Come along with us and have some lunch." One of the intelligence officers invited Churchill to a picnic. As he ate bully beef and mixed pickles, and drank from bottles of inviting appearance, Churchill tried to imagine the imminent battle, the howling dervish charge, the hammer drill of the Maxim guns, the gouging spears and torn bodies. Death seemed only a sporting element in a splendid game. That British soldiers might one day encounter an enemy also equipped with the steel flail of artillery and machine guns seemed a distant improbability. After lunch, Kitchener's gunboats opened up, pouring the first of 300 shells onto the defenseless civilians of Omdurman, and smashing the egg-shaped dome of the Mahdi's tomb. But the Khalifa stopped short of contact. The armies dug in 3 miles apart, each in its zareba. Kitchener expected Abdullahi would attack at night, and he expected to lose. He ordered that if the dervishes breached the British lines, they must be repelled only with lances and swords. Random rifle fire would contribute to the chaos. To confuse Abdullahi, he sent out spies with word that the British also planned a night attack. Abdullahi believed them. Both armies passed a sleepless night, each waiting for the other's onslaught. Sitting in the dust with his emirs, Khalifa Abdullahi presided over a bitter war council. He, Osman Digna, and Ibrahim al-Khalil, leader of the Mulazameen bodyguard, all advocated a night attack. "By Allah, these English, I have known them for 15 years, Digna burst out. "You cannot beat the English except by deceit." "Let us attack in the morning after dawn prayers," the Khalifa's son Uthman Sheikh al-Din interjected. Let us not be like mice or foxes, sneaking into their holes by day and peeping out at night. Sheikh al-Din's army of the dark green flag was the largest in the Mahdist alliance. It included the Baggara elite and the Sudanese conscripts of the Jihadiyya. Their Remingtons would be vital to a daylight battle and to his share of the glory. As the bickering developed into a shouting match, Khalifa Abdullahi decided, "The best course is what Allah chooses. We fight in the morning after prayers." "The best course is what Allah chooses," Ibrahim al-Khalil echoed as he stood up and dusted himself off. "But there will be no victory." Abdullahi retired to plan his attack. Kitchener had camped with his back to the Nile and Omdurman to his left, his troops arranged in a semicircle. Abdullahi decided to mimic Kitchener's arrangement, spreading his armies out in a giant arc. 3 hills stood between the desert and the Nile. On Abdullahi's right was Jebel Surgham, on his left the 2 hills of Karari. He decided to hold back most of his troops and to maneuver them behind the hills as the battle developed. The Khalifa and the 12,000 men of the Black Flag would wait behind Jebel Surgham. Ali Wadhelu's 4,000 warriors of the Green Flag and Sheikh al-Din's 10,000 warriors of the Dark Green Flag would advance across the plain toward the Karari Hills. Abdullahi chose Ibrahim al-Khalil's 4,000 elite guards and Uthman Azraq's 12,000 warriors as his first wave. From the slopes of Jebel Surgham, the British lines were less than 2 miles away. When the first wave crashed into the left and center of the British Zariba, Ali Wadhelu and Sheikh al-Din would charge on its right side. Then the Black Flag would emerge from behind Jebel Surgham and hit what remained of Kitchener's center. The Khalifa rested in a tent looted from King John of Abyssinia at the Battle of Galabat, its embroidered crosses replaced with Quranic verses. The play of searchlights from the gunboats on the river kept him awake all night. In the other Zariba, Lieutenant Churchill also could not sleep. Taking a stroll by the Nile, he was hailed by 2 white-uniformed officers on a gunboat. One of them was David Beatty, whose quick thinking had saved Kitchener in the Dongola campaign. Amused to hear that the soldiers would not be able to use their rifles inside the Zariba, Beatty offered Churchill a place on the gunboat if the worst happened. Then he slung a large bottle of champagne into the shallows. Churchill waded in up to his knees and retrieved the bottle from the mud. He and his fellow officers drank the champagne under the black desert sky. 17 years later, when Churchill was the First Lord of the Admiralty during the First World War, he would appoint Beatty Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Kitchener did not sleep either. At 04:30, with a full moon still in the sky, trumpets and fifes roused his troops. By dawn the army was ready to move, and the Lancers were scouting between the 2 camps. Awestruck, Churchill saw the enemy appear with the rising sun, first as a shimmer in the hills, then as a series of glittering smudges, each composed of thousands of warriors. The whole side of the hill seemed to move, and the sun, glinting on many hostile spear points, spread a sparkling cloud. Color value shifted with daylight, and the Ansar clarified into a white band 4 miles wide and over 40,000 strong, speckled with red, green, black, and white banners that reminded him of the Crusaders in the Bayeux Tapestry. As the Lancers raced back to the British Zariba, the hills thundered to the drums and the war cry, La ilaha illallah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. Ibrahim al-Khalil led his men up the last ridge between Kitchener and Omdurman in orderly files 10 men deep. As they crested the rise, they saw the British Zariba to their right, and to their left a 2-mile swath of Uthman Azraq's men. Then the world seemed to explode. From the river the gunboats opened up, their shells blasting spouts of red earth and shrapnel and ripping holes in the ranks. Al-Khalil was blown from his saddle, and his horse almost decapitated by a splinter. Finding another mount, he ordered his men to close ranks. When the Maxim guns ahead of them crackled into fire, he began to charge. It was a fatal error. Firing 7 bullets per second, the Maxims worked back and forth across the dervish lines. Al-Khalil was shot through the head and chest, his rank shredded by the fire. As the Grenadier Guards joined in with their rapid-firing carbines, the slopes of Jebel Surgham became carpeted with smashed bodies. In the center of the field, Uthman Azraq raised his rifle and fired a shot to launch the assault. Leading 50 cavalrymen and 100 foot soldiers, he raced straight toward a battery of 6 Maxim guns. 8,000 warriors followed them, whole families and tribes attacking as single units. As they charged, they compressed into a smaller and smaller target. Kitchener ordered further cannon and Maxim guns to be brought up. Every second a cannon shell landed on the charging warriors, blowing great gaps in the human tide. The Maxim guns hosed along the lines, killing men and horses, the wounded who staggered to their feet and pressed on, the flag-bearers who tumbled forward with the momentum of the fanatic dead. When the dervishes were 800 yards from the British lines, the Sudanese battalions opened up, and the battlefield disappeared under clouds of black powder smoke. Uthman Azraq fell 400 yards from the British line, shot through the thigh. As he struggled to his feet, the machine guns cut him down. The last fragments of his assault were blown to pieces 200 yards from the British guns. "Cease fire, please! Cease fire!" Kitchener shouted. "What a dreadful waste of ammunition!" It was a little past 0800. The smoke cleared to reveal a scene of slaughter. A medieval army had charged frontally into the guns of a modern one, and had been annihilated before it could get within range. Piles of dead and dying dervishes lay across the field like snowdrifts. Small groups of wounded staggered back as 15-pound artillery shells showered them with hot shrapnel. Al-Khalil's army had dissolved into a wreck of torn bodies and bloody jibbas. Most of Uthman Azraq's men had been massacred 500 yards short of the British Zariba. The rest now went to ground and began firing their rifles toward the Zariba. In a more equal contest, they soon picked off 200 of Kitchener's men. The massacre of the first dervish wave convinced Kitchener that he had already won the battle. He moved to take Omdurman before Abdullahi could retreat into the city and draw him into house-to-house fighting. He ordered the 21st Lancers out of the Zariba to reconnoitre the plain, and the rest of the army to follow them along the Nile to Omdurman. In his haste, Kitchener exposed his flank. He also opened his rearmost troops, Sudanese riflemen under Brigadier General Hector MacDonald, to attack from 2 Mahdist armies. At 0900, Colonel Martin led the 21st Lancers toward Jebel Surgham. Behind him, Kitchener's whole force moved from behind its Zariba toward Omdurman. Although Martin had been ordered to reconnoitre, he wanted to win battle honours for his new regiment. When he spotted a troop of 30 dervish cavalry, dark, cowled figures like monks on horseback, and about 200 foot soldiers hiding in a shallow fold in the ground, he ordered his 4 squadrons to draw their swords and lances and prepare to charge. This recourse to pre-modern warfare was the last cavalry charge in the history of the British Army. Of course there would be a charge, thought Winston Churchill as they formed up. That was the one idea that had been in all minds since we had started from Cairo. At 300 yards, Churchill heard the trumpet call trot. The 320 horses began to jingle and clatter as they gathered speed, white smoke puffs marking the rifle fire from the long row of infantry crouching in the depression. As they wheeled round to form a line, charge sounded, and they thundered forward. Churchill had a bad shoulder. Deciding that if it came to hand-to-hand fighting, he would use a pistol instead of a sword, he had bought a new Mauser handgun in London. As he bounced toward the dervishes, he struggled to replace his sword in its scabbard and get out the Mauser. Looking up, he saw he was only 50 yards from the dervishes. The scene appeared to be suddenly transformed. Behind the dervish firing line, over 2,000 warriors loomed up, a mixture of Osman Digna's followers and survivors from the Ansar's first wave. What had appeared to be a shallow fold turned out to be a deep and steep-sided dry wadi. Bright flags appeared as if by magic, and I saw arriving from nowhere emirs on horseback among and around the mass of the enemy. The dervishes appeared to be 10 or 12 deep at the thickest, a great grey mass gleaming with steel. At full tilt the 320 lancers plunged straight into the wadi. The ground disappeared beneath Churchill's pony as it slipped 5 feet into the spearmen. Everything seemed to go silent, the images flickering in his brain, exactly like a cinematograph picture. 2 riflemen popped up before him. He aimed at the gap between them as their bullets went past his head. The pony scrambled up the other bank, trotting back under the hard, crisp desert. Suddenly a man appeared before him, diving to the ground as he drew a curved sword, ready to hamstring Churchill's pony. Twisting his pony aside, Churchill shot him at 3 yards. A second man jumped up, and Churchill shot him in the chest, so close that his pistol struck the man's sword. He fired again at an Arab horseman in a bright tunic and chain-mail, but missed. The horseman turned away, and Churchill rejoined the rest of his unit. 50 yards away, a morass of lancers and dervishes fought hand-to-hand in the wadi. Churchill had been on the right flank, where the dervish ranks had been thinner. In the centre, the 2nd Squadron of Lancers under Churchill's friend Lieutenant Robert Grenfell had crashed into a mass of spearmen so thick that their charge had faltered. Men had been pulled from their horses and hacked to pieces. When Captain Fair's sword snapped against a dervish blade, he threw the stump in his opponent's face. Grenfell lay dead, his skull split in half by a sword stroke as he scrambled up the wadi. A succession of ghastly apparitions dribbled back from the melee. Horses spouting blood, struggling on 3 legs, men staggering on foot, men bleeding from terrible wounds, fish-hook spears stuck right through them, arms and faces cut to pieces, bowels protruding, men gasping, crying, collapsing, expiring. Lieutenant Nesham, slashed in the shoulder and right leg, emerged with his right hand almost severed by a sword stroke, his reins wrapped around his forearm. Sergeant Freeman tried to regroup the remains of the 2nd Squadron. His face was cut to pieces, and as he called on his men to rally, the whole of his nose, cheeks, and lips flapped amid red bubbles. Somehow Colonel Martin had ridden through the melee without drawing his sword, and without a scratch. In 2 minutes 1/3 of his men had been killed or wounded. It was then that the colonel remembered that his chivalrous lancers also carried carbines. Churchill's hearing returned to the crackle of Martini Henry fire. Within 20 minutes the wadi was clear of dervishes. As the leading brigades raced for the honour of being first into Omdurman, Brigadier General Hector MacDonald and the 1st Egyptian Brigade fell a mile behind the advance. At the same time, the Khalifa's army of the Black Flag emerged from behind Jebel Surgham, and the 2 armies of the Green Flag converged on MacDonald's rear. The son of a Scottish crofter who had risen to the ranks as an imperial campaigner, old Mac rode along the lines, roaring at his Egyptian soldiers when they wavered. A pony messenger raced off in search of Kitchener and reinforcements. Kitchener had glory on his mind. "Can't he see we're marching on Omdurman?" he complained. "Tell him to follow on." Then he reconsidered. Wheeling west, away from the river, he swung around in time to shelter MacDonald's left flank from the onslaught of the 12,000 warriors under the Black Flag. MacDonald is in for a terrible time. Bennett Burley of the Telegraph observed the charge from the eastern slope of Jebel Surgham. Will any get out of it alive? MacDonald ignored Major General Archie Hunter's order that he withdraw. He knew that to do so would be to crumple in the face of the Mahdist charge, exposing his men to slaughter. Old Mac had personally trained his 4 battalions of Sudanese riflemen. When the Black Flag's runners poured out from behind Jebel Surgham, his soldiers held their line, the Egyptians maintaining crisp volleys, the Sudanese firing at will. This bought time for reinforcements to arrive on MacDonald's left flank. When the cannon and Maxims opened up, they caught the Khalifa's attack in crossfire. 200 yards short of MacDonald's riflemen, the attack faltered, the tide of screaming warriors ebbing in chaos. As it did, the armies of the Green Flag attacked from the north. MacDonald swung the 11th Sudanese Battalion around in time to face the onslaught head-on. The dervishes poured past the 11th's flank and into the seam between the 11th and 9th Battalions. For a moment the path lay open for them to wheel around and encircle MacDonald's brigade, but the 2nd Egyptian Battalion ran up at the double and broke the dervish charge at point-blank range. The bravery of MacDonald and his men had saved Kitchener's army. They had broken Abdullahi's. Thousands of dervishes, the flower of the Mahdi's jihad, lay dead or dying all around his lines. The Khalifa fled for Kordofan. "A good dusting," pronounced Kitchener as he closed his field glasses. It was 11:30. In 4 hours the Mahdi's dream had been ground beneath the murderous juggernaut of the Sudan machine. Under the Khalifa's captured black flag, Kitchener led the Sudanese brigade into Omdurman. The city stank. The Khalifa's army had used it as a vast latrine, and Kitchener's bombardment had strewn the smashed streets with the swelling bodies of donkeys, men, women, and children. Kitchener rode up to the square outside the mosque, littered with abandoned copies of the Koran, and then to the Mahdi's tomb, its sepulchre covered in debris from its smashed dome. In the Khalifa's house he found Gordon's telescope. In the prison he found the Khalifa's European prisoners. Returning to his tent at dusk, Kitchener reclined on a camp bed, dictating telegrams by the light of a journalist's matches to Colonel Wingate, who scribbled as he lay on the ground. Outside the tent, an armourer sawed at the European prisoners' chains. "I thank the Lord of Hosts for giving us victory at so small a cost in our dead and wounded," Kitchener reflected, and fell asleep. The next day he visited the ruins of Khartoum. Exploring the remains of Gordon's palace, he paused at the staircase where Gordon had been hacked to death. He spent the rest of the day drafting a memorial service. The next morning his gunboats ferried detachments from each regiment up to the landing stage by the palace. 2 flagpoles had been raised on the ruins. When Kitchener raised his hand, a giant Union Jack unfurled. On the Melik, Monkey Gordon fired a salute of live ammunition in Uncle Charlie's memory. Kitchener raised his hand again. A smaller Egyptian flag appeared. The shells moaned southward over the water, and the band played the Khedivial hymn. Kitchener called for 3 cheers for the Queen and 3 for the Khedive, and then General Watchup of the British Division called for 3 more for Kitchener. "Lord, who shall dwell in thy tabernacle?" The Anglican chaplain recited the 15th Psalm. "Who shall rest upon thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart." To a muffled drum roll the pipers played a Highland lament for Gordon, and then the band of the 11th Sudanese played his favourite hymn, "Abide with Me." By the end of the service many of the British officers were sobbing. Great round tears poured silently down Kitchener's sunburned cheeks. Too upset to speak, he signalled Archie Hunter to dismiss the parade. "Tell some stonemason," Winston Churchill wrote home, "to bring his hammer and chisel and cut on the pedestal of Gordon's statue in Trafalgar Square the significant, the sinister, yet the not unsatisfactory word, avenged." Yet the extent of the revenge troubled even Churchill. In a mostly lopsided slaughter, Kitchener had overseen the killing of over 10,000 dervishes. Hundreds more had been killed in Omdurman the night after the battle, when the Sudanese troops had exacted their own revenge on the Mahdists. Thousands of wounded were left to die on the sun-baked plain outside the city. 3 days after the battle, Churchill rode back onto the field to see what remained of the valiant warriors of a false faith and a fallen domination. All was filthy corruption. Dead dervishes lay every 3 yards, dismembered and contorted, their corpses swollen to twice their size. In some places the bodies piled 2 or 3 high like lumber. The hot wind was thick with the smell of decaying flesh. After the battle many of the wounded had fought to the last, rising up to spear and stab medical orderlies and souvenir hunters, but others still clung to life, crawling and dragging themselves to the Nile for water. Churchill found a warrior, 1 foot blown off, who had covered a mile in 3 days and had 2 miles to go. Another, with both legs shattered, dragged himself along in sitting position. More lay face down in the shallows. Churchill felt Kitchener should have sent out either a large bucket of clear, cool water to the wounded, or a nameless man with a revolver and a big bag of cartridges. Kitchener's abandonment of the dervish wounded gave rise to a story that he had ordered their killing. The Liberal opposition in London amplified this rumour until it assumed the dimensions of popular legend. Kitchener insisted that his priority had been the welfare of his own wounded, and that he had engaged the Mahdi's old physician, Hassan al-Ziki, to set up a hospital for the estimated 16,000 wounded dervishes. But the stigma adhered. His methods had been brutal. In Britain, even imperialists wondered if Kitchener, by waging total war on savages, had himself become a barbarian. His campaign was not yet over. Before leaving England, Kitchener had been given a secret set of orders written in Salisbury's hand and sewn into a jacket. Now he opened them. He was to sail 700 miles into the far south and complete the conquest of the Upper Nile by forcing the French interlopers from Fashoda without starting a war. No corpses, Salisbury requested. On July 10, 1898, while Kitchener had geared up for his final advance on Omdurman, Captain Marchand's party had reached Fashoda after a 2-year odyssey through forest and swamp. Renaming the site Fort Saint-Louis, they ran up the tricolour, built some mud ramparts, and planted a vegetable garden. The local Mahdists did not seem to be aware of the grand French scheme for an anti-British alliance on the Nile. They attacked Marchand's fort, and though he repulsed them, he knew they would be back. On September 17th, he heard that a dervish army was on its way with 5 gunboats. The French took to their trenches and prepared to fight to the death. The first gunboat appeared the next morning. Impeccably turned out in the red fez and khaki uniform of the Egyptian army, 2 Sudanese soldiers stepped ashore. Saluting crisply in the Kitchener style, they gave the astonished Marchand a letter from their commander. Marchand read that Kitchener, having retaken Khartoum, had come to reclaim the rest of the Khedive's empire. The British general appeared later that morning, the Dal puffing round a bend in the river at the head of 3 more gunboats. Anchoring offshore, Kitchener's men trained their rifles on the French garrison. Bearing a large tricolour, Marchand rowed out to the Dal to parley. Neither wanted war, but neither felt able to back down. The 2 soldiers agreed that they could not honourably resolve their country's dispute in a marsh at the wrong end of the Nile, and to refer the matter back to the politicians. Kitchener did not insist that Marchand lower the tricolour from over the fort, and Marchand allowed Kitchener to run a Union Jack up a nearby tree. Even more generously, he humoured Kitchener's mangled French and agreed to toast their meeting with the awful British drink, warm whiskey and soda. The champagne came out later, along with fresh vegetables from the garden. The next day Kitchener steamed off. Leaving 600 Sudanese soldiers next to the fort, he planted another pair of British and Egyptian flags at the junction of the Sobat and the White Nile, trumping Marchand's claim to a site near the headwaters on Lake Victoria. The French bluff had been called. Marchand's government had no way of reinforcing his position. In fact, it was falling apart. From newspapers that Kitchener's party had left behind at Fashoda, Marchand discovered that the Dreyfus affair had reached a crisis point. Digesting the news, Marchand and his officers cried silently by the Nile. The French government blustered, but when Salisbury threatened to run out the fleet, they climbed down. On December 4, 1898, Marchand received orders to leave. Spurning Kitchener's offer of free passage down the Nile, he prepared to complete his crossing of the African continent by heading for the Red Sea via Abyssinia. Always ambitious, the French expedition had ended in fiasco. As the French flag came down, one of the African soldiers asked the expedition's doctor why, having come so far, they were leaving so soon. "Le blanc ne sait pas," replied Dr. Emily. "The white man does not know." Sir Herbert Kitchener, the Sirdar of the Egyptian army and the commander of the Sudan Expeditionary Force, has become the hero of the hour, the sketch announced, describing the victor of the Omdurman as another example of the successful mingling of the Saxon and the Celt. Kitchener sailed back to glory and controversy. Queen Victoria nominated him for a peerage. The crowd that welcomed Lord Kitchener of Khartoum off the boat at Dover was the largest the port had ever seen. But a second scandal further soured his triumph, suggesting that in the days after the conquest of Omdurman, Kitchener's self-control had given way to unbridled vengeance. 4 days after the battle, Monkey Gordon laid a trail of gun cotton around the Mahdi's tomb and blew the last resting place of his uncle's tormentor to pieces. Kitchener claimed that the building, damaged in the shelling of Khartoum, was structurally unsound. His real motivation was to prevent the largest building in Omdurman from becoming a shrine to Mahdism. He had no excuse for what happened to its contents. Monkey Gordon's demolition party tipped the Mahdi's bones into the Nile by night, and one of them detached the Mahdi's shapely skull. When Kitchener returned from Fashoda, his acolytes presented it to him as a trophy. The Sirdar did not know what to do with it. Perhaps, a wag suggested, he might use it as an inkpot, or a drinking sconce. While Kitchener decided, he stored it in an old kerosene tin. When this story leaked out, it triggered widespread revulsion, and not only among Salisbury's parliamentary rivals. Churchill thought it a wicked act, of which the true Christian, no less than the philosopher, must express his abhorrence. Salisbury's government promised that a white paper would inquire into how such an abomination had occurred. Queen Victoria wrote to Kitchener, registering her disgust at the destruction of the poor body of a man who, whether he was very bad and cruel, after all was a man of certain importance. Icily she upbraided him. It savours too much of the Middle Ages not to allow his remains to be buried in private in some spot where it would not be considered as of any importance politically or an object of superstition. The graves of our people have been respected, and those of her foes should, in her opinion, be also. When I returned from Fashoda, the Mahdi's skull in a box was brought to me, Kitchener protested, and I did not know what to do with it. He wondered if the Royal College of Surgeons, who already possessed a section of Napoleon's intestine, might be interested in it. By then the Mahdi's skull had reached Egypt, one item among the hoard of souvenirs that Kitchener had stashed in a Cairo warehouse. Kitchener suggested it be interred in a military cemetery at Cairo. Lord Cromer hustled it back to Wadi Halfa as quickly as possible. Finally, the skull was buried secretly in an unmarked grave in the Muslim cemetery on the edge of the desert. The white paper was a whitewash. The uproar faded, and the newspapers moved on to new outrages in other remote districts of empire. In South Africa, a new war against the Boers was beginning. How strange and varied are the diversions of an imperial people, Churchill marvelled. It is like a pantomime scene at Drury Lane. These extraordinary foreign figures, each with his complete set of crimes, horrible customs, and minor peculiarities, march one by one from the dark wings of barbarism up to the bright footlights of civilization. Whatever his revulsion at Kitchener's methods, Churchill believed the struggle and slaughter had been worthwhile. In the new graveyard at Omdurman, rough piles of red stones and white crosses marked the resting places of the soldiers who had paid the bill for all the fun and glory. but they would not be the only monument to Gordon's crusade and Kitchener's conquest. The destruction of a state of society which had long been an anachronism, an insult as well as a danger to civilization, the liberation of the great waterway, perhaps the founding of an African India, certainly the settlement of a long account. These are cenotaphs which will excite the interest and the wonder of a not ungrateful posterity. The triumph of Omdurman had been bought so cheaply that the affair of the Mahdi's skull seemed a minor blemish on Kitchener's crown. Mahdism, the spectre that had threatened the British Empire, had been annihilated, and cheaply. As Kitchener boasted, he had conquered the Sudan for only £2,354,000, a third of the expense of Wolseley's failed relief expedition. Thanks to Lord Cromer's budgeting of the Egyptian accounts, the British taxpayer would be asked to cover only £800,000 of the bill. Britain had acquired over 1 million square miles of Africa and over 2 million Muslims at bargain rates, £2, 6 shillings and sixpence per square mile, and £1, 3 shillings and threepence a head. No less economically, Salisbury now imposed an Anglo-Egyptian condominium upon his new subjects. For the first time in history, the Nile was open from source to delta. From Alexandria to Lake Victoria, the great and ancient river, and the millions who depended on it, were British possessions. A war begun at the turn of a new Islamic century had ended on the cusp of a new Christian century. Its extension of Kitchener's methods and technology would render him as quaint as the last charge of the 21st Lancers. At Omdurman, Kitchener's machine guns and artillery killed more than 10,000 dervishes in a single morning. In July 1916, over 19,000 British soldiers would die on the first day of the Battle of the Somme. On the final day of the 19th century, Wilfrid Blunt sat at his desk in his house outside Alexandria and composed an epitaph. I bid goodbye to the old century. May it rest in peace, as it has lived in war. Of the new century I prophesy nothing, except that it will see the decline of the British Empire. Other worse empires will rise perhaps in its place, but I shall not live to see the day. It all seems a very little matter here in Egypt, with the pyramids watching us as they watched Joseph, when, as a young man 4,000 years ago, perhaps in this very garden, he walked and gazed at the sunset behind them, wondering about the future, just as I did this evening. And so, poor, wicked 19th century, farewell. Epilogue. Cairo, 1899. After his expulsion from Egypt, Khedive Ismail attempted to retire at Naples. He left in disgust. After one of his wives eloped with a barber, the prefect of police refused to return her to the harem. Ismail floated around the capitals and spa hotels of Europe, searching for the support that might return him to Egypt and the cure that might ease the ache in his liver. In 1877, against the advice of his friends, he accepted Sultan Abdul Hamid II's offer of a palace at Constantinople. Half guest, half prisoner, Ismail joined the Ottoman menagerie of broken-down causes. Isolated from society, pining for the spa at Carlsbad, whose waters had always cured him, and fearful of assassination by his host, he spent the rest of his life in a gilded cage on the Bosporus. He died on March 2, 1895, just as his old French allies reignited his dream of an equatorial empire. He finally returned to Egypt in a coffin. The winding up of the estate, admitted a friend from his wild ride in Egypt, proved to be a very complicated matter. Visionary and fraudster, the prince whom Lord Cromer called the great high priest of Sham was the first great kleptocrat of modern African history. Ismail's trio of accomplices drifted into retirement. After resigning in protest at Gladstone's plan to force Egypt to abandon the Sudan, Sharif Pasha never returned to office. He died at Graz, Austria, in 1887. In 1893, Lord Cromer and Abbas II agreed on Riaz Pasha as a compromise prime minister, but he retired the following year due to ill health. He died in 1911. In 1895, Nubar Pasha was pensioned off after 50 years' service to Egypt, the foreign powers, and his own pocket. The negotiator of the Suez Canal and thrice a prime minister, in 1898 he died at Paris. Khedive Abbas II declared his full support for the Anglo-Egyptian condominium in the Sudan. As the junior partner, he stood to gain from the British program of justice systems, education, irrigation, and tax remission. Meanwhile, he resumed his polite struggle against Lord Cromer, aligning with the nationalists in the hope of recovering his independence. An enthusiastic breeder of cattle and horses, Abbas II also had numerous children, but none succeeded him. In 1914, Turkey entered the First World War on the side of Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Herbert Asquith's Liberal government completed Gladstone's work, declaring Egypt a British protectorate and deposing Abbas II. Retired in Switzerland, Abbas II wrote his own version of events, the Anglo-Egyptian settlement. In 1944, the last Khedive died as he had lived, neutral and rich. In 1903, Ahmed Urabi returned to Egypt after 20 years' exile at Ceylon. A small crowd gathered at Cairo station, some to cheer and some to hiss. 8 years later he died of cancer, addled by senility and ignored by Cromer's Egypt. Tulba Pasha, who led the defense of Alexandria against Admiral Sir Beauchamp Seymour, had sickened in Ceylon. In 1899 his jailers returned him to Cairo to minimize a popular response to his death. When no response transpired, the British allowed Urabi's master, Mahmoud Sami al-Barudi, to return home. In 1907, Jamal ed-Din al-Afghani died from cancer of the jaw while a guest of Sultan Abdul Hamid II. His small circle of admirers alleged that the Sultan's doctor had injected poison into his chin. Although his death was barely noted at the time, his pan-Islamic apologetics and anti-Western spleen made him the founding ideologue of Islamism. Afghani's protégé Rashid Rida inspired Hassan al-Banna to found the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Members of that organization have included the Islamist theoretician Sayyid Qutb and Ayman al-Zawahiri, who, after rising to leadership of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, became Osama bin Laden's deputy. Of the rebels of 1881, only Sheikh Mohammed Abdu prospered. The failure of Afghani's revolutionary vision turned Abdu toward reform. In 1899, Lord Cromer appointed Abdu the Grand Mufti of Egypt, the chief Muslim authority of a Christian occupation. Abdu and his neighbor Wilfred Scowen Blunt, their gardens backed onto each other, worked on a memoir of the thwarted Urabi revolution and their dashed hopes for an Islamic reformation. On July 11, 1905, the anniversary of the bombardment of Alexandria, Abdu died. Blunt completed their work, Secret History of the Occupation of Egypt, a candid, entertaining, and frequently unreliable account of the Urabi Revolution. Although Blunt persevered with his radically anti-imperial politics, he had shed his romantic illusions about Islam. In 1897, traveling in the western desert of Egypt, he was robbed, beaten, and abducted by Senussi tribesmen. This revelation convinced him that a purist revision of Islam would not end in authenticity, but mere madness. I had made myself a romance about these reformers, but it has no substantial basis, he admitted. The less religion in the world, perhaps, after all, the better. More successfully, the 6 Arabian mares that he and Lady Anne brought back from Egypt in 1878 became the basis for the Crabbit Stud, one of the most successful bloodlines in European and American horse racing. On May 19, 1898, William Gladstone died in bed, sparing himself the spectacle of Kitchener's triumph at Khartoum. After Gordon's death and Gladstone's departure from office, Lord Granville retired from politics. He died in 1891. Sir Charles Dilke lost his parliamentary seat to a divorce scandal, and Lord Hartington crossed the floor to support Lord Salisbury's Conservative government from the back benches. In 1902, Evelyn Baring, Lord Cromer, presided over the opening of a dam at Aswan, ending the Delta farmers' millennial dependency on the Nile flood. He retired 4 years later. Sir Eldon Gorst succeeded him as virtual ruler of Egypt. Lord Salisbury left office in 1902, exhausted and heartbroken by his wife's death. In 1895, Viscount Garnet-Wolseley finally displaced the great German sausage, the Duke of Cambridge, as Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. On his death in 1913, his daughter Frances inherited his viscountcy. Gordon admirer Reggie Brett, later Viscount Esher, became an influential Liberal politician, the governor of Windsor Castle, and a successful historian. In 1912, W.T. Steed, one of the greatest of Victorian journalists, followed the big story to the end and went down with the Titanic. The following year, Major General Hector MacDonald shot himself in a Paris hotel room after being accused as an active homosexual. Afterward, it emerged that he had a wife and son, but had kept them secret. Kitchener tended to promote only unmarried officers. Kitchener's conquest of the Sudan brought the imperialists' Cape to Cairo dream closer to realization. No obstacle seemed too great, and certainly not the militia Boer farmers who objected to the northward expansion of British South Africa. A year after smashing Mahdism at Omdurman, the British Army went to war again. This time the enemy were white guerrillas armed with German-made Mauser rifles. Among the casualties was G.W. Stevens, who, having turned his Sudanese experiences into another bestseller, With Kitchener to Khartoum, died of enteric fever at the siege of Ladysmith. If Kitchener's triumph had inflated the imperial conceit to its fullest, then the Boer War pricked that delusion. In Britain, blame for the Boers' humiliating successes settled on General Sir Redvers Buller, V.C., whose logistical errors had handicapped the Gordon relief expedition. Lord Kitchener took over the campaign. He forced the Boers to terms by waging total war against their families and farms, his methods including the imprisonment of civilians in concentration camps. In 1904, France and Britain agreed to the Entente Cordiale, settling centuries of hostility. 10 years later, the rivals of Fashoda allied with Russia against Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey. The rising generation of 1898 became the presiding generation of 1914 and the Great War for Civilization. Lieutenant David Beatty became a vice-admiral, a commander in the war's great naval clash at Jutland. Kitchener, now an earl, became Secretary of State for War. Against the Cabinet's opinion, he warned that the long-awaited European war would last 3 years, require mass mobilization, and exact huge casualties. The resulting recruitment poster, in which Kitchener pointed at the viewer's eye and fixed him with a fiery stare, became one of the 20th century's most enduring images. The slaughter of the army that he recruited became a byword in futility. In 1916, en route to Russia on a diplomatic mission, Kitchener drowned with all hands when HMS Hampshire struck a German mine off the north of Scotland. Just as Kitchener had suspected, Winston Churchill used his soldiering and journalism as a springboard into Parliament. The bumptious second lieutenant rose to First Lord of the Admiralty. In 1915, Churchill attempted to knock Ottoman Turkey out of the war by an amphibious landing at Gallipoli. The operation failed, thousands of soldiers died, and Churchill resigned. Back in favour after the war, he helped draw the map of a new Middle East. An enthusiast of empire, he hoped that Britain would emerge from the Second World War as an imperial power. Instead, in the 1950s, Churchill became the empire's accidental undertaker. His death in 1965 marked its symbolic terminus. Wilfrid Blunt's vision of Arab nations emerging under Anglo-French supervision came true, though not as he had envisioned around an Arab caliphate. Instead, it happened via the imperialism he detested. The Ottoman Empire collapsed in 1917. After the Great War, the British and French carved its Arab territories into modern states in the making. In 1924, Turkey's secular nationalist ruler Kemal Ataturk suspended the caliphate. The restoration of al-Khalifa is a key Islamist ambition. After the First World War, Britain took Germany's African colonies as a peace dividend, but economic constraints meant that Cape to Cairo remained only a line on a map. After the Second World War, Britain contended not only with its worsening economic position, but also with rising African and Arab nationalism. In 1952, Ahmed Urabi's ghost returned to Egypt. Once again, a group of radical army colonels raised a nationalist revolt against Britain, France, and their Egyptian puppets. This time it worked. Led by Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Free Officers movement overthrew the British puppet King Farouk. In 1956, President Nasser announced his intention to nationalize the Suez Canal in order, he claimed, to fund the construction of a new Aswan Dam. Britain and France conspired with Israel to secure the canal and overthrow the rebels. American pressure forced their armies out of Egypt. 74 years after Gladstone had promised a British withdrawal from Egypt, it finally occurred. The age of colonial powers had given way to the age of superpowers. At Port Said, a mob toppled the giant statue of Ferdinand de Lesseps with high explosives. Nasser led Egypt into a dead end of pan-Arab militancy and Soviet sponsorship. After the revolution, the cosmopolitan strollers no longer filled the Ezbekia gardens. The traces of Khedive Ismail's brave new Cairo crumbled. In 1971, Ismail's wooden opera house burned down, taking with it the original costumes, scenery, and score of Verdi's Aida. The Abdeen Palace became a museum, Ismail's gardens at Giza became a public zoo, and his Giza hunting lodge became the Mena House Hotel, site of the first Egyptian-Israeli peace talks. In 1999, property developers tore down the Mattathias building, in whose cafe Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani and Mohammed Abdu had dreamed of revolution. General Gordon's star rose and fell with the empire he loved and hated. After 1918, public cynicism about Britain's leaders and their motives found glib expression in Lytton Strachey's Eminent Victorians. One of the icons whose clay feet were exposed was Gordon, characterized by Strachey as an imbalanced alcoholic. As empire passed out of fashion, Gordon's statue was moved from Trafalgar Square to a public garden next to the Thames. In 1899, British troops hunted down Khalifa Abdullahi and the last of his followers in the woods 200 miles south of Khartoum. Cornered, Abdullahi and his emirs laid out their rugs and weapons and sat down to wait for the Maxim bullets. Abdullahi was shot 3 times in the chest, 1 bullet through the heart. Once again, Osman Digna survived by slipping away at the last moment. He got as far as the Red Sea coast before, betrayed as he took a boat for Arabia, he was taken prisoner. The British imprisoned Abdullahi's surviving emirs at Rosetta on the Nile Delta. Many of them died there, allegedly from neglect. The dead included Mahmud Ahmed, Kitchener's opponent at Atbara. After the battle, the Mahdi's nephew Muhammad Sharif Pasha returned to Abba Island. When the British heard a rumor that he intended to stir up a new revolt, troops surrounded his house and killed him. The same year, the British allowed the arch-slaver and erstwhile Pasha Zubair Rahmat to return to the Sudan. In 1913, Zubair dictated his autobiography to the British civil servant H.C. Jackson, who reported the tottering and uxorious old Arab to be fond of the delights and dalliances of Cairo, but otherwise a venerable, courteous old gentleman. Zubair died peacefully in 1913. A major thoroughfare in modern Khartoum bears his name, honoring the slaver who hunted his fellow Sudanese, and who might, but for the humanitarian lobby in London, have saved Gordon's life. Having conquered the Sudan with the barbarous tools of modern war, for the next 57 years Britain ruled it in enlightened selfishness. Contrary to imperial logic, the Sudan absorbed more resources than it produced. The Mahdi's jihad had caused the death of millions from war, starvation, and disease. Some parts of the Sudan had been entirely depopulated. The surviving tribes were as divided by the Mahdi's legacy as they had been united by his rule. Britain built a new capital at Khartoum, its avenues laid out according to Lord Kitchener's sketch. To render the Sudan independent from Egypt, British administrators constructed a new Red Sea outlet, Port Sudan. Suakin, its Egyptian neighbour, promptly decayed. The British also organized modern systems of law, transport, and communications. By 1911, revenue had increased 17-fold. By the 1920s, aggressive policing of Sudan's southern and western borders had, for the first time in Sudanese history, virtually stopped the slave trade that had once consumed millions. Yet the underlying religious and tribal divisions of Sudan endured. Northern Arab Muslims against southern Christians or animist Africans, settled riverain tribes against desert nomads. These divisions were not healed by the pragmatic British policy of installing the Mahdi's heirs as their proxies. Under the Mahdi's posthumous son, Saeed Abd al-Rahman, his family aligned with the British to become the Sudan's leading political dynasty. Meanwhile, Egyptian politics continued to spill over into Sudan. In 1924, Egyptian nationalists assassinated Salih Stack, Governor-General of the Sudan, in a Cairo street. In 1956, when the British left Egypt, they left Sudan too. The new Sudanese government sent back the statues of Gordon and Kitchener to England. Gordon's took up residence in the grounds of the Gordon Boys' School in Woking, Surrey. The Khalifa's house at Omdurman became a national monument, replete with carriage. The Mahdi's tomb was rebuilt with a shiny silver dome. Lovingly maintained, it became an international pilgrimage site. Outside Omdurman, the memorial to the 21st Lancers killed in the Wadi by Jebel Sargum was fenced off to protect it from stones thrown by local patriots. Within 2 years of the British withdrawal, Sudan fissured into tribal and religious violence. Following a military coup in 1958, all power passed to the northern Arab tribes. When they reneged on their promise to grant federal rights to the southern tribes, the Southerners began what would become the world's longest-running civil war. Sudan became a Soviet client, and large parts of the Omdurman battlefield became a military base stocked with Russian radar equipment. By the late 1960s, aided by transfers of Soviet weapons from Nasser's Egypt, the northern armies had killed over 500,000 southern civilians and displaced hundreds of thousands more. In 1983, President Jafar Nimeri announced the imposition of traditional Islamic punishments and made Sudan the first Sunni Sharia state. In 1985, Nimeri executed Mahmoud Mohammad Taha, a prominent advocate of Islamic reform, for apostasy. Later that year, the Mahdi's grandson, Sadiq al-Mahdi, overthrew Nimeri. But in 1986, al-Mahdi was himself overthrown by the National Islamic Front, led by Omar Hassan al-Bashir and Hassan al-Turabi. With the withdrawal of Soviet aid after 1989, Sudan collapsed into a failed state. Cited by the State Department as a sponsor of terrorism, its only exports became refugees, slaves, and radical Islam. Its only imports the grain from the United States and United Nations that prevented widespread famine. In the early 1990s, Osama bin Laden arrived as a guest of the government. The Egyptian government alleged that he imported hundreds of mujahideen from Afghanistan and intrigued with the banned Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. The rubbish of the media and the embassies, bin Laden insisted to Robert Fisk of the London Independent. I am a construction engineer and an agriculturalist. As proof, bin Laden pointed to the new road he had built, connecting Khartoum to Port Sudan. Fisk's article appeared under the headline, Anti-Soviet Warrior Puts His Army on the Road to Peace. In 1998, when President al-Bashir wanted America to lift its sanctions against Sudan, he expelled bin Laden and his followers. Among the engineers and agriculturalists who left with him for Afghanistan were Ayman al-Zawahiri, suspected to be the chief planner of the 9/11 attacks, and Wadi el-Hajj, later imprisoned for life for his role in the 1998 bombing of American embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. The Clinton administration responded to the embassy bombings with gunboat diplomacy, launching Tomahawk missiles against suspected terrorist sites in Afghanistan and Sudan. The administration claimed that its single Sudanese target, the Al-Shifa chemical plant in Khartoum, had been used to produce a precursor of VX gas. The al-Bashir regime claimed otherwise. In 2000, another extensive drought brought foreign aid workers back into Sudan. That year, government fighter jets dropped mustard gas on Christian rebels in the south. Dependent on foreign aid, al-Bashir endorsed a peace plan. Revisiting Gordon's proposal of 1884, the plan offered autonomy for southern Sudan. Given that oil fields had lately been discovered in the south, few believed al-Bashir. As the negotiations edged forward, the National Islamic Front continued to wage war on its own subjects. Its weapons included mustard gas, forced conversion, and systematic murder, rape, and slavery. In the western province of Darfur, Janjaweed militias, covertly supported by the government, initiated a campaign of ethnic cleansing and indiscriminate killing. On its southern border, Sudan supported the Lord's Resistance Army, a brutal Ugandan militia that enslaved children as soldiers. In May 2004, Sudan was re-elected to the UN's Human Rights Commission. 2 weeks later, an American-led Security Council resolution condemned the Sudanese government for the Darfur crisis. That July, the U.S. Congress voted to define the Darfur War as genocide. In September 2004, Secretary of State Colin Powell endorsed this analysis. Human rights groups, modern heirs of the 19th century humanitarians, were crucial in mobilizing their government. To ease the pressure, President al-Bashir signed a ceasefire agreement that no one expected him to honor. He began negotiating a power-sharing agreement with the Darfur rebels and consented to the presence of African Union peacekeepers. These gestures unlocked $250 million in aid money. NATO helped airlift supplies and African Union troops into Darfur. A new Western involvement in Sudan had begun. As in the 19th century, it started with a humanitarian impulse. The UN Security Council had promised action if the al-Bashir regime reneged on its promises. Meanwhile, an international consortium of countries developed the Sudanese oil fields. China, a major investor, warned that it would use its veto to block a punitive Security Council resolution. Today, the price of a child slave in Sudan is $35. This concludes 3 Empires on the Nile. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.